Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Fan Show. There is a lot to talk about regarding our beloved Tottenham Hotspur. Now, we're live on YouTube, we're live on X, Facebook and Twitch, so please do get involved. Tell us how you are feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and better still, the next time we do a fan show, please do get involved. It's just simply email me, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Come on, give us your thoughts, take our questions, give us questions, or just have a rant about how you're feeling about Spurs right now. Now, as I mentioned, we've got a lot to discuss. Another league defeat, 2-1 at home to Leicester. That one was hard to take on Sunday afternoon. James Maddison is now out for a couple of weeks, but there is some good news despite all of the injury concerns. Mickey van der Ven is back in training, so hopefully we will see him back on the pitch very, very soon. A lot of criticism aimed at the Tottenham Hotspur board, mainly Daniel Levy on Sunday at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs have a lot of key games coming up in all competitions. Europa League, of course, the Europa League draw takes place on Sunday. The Carabao Cup semi-final second leg next week, a huge week for Tottenham. Of course, we're back in FA Cup action as well, and of course, key games in the Premier League. Spurs need 3 points away at Brentford on Sunday. Will that happen? Let's discuss it this evening. Reports are stating that the club are sticking with Ange Postecoglou. We will get the thoughts and opinions from a lot of Spurs fans around the world this evening on, is that the right decision? And it is day 28 of the winter window. Only 6 days left. No outfield players signed as yet. Is that a concern for our club? Now, as I mentioned, this is the Fan Show where we'll be talking to so many fans dotted all around the world. A lot of mix of different opinions. And just remember, be respectful, and you know, it's just our opinions. No one's right, no one's wrong. It is just opinions. I've got Craig Dearman back with me. Craig is always with me. So, Craig, thank you so much for joining me again. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Hello, everybody watching. King Hoddle just said frustrated, Craig. Yeah, absolutely. Hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. Yeah, so much to discuss. This club, honestly, it will be the death of me. I swear to God, I'm sure it'll be the death of everybody. But it's just incredible how there's always something to talk about with Tottenham Hotspur.
Always, Craig. Do you know what? I've had a busy day today. Went to the opticians today, and even got bantered by the optician, talking about Tottenham. And I said, "What's this got to do with me having an eye test?" And still getting bantered by by an Arsenal fan talking about Spurs. Honestly, you don't need that. You don't need that at opticians. Yeah,
you certainly don't.
You don't need it any time, but certainly when you go to an opticians, it's meant to be a safe place to not talk about football. You know, right? We're going to get straight into it. We're going to go straight to Malta, and we're going to go to Melvin. Melvin, I saw you at the stadium on Sunday. Of course, you flew all the way from Malta to watch the Leicester game. How are you feeling right now? What do you want to say?
How are you guys? Nice to see you. The stadium. Hi, Craig. Well, it's another rock bottom, isn't it? I was thinking about it today. It's like, what in the last 5 years, what were our rock bottoms? And I was thinking, this club has consistently gave us more, than we in a way bargained for. Jose Mourinho losing to a manager, that was in prison, was a rock bottom. Conte losing to Sheffield United in the FA Cup, when they had 8 injuries, that was rock bottom for me. The Southampton 3-3, the draw, that was rock bottom when Conte had that famous rant where he said, the story of Tottenham Hotspur is this: 20 years here and this owner, and they never won something. Why? And that was a big statement. Why? Selling Harry Kane was rock bottom. So how many rock bottoms can we have? Seriously, this ownership. I was at the stadium. I was in the South Stand. And I walked down to where the banner was, and I just looked at it. And I wanted to be present in that moment and think, this is another rock bottom for us as fans. Chris, you go to every single game, so sometimes when we lose, I'm not as angry as you are, but I was there at the stadium. So I understand when you're frustrated because I was there. So when you're there, you stomach it less. You want the team to do more. You ask more of the club. I've never witnessed our stadium atmosphere so poor. The only time we chanted was when it was against Levy and the ownership. That's the truth. That's the absolute truth. I usually leave the stadium without a voice because I like chanting. I like the songs that we sing. And I left, my voice was fine. My voice was absolutely fine. I wasn't singing. We didn't sing any of the usual songs, nothing. There was no, in a way, we sort of expected this to happen because no players have returned. We're still the same team. We're still as fatigued as we were. So what's going to change? I didn't expect, to be honest, to lose because I never expect Spurs to lose. I'm not that type of fan. But nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. We're still the same 11. We're still as fatigued as we were. The tactics are still the same. I was talking today to my brother-in-law, who's a football player, and he tells me the manager has to adapt. He has to adapt. He has to change something. When you're losing, when you're fatigued, as a manager, you have to change something. Make the training a bit lighter. Adapt your tactics. Get through this period without changing your beliefs completely. But don't be so stubborn. Don't be so hard-headed. Saying that, I'm still behind Postecoglou because I looked at the injury list today, and we have 9 serious injuries and 3 knocks. If you categorize them that way, Madison actually now moved in, so he's 10 serious injuries and 2 knocks. And I looked early this season of where our victories came from, and from the 10 players we have injured, against Everton 4-0, 6 of them featured. Against Brentford 3-1, 6 of them featured. On Manchester United, 7 of them featured. Against West Ham 4-1, 6 of them featured. So this is from our injury list. Against City, the 2-1 in the League Cup, 6 of them featured. Against Villa, 5 of them featured. Against City, the 4-0, 3 of them featured. So for me, Ange Ball stopped in November. We haven't seen Ange Ball since November, since the injuries came. So people that say, oh, we have enough quality in the pitch to win these games. We don't. Our quality is laughable at times. Yeah, we invested in youth and our form. Yeah, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. I don't know how to look forward to the next period. I don't know how to stay motivated. And Ange deserves some criticism, but he also deserves some respect as well, because this is the man who's fighting to make it right, who's trying to steer a ship that's sinking, that has multiple holes, that has no help from the ownership, has no help. So he's trying to steer the ship without power, without a wind, without a sail, and he's trying. Good for him, because he has thick skin, and he has to be, because with us you need to break these kind of barriers. With he can't do the same things Conte did or Mourinho. In a way, he doesn't do what Jose or Conte did and talk these. In the press conferences, you sometimes don't know what they're saying with Conte and Jose, but Postecoglou is quite clear, quite direct. You understand. He tells it to you straight to your face. It's the injuries.
Melvin, what do you make of the criticism from the fans aimed at Ange Postecoglou? Because as per normal, after every home game, I'm standing by the tunnel doing that video, and it's a very popular video because there's so many things to it. There's body language. You see who's happy, who's not. You could pick out 1,000 things from that video. Now, someone shouted down words to the effect of "You're taking us down," and Ange walked down the tunnel, and he actually walked back out the tunnel and said, "Who said that? Who said that?" What do you make of him retaliating to a number of fans? Because this isn't the first time, and I don't think it's going to be the last.
I don't know, he did it a few times as well. I think
because he said he welcomes criticism, but when he gets criticism from some of the fans, I agree with you. I feel sorry for a number of managers. Not a lot of people will agree with me. When I've said it before about Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte, I feel like they were shortchanged. I feel like that is. I feel like more people are agreeing now because they've seen the cycle again and again with different managers. And I genuinely thought that it would be different with transfer windows under Ange Postecoglou, particularly after our first one, and particularly when you hit that major reset button and you sell your best player in Harry Kane. I thought it would be different. But I don't think it's going to work under Postecoglou because I don't think he's going to get the players in. And I think that's fairly evident. 28 days in to a transfer window, when a manager has said multiple times, how many times can a manager actually come out publicly and say, we need help, we need players, we need help, we need players? And no one's come through the door apart from a goalkeeper.
He does deserve criticism, Ange. He's made mistakes, even though he doesn't admit it. He's made mistakes. And I think his rotation is poor. His protecting of players that need to be rested is very, very poor. I know we're stuck in a cycle of needing to win the next game because we've lost the previous one. We have to play our best 11 because our quality is not very good on the bench. So we have to play Kulusevski, we have to play Porro, we have to play Dragozin, we have to play Archie Gray, because there's no one else. And they deserve some credit because they haven't stopped. They haven't stopped playing. But I'm worried that they're going to be injured next. I know Porro's hot and cold. Kulusevski's not doing much because he's exhausted. And Archie Gray and Dragozin are getting through it. And we have some light down the tunnel because there's some players returning. Van de Ven has returned. But it worries me because the list of players that I mentioned when we were getting victory, 5 or 6 and 7 of them were playing from our injury list. So 1 or 2 is not going to make a drastic change. Van de Ven and Romero returning might get us a point here and there, but they're not going to fly up the table either. I mean, we used to struggle when we had 1 player out injured or 2 players out injured. We're not that team yet. We can't have 8 or 9 players out and compete. In the Premier League, the competition is so tough. There's world-class managers that go down the table, down to 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. All teams have good players, good managers, international managers. It's difficult because what can Postecoglou do at this point? Is he going to call out the ownership like Conte? Should he do that?
Well, I was going to say, Melvin, what really saddens me as a Spurs fan is the fact that you see these managers come in with huge smiles, and then suddenly that smile then turns into a very grumpy face, and you then know that he's going through the same cycle again, if that's probably the right word. And it's very, very frustrating. And you know as well as I do, we've had hours of conversation, especially me and you, about Jose Mourinho coming in. I think both of us welcomed that signing, although we were very upset about Pochettino going. Antonio Conte clearly wanted to win. I love the attitude of a winner coming into a football club, wanting to change the football club, wanting to change things dramatically on and off the pitch to win. They don't care how they win, they just want to win. And that desire to win, Ange Postecoglou has done exactly the same thing. He has been talking about the number 1 prizes. He's been talking about wanting to win the Premier League. He's not content of being sitting at number 4 and number 5. I tell you what, we would now when we were down in 15th, 8 points away from the relegation zone. But he's always spoken about wanting to win the Premier League. We need the club to show that same ambition as the managers that we bring in. And I feel like that is the major problem right now.
Today, I was saying to myself, like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Like, seriously, Daniel Levy, Fabio Paratici, if he's still there, Lenga, Scott Mann, whatever he does. What are they doing? Seriously, what are they doing? I keep saying it I kept repeating it to myself. I think I said it to myself about 30 times and tried to figure out an answer. And I was saying, what are they doing? What today? What's the date? 28th of January. What are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah. What are they doing? Chris.
And they've had 4 months to plan for it, Melvin. They've had 4 months to plan for it.
But what are they doing in this moment in time? What are they doing? See, like, I don't want to swear because I do swear sometimes on here, but the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? We need help. We need players in. I know that sometimes money is a problem, but the money's coming in. You look, we're the 9th richest team in the world. That's insane. You know, the stadium should have been a game changer. They said, listen, the stadium is a game changer. I used to tell people, once we move into the stadium, it's gonna be different. It's gonna be different. We're gonna buy, you know, the best. We're gonna pay the wages. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And
but we were told that. We were told it was meant to be a game changer.
I went, Chris, and this is where I met you. This is where I met you. I went to watch the stadium being built, and we used to have a poster that says, "Watch us rise." Do you remember that poster?
Yeah.
With people pointing like this. The player was going like this. I still have a photo of it. And it says, "Watch us rise." We rose from 4th to 15th.
Yeah.
That's
Melvin,
the truth.
Melvin, we've got so many people to talk to this evening. And as you well know, we could talk to you all evening. And I can see on your face the emotion pouring out about how you feel about Spurs right now, particularly when you've flown over from Malta and back. I didn't really talk to anyone on Monday. Didn't really want to talk about Spurs at all on Monday. I still feel very deflated. I just want something magic to happen. Is it going to happen in the next few days? Who knows? But Melvin, always great to talk to you, and we'll come back to you again soon. And obviously you're a regular on the podcast, so we'll talk to you soon.
No worries. All the best, guys. See you, Craig.
See you, Melvin.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to Canada to talk to Brian, because Brian normally nips out of work to talk to us. Brian, it's going to be a silly question to say how are you, but how are you feeling right now?
I've actually got the day off work today, so I haven't nipped out of work. I'm in no trouble, no Uber needed. I will say, Chris, when you went to the opticians, it must be the only time when you go and they test your lenses, you go, make it worse. So you can
do you know, Brian? Do you know when she said what team do you support, and I said Spurs, and like first of all I said, what's that got to do with it? She said, what team do you support really? And I said Spurs, and she gave me this look, and I said, was that the right answer? And she said, I'm an Arsenal fan. She went, perhaps you don't want to see down the other end what's going on.
So that's what I would do. Listen,
bantered in opticians, Brian.
And I have to say, unfortunately, because of this ownership, we've got to this state. We've allowed this club to get to this state. This is the biggest mess. You were talking injuries and good news about them back. There's massive rumours since you went live that now Sarr is injured. And not the injury he's been playing with, another injury. These training methods are solely Ange Postecoglou's problem. He's brought this on himself. It is clear to see. But the most important thing is, yet once again, this board have let down another manager with false promises, false dawns, promises of glory, promises of we're going to go for the reach for the stars. It's this club is absolutely destroyed, and it's heartbreaking to see what is going on. I was watching today a bit of Ricky Saxon Last Word on Spurs, and do you know what he said? And he said something brilliant. It was like, I left my seat at White Hart Lane, second in the league and gunning for the title. Sorry for using the word gunning of all words. And we've gone to, as you mentioned, the game-changing stadium. And we're now in a relegation battle. And the only game-changing thing it's done is they have more pride in displaying boxing, NFL, concerts. So it has game changed. It's not about the football on the pitch anymore. It's what they can feel inside it. And now is the time. Everyone's trying to unite. Yes, Sunday, anyone in the chat here that was there or got to see it, Jay and Change for Spurs did an absolutely phenomenal job. It was incredible from what I've been seeing. Obviously, I wasn't there. But I think the message is getting through to people now and to the board that time's up.
Where do we go from here, though, Brian? What do we do? Is it even worth changing the manager at this point because of the sheer amount of injuries? Or obviously we know about the board and the situation there, but
Craig, you look at it. But what I'm looking at now is we are killing our own players. That you cannot get these amount of injuries, and they keep coming. And every time someone's coming back, for everyone that comes back, 2 go out. There is no doubt. We all say we've never seen an injury crisis like this. It's Ange Postecoglou. You can't listen. Solanke's at Vicario's at Man City. You can't. That was a free that you can't. But the amount of things that are happening on the training ground, and just playing players that are clearly injured, or it's been mentioned, and they're now having to soldier through games. I don't know if they're play. We can see that they're trying and they're fighting. But it's because a lot of them are the youngsters that are fighting for this badge. We've got a bunch of prima donnas. We're broken. We are absolutely broken. And I don't know if we need a manager right now to steady the ship. I am fully Ange out now. I am fully. You look at the results. How can we be 23 games in and still not have the same amount of points we got in the first 10 games? How can you be 23 games in and we've been top table for some of it? And Everton, who have been at the bottom for all season, have got 3 less defeats than us. How have Ipswich got less defeats than us? How have we got almost as many defeats as we've won games? The main listen, Ange is a big problem right now. Ange is a big problem. I have been, obviously, Chris, you know full well, and Craig, and probably everyone in this chat know where I've always laid the blame. He has let another manager down, promising things that he hasn't been able to deliver. He's the highest paid chairman, but we have the lowest paid wages for the players. We had Antonio Conte on big wages. We've slashed for Ange Postecoglou. And now, thankfully, I've got to the point where on the field, it's not really a concern to me. Obviously, I don't want us to get relegation or go down. But the main thing that we've got to do is everyone unite. And Chris and Craig, I'm going to ask you the question about where you are with the board and how you feel about this, because there's a lot of people that are trying to join together. Obviously, that you two watch YouTube. You've seen it on Twitter and everything. It's not even about the main thing is trying to come together to force this change. But surely time's up for Levy and Enoch now.
Yeah, I'll be interested, Brian, to see how that's going to work with a lot of the YouTubers joining forces and see how that goes, because there's some people that don't even go to any matches. There's some people who go to a lot of matches. There's some people that are doing YouTube for various different reasons. Probably not the same as you or I. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like more than ever before, everyone is coming to be on the same page. And I feel like the amount of managers that we have gone through and the same result has happened, I feel like there is a big frustration. We spoke about this for nearly 2.5 hours after the game, where we were all very, very disappointed and fed up. And I got quite ranty on there at times as well, because, I follow Spurs home and away. If Spurs were in League 2 against someone like Rochdale, I'd be there, right? I know we have a lot of fair weather fans when people want to go to away games when Spurs are winning games and we're sitting top of the league and we're doing well. You have a lot of those sorts of people. But no matter what the game is, whether it's a friendly in Australia or whether it's a Premier League game against Southampton, Man United, Chelsea, whoever, I want Spurs to win and I want to be there cheering on my football team. I've heard a lot of stuff recently about, and not only recently, in the last few years, whenever we seem to go through these sorts of times, people tell the likes of me, boycott your seat. What are you going to the game for, right? Now, you're the perfect person to talk to about this, because you do boycott the stadium and that's your choice.
Yeah.
By me going to the stadium and supporting my football club, it doesn't mean I support a particular chairman, a board, a manager, or so on. I support the football club and I support the players. No matter what criticism is laid at the door of any single player, if they wear that Tottenham Hotspur logo, then I'm there cheering for them, Brian. But in answer to your question about the YouTubers coming together, that's all I've heard. The YouTubers are going to come together. That will be very interesting. I can't wait to see that happen. And when that does happen, then I'd love to see it presented to me in a way that, people can get on board and it be a very constructive and good way to move forward. So,
Chris, you would be open to it. So that's basically, obviously, like we said, the main, I will say as well, the main thing about this.
The only thing I would say, Brian, is the fact that there are a couple of people who do encourage a lot of hate towards me, towards some of my regular. Hold on.
Yeah,
there are a couple of people online who constantly encourage, and it's been happening for a lot of years. They encourage a lot of hate. They post certain things about what I've meant to have said, but I didn't.
Yep.
They make a lot of things up. They think that I work for the football club. They make a lot of stories up, putting a lot of crap out there. That is not on. And it's happened to some of our guests even, or some of our regulars. And it might even surprise you, Brian, that I have actually received a couple of death threats at times on the back of other YouTubers making shit up. So that isn't on. So
no.
you know as well as I do, everyone is welcome on this channel. I put my email address all over. I am probably the most easiest contactable person on the YouTube site. If people want to contact me, they can contact me, and I'm very, very open as well in the fact that if anyone wants to have a beer with me, like we have, Brian, if anyone wants to have a chat, like we have, Brian, people a couple of months ago would never ever have put someone like me or you together, and the first time you came on, I got a lot of correspondence and saying, my God, you had Brian on. Now, I have always welcomed every single view of a Tottenham Hotspur fan on this channel, have I not?
Chris, listen, you probably would have been seeing and hearing since, obviously, let's deal with this quickly. So, obviously, you and I met for the very, very first time, face-to-face and in person, when I was protested at the Manchester United 2-2 after the Newcastle 6-1. And you were just a little bit further down the road. I came and spoke with you. We had a wonderful conversation. Actually had a lot of things in common, completely. And obviously, since when I came on I think pre-set QPR game was the first one, wasn't it? The very first thing you said to me is say what you want about Levy, swear as much as you want, criticize him, don't hold back. And a couple of times you've actually said to me, Brian, that's rather tame for you. And I have said, and I've said many a time, I'm going to say it again, I've said it on YouTube channels the last couple of days. You have voiced your frustration at the board. You just come at it a different way, a different angle, talking a different terminal, whatever you want to call it. There's never been.
I can't help it, Brian. I tend to, whether people like it or not, I try to present things in a professional way, and I always try and put myself in other people's shoes and think, what would I think about that? So when I do a Tottenham news video and I talk about a situation, I would always say how I feel about it, and I would always say the pros, the cons, and I think that I am quite balanced. Some people sometimes have called that sitting on the fence. Now, when I get asked a direct question, when I go on TalkSport or Sky Sports, I answer that question. A lot of the time, 50-50. Some people will agree with me, some people won't. As I said at the start of the show, it's about opinions. I'm not right or I'm not wrong. It's about my opinion. My opinion might be very different to Craig. Recently, on the Spurs Chat podcast, Ricky Norwood, one of the most positive people, me and him have had a few disagreements, along the way. That's what it's about. Football. It's all about opinions.
No, listen, that's what it's about, and this is why this time it's all about coming together. Listen, some people have been there's a lot of politics that goes on behind the scene and nonsense that goes on in this. And like I said, you and I get on famously well. You and me have never had a crossword with each other. And now it is about getting the people together. And like you said, it has got, listen, there's people, I would personally say myself, I've probably done a few things early days that I have to hold myself accountable for. But It's a change of tack, change of opinion, and the way things are going, it's time to try and see what we can do. And I understand what you said, but hopefully this can lead to something and everyone can jump on board. The animosity can stop, because no matter what, and we all say this, we all would love our Tottenham Hotspur. We all want it to be successful. We all want to see the glory. And unfortunately, due to whatever reason you want, whether it's now Pochettino, whatever, we have culminated and got to this point now where obviously it looks like Levy's job is untenable based on the fan pressure that's going. And let's see what we can do. We for once have the numbers, and let's see if we can get our Tottenham back.
Yeah. Brian, I feel like you've got to come back on very soon to have a longer conversation with us, because like Melvin, I don't know how long this show is going to be tonight, because I could talk to all of you for hours. Yeah. But one thing, Brian, I'm going to say is one thing that I will never ever accept, and that's people writing stuff on Twitter saying that this is how Chris Cowlin feels and this is what I've said. If people want to know what I've said, come and have a drink with me, come and have a meeting with me, or come on a fan channel like this and come and have a chat. But when people just make a lot of crap up, it's not on, and the abuse is not on, and trying to encourage that abuse on somebody like me, I'm just a normal fan. People use that narrative. Oh, the following that you've got, Brian. Why do you think that I've got the following that I have?
Because they like what you have to say, and the way you present yourself.
But people want me to change just like that, and then people suddenly want to become my friend, and they want me to say X, Y, and Z to suit them.
Chris, I can't argue with that. I will say on the other side of the coin, we've had it bad as well. But obviously, you are very well established. You are very well known, and it's an easy target. But like
it's certainly a target, because over the last few years, the amount of times I've had to go to authorities, including the police, because I've had various Facebook accounts hacked or even cloned, using pictures, using names. Honestly, the things that I have not put in the public domain is just ridiculous. I'm just a fan of a football club. This used to feel, I said on a video the other day, Brian, it used to feel like a lot of fun. And at the moment, the way that people seem to want to drag me into some of these conversations and this bullshit constantly, it's not on. But I know you're not involved in that, and hence why you're on here talking to us. But we'll continue this conversation another time. So, Brian, thank you so much for joining us as always.
My pleasure, Craig. I loved what you had to say, mate. I take everything you said on there with great input. It was lovely talking with you.
I know. I was just going to say that I think it's about time that it's time when the feelings are so strong about the board.
Yep.
That so many people are kind of feeling the same way now.
Yeah.
I've never known it like it, to be honest. So
and someone has just said it's the first time I've sworn on this podcast. I don't swear on my podcast because
I get a trophy for making you swear.
There you go. It would be you, wouldn't it? It would be you. It would be you. Brian, we'll talk to you soon.
Have a great evening, everyone, and thanks again, Chris and Craig. Take care, buddies.
See you later, mate.
Cheers. Craig, you've got to get a word in, mate.
Oh no, it's so difficult. I was just fascinated sitting there listening.
We're going to go to. Sorry, I'm not even letting you get a word in. Go on.
No, it's just they're really interesting. That I was thinking that sort of chat is probably you could have a podcast on its own about that one issue, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely. There's so many people trying to get in the green room, and we do want to talk to so many of you today. So please do keep trying. Someone I'm very excited about talking to, big fan of the show, Stu Miller. Always notice your comments coming up, Stu. How are you? Great to have you here.
Evening, lads. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. First time caller, really. Long time listener, long time commenter. And I just want to say, just to finish what you guys were just talking about, for anyone with even the slightest bit of ethics or reason or compassion, like anything that you've been going through, threats, lies, any of that is just disgraceful. And all I can say is just try and look past it, mate. I know it must be really hard, but anyone with half a brain does not think that. And that is the reason your channel is successful, is because unlike other unnamed channels, because I won't name them, you do present things reasonably and as balanced as possible. And balance doesn't just mean sitting on the fence. It means looking at different opinions. And that's what people don't understand. So just wanted to say that to start off with. And same to you, Craig. Great work for both of you.
I'm going to let Craig get a word in now.
Yeah, Stu, all your comments and everything is just great to see all the regulars, starting to come on now and voicing their opinion. Just tell us how you're feeling at the moment. What do you feel is the way forward? Do you think the board need to go as well?
I think it's not in question. But the problem is, as you've vocalized as well, is how is that going to happen? I think that's a long, long road ahead. Unless, and I'm not advocating for this at all, if we got relegated, that might be the only way we see the back of them. I'm not saying we should get relegated, but one thing it would do is clear out, hopefully, Levy and Levy and some of the players that clearly don't want to fight for the team.
I just coming back to this, Stuart. I don't know enough about how businesses work and everything else, or certainly football clubs. How you'd go about kind of getting rid of a board? But how does that even happen? Surely they've got to make the decision to sell the football club, haven't they?
Yeah, I think if you look at clubs like, again, I don't want to advocate for relegation, but if you look at clubs like Newcastle and a long time ago City, they gained much better ownership that have invested properly in the club after relegation. I'm not saying that we should do that. I just want to repeat that. But yeah, so someone has to come in that's willing to pay, obviously, what it would take for Levy to sell up. You guys mentioned, Chris mentioned the stadium being quoted as a game changer. It has been a game changer for Levy and Enix's pockets. That's what it's changed. It's, Beyonce concerts and the NFL. It hasn't changed anything on the pitch for the better. And you look at the squad that we've got now, it's a disgrace. You look at Poch, we all love Poch. He had a pretty good squad, right? And he had Kane in his prime, and he had Sonny in his prime. He had proper defenders that weren't getting injured all the time. Ange doesn't have that. And I've cheekily put CEO of Ange Cult Inc. as my tagline, because, obviously, if you have an opinion, you're automatically put in one of two extreme ends of the spectrum, right? You're either Ange Cult or you're, whatever the opposite is. And, that's not what life is about. It's about different opinions, and you fall somewhere on the spectrum, but normally not at one end or the other. But I'm still Ange in, because he has, after 12 games this season, quick quiz for you lads. How many points were we off second place? Any ideas? Any guess?
At what stage, Stu? Sorry.
After 12 games, after the City win in the league, how many points were we off second place?
I don't think it was meant. About 7?
Only 4 points. Four points off second place. Yeah. Right. We've had 11 games since, and obviously we've had a return of 5 points, which is shocking. But that has coincided with injuries, with overplaying players out of necessity. And I'm not just saying Ange is not blameless. Of course, he has made mistakes, and we've seen those. But I think the vitriol that has been leveled at him, and the abuse, I think is just pathetic. If you're blaming it only on the manager, you're failing to see the bigger picture. He has not got a squad fit for purpose. We do not have the quality in centre midfield, in central defence, in terms of backing up. Even our first team players, our first choice players in central mid, they're not good enough at the moment. I mean, I love Sarr. He's not having a good season. That's fine. He's 22. I can excuse that. Bissouma has not turned up nearly enough for a player of his quality, and he goes missing and he makes silly mistakes way too often. Bentancur might be the only central midfielder that you can say, right, we can rely on him. Well, I mean, he had a bit of a shocker last game, but in general, he'll put in a shift. He'll fight for the team. Maddison scored plenty of goals this season, but he's not creating, and he's certainly not turning a game around when we're 1-0 down, 2-0 down. He's not that man. So who are the leaders on the pitch? We do not have a leader in the squad, let alone the pitch. Who is a natural captain? Do we have one? I just ask you lads that.
I don't think so. I've said it. You know, I love Sonny to bits. Absolutely love him in Son, but I think we need something else as a captain, like a Højbjerg type figure. I'm not saying Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, but to be honest, I'd give me right arm for him to come back at the moment.
But we need 2 or 3 or 4 of those people. Like,
do you know what though, Stu? You've probably heard me say this a number of times. Son, I feel like, receives so much flack, and when you see him, you know, take the TV cameras away, when you're in the ground, home games, away games, even down the tunnel, wherever, the amount of times I've seen great leadership from Son, and that never ever seems to get picked up by a lot of people. I think he's an easy target to say, oh, he don't do this and he don't do that. He actually does. I've seen it a lot. Bentancur as well, a player you've just mentioned. I feel like he has a lot of good leadership skills as well, because even the other day, you know, in the first 10 minutes when we looked quite sloppy, Bentancur was going around to the whole team just saying, calm down, you know, and he's done that a lot of talking. And a player that's impressed me a lot recently, not only the way that he's playing, but leadership qualities as well, Lucas Bergvall.
Yeah, definitely potential captain material there. I agree. But I would argue with Sonny, his leadership is more off the pitch. I don't think he's dragging us back into games on the pitch when we're down. I'm not just having a go at Sonny. He's not, for sure, he's not the central issue. We do miss prime Sonny, and unfortunately, I think those days are behind him. But he still has a big role to play, you know, in the right context. But I appreciate your point there, and it's good insight because you obviously are seeing the players in ways that we're not seeing off the pitch. But on the pitch, I still think we're lacking leaders, and I still think that's a big issue. If I could just say, like, there's a lot of attacking Ange, and I get it. We should not be anywhere near well, with the injuries that we have, we are a mid-table, second half of the table team. I'm sorry. Kane and Prime Son carried us through some pretty mediocre times, right?
Yeah. I
mean, even Poch's last 24 games got 25 points, right? And that's pretty much what Ange is on in the last, right? He's right there. So, you know, we've seen this before.
Stu, can I ask you a couple of very, very quick questions? Give me a yes or a no. What was Daniel Levy right to sack Mauricio Pochettino at that time?
No.
What was he right to sack Jose Mourinho 6 days before final?
No.
Are you surprised now that Ange hasn't had the sack?
Yes, but I have been thinking about that, and if I may just answer that with more than a yes, briefly as I can. I think it gives Levy a bit of an out not to spend, because the sword of Damocles, the axe is hanging over his head. It gives him an excuse not to spend, and I just wonder whether he's just extending that scapegoat as long as he can. I don't know. That's the only way I can see it. And also, who's going to come in? Sorry, Craig.
Do you think that? No, it's fine. Do you think that's Stu? Because that's been puzzling me. Why the hell haven't they spent any money? It's got to be that, isn't it?
I can't think of any other reason other than, I mean, nothing surprises me with the board and our spending habits. I know we've spent a lot of money, and people point to Ange having spent a lot of money. Only I would say 4, possibly 5 if you include Johnson, of Ange's signings have actually been first team improvers. That would be Van der Ven, Vic, Solanke, Maddison if he's playing well, and possibly Johnson. All the other players are future players, or quite frankly, not good enough. And so you can talk about the, and you can't just look at transfer spending. You've got to look at wages. We only have 5 players in the entire squad over 100,000 a week.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That is not competing with the top 10, let alone the top 6. So,
Stu, you've been a great guest. I tell you, you're a great talker. Either you've got to start your own YouTube channel very soon, or come onto our podcast.
I'd absolutely love to. Anytime you'll have me, I'd be delighted, and it's really great to chat with you, lads.
Nice.
I'll be in touch.
Work.
Thanks, Stuart. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Ta-da.
Wow. We're now going to go to Reza in South Africa. Reza, how are you?
Evening, Craig and Chris. How you doing, guys?
How you doing?
Yeah, well, not too good, not too good. Especially we become the whooping boys lately. Very, very disappointing. I think, as they say, the fish rots from the head. All right, so it starts from the top. Daniel Levy has to go. Definitely has to go. It's too late to change your manager now. It's very late. And if they change the manager, who are they going to get? Who's available? So what will happen if they get rid of Ange? The next 3 games, very important games. We got the cup and the league and Liverpool next week. Those, I think, those are going to be testing games for Ange. If he doesn't pull the strings, I think then the shit is going to hit the fan. And then it's the old story. Bring in Mason. What has Mason done? Then sit there and cause all the problem with the backroom staff. Really, Mason, he sits there and he gets happy when the managers are not performing and not getting results because he knows he's going to get in. Mason is one of the guys that they need to clear the ship out of. Believe you me, he must go. And when they talk about injuries, we got specialists who are there, who are doing all the physical work. They are well paid, and they know how much the players can take and how much they can't take. It's not Ange who's getting them to run or do this and do that. They have special people carrying all that out. So I don't think it's all to blame on Ange. And then when it comes to the people who are doing the recruiting, I think for a number of years now, we never have good people doing the recruitment. We brought Lange along. He's doing sweet nothing. Show me one player he brought in. And we got a very average team. It's showing up now. We got a very average team. Really. That's from my side, guys.
So, where do you stand on the border then, Reza? Do you feel you obviously feel that it's time for them to go? And how do we even start to achieve making them go? I'm gonna ask that question a lot tonight, I think.
Sorry, please repeat that. You're just breaking up a bit there.
Yeah, how do we even get the board to step down and sell the club? I'm going to ask that a lot tonight, I think.
Boycott games, empty stadiums, really.
But a lot of people have already got season tickets and paid that money. So the only thing they're going to lose is the odd pint or a pie, you know?
Yeah, I understand. I think it's got to be one hectic protest, or for every game, guys got to protest out there, outside stadiums. They got to do that.
Reza, how are you feeling ahead of those cup games next week? Liverpool away, Aston Villa away. That is a massive week for us, isn't it? And Postecoglou.
Well, every day some player is getting injured. Every day someone is getting injured. So are we going to have a squad to play to face the big guns? I don't think so. It's going to be a tough call, really. And with Van de Ven coming back, it's not going to help us. With Romero coming back, it's not going to help us. Really. It's not going to help us. Because our engine room is pathetic right now. Our engine room, Bentancur is battling, Sa is injured. So probably the younger players, the youngsters are going to get a run. And they're going to put their hands up now. I tell you, Bergville has been playing like a little master in the midfield. Really. He's been keeping the midfield going. If there was no Bergville there, we were left for dead in the middle of the park.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I listen to everybody's comments, and obviously looking at the league table, and I just keep asking myself, how the hell have we got in this position? How has it come to this? We knew we were light in the transfer window, after the transfer window in the summer, didn't we? Everybody knew it. And we discussed on here, well, we hope Doggy don't get a bad injury. We hope we don't lose as many players as we did last season. We've actually lost more. And let me tell you this, Reza, right? My friends just sent me this information. Previous caller said that we only had 5 players above £100,000 a week, right? Which is correct. Yeah. Arsenal have 18 players who earn over 100 grand a week and 5 that earn over 200 grand a week. That's the pond you're fishing in. Do you know what I mean? It's
so Craig, what are they doing with the money? I think Spurs are one of the most expensive sides to watch playing in the UK. Stadiums are full up for every game. The bars and the kiosks are making tons of money. So what are they doing with the money? The football team is getting neglected right now. Really. So
Reza,
I think
I know this might be a pretty I know this might be a pretty obvious question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How are you actually feeling as a Tottenham fan right now? Because as I mentioned, going into work Monday morning, I felt pretty flat and didn't really want to talk about Spurs, and the amount of people that kept coming up to me and wanting to talk about Tottenham, and I just weren't in the mood at all. But how are you feeling about it?
Chris, my feelings are the same as yours. I actually keep away from my friends, all Liverpool and Man United, Arsenal supporters. I try to keep to myself right now till Spurs start winning. Really, I hope we start winning probably soon. We start getting points on the board. With the cup games are lottery, and if you could win some cup games, and hopefully we can get through and probably save a lot of people's jobs at Spurs, because I think that a lot of people could go. Not only Ange. If they take Ange, there'll be a lot to follow. But on the other hand, I'm thinking, aren't these players throwing Ange under the bus? That's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
Reza, you're always such a great guest. Thank you so much for joining us from South Africa, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
Okay, Chris. Keep well. Cheers, Craig. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you later.
We're now going to go to Cy the Fox. Cy, great to have you back. Of course, you're on the podcast on Sunday with Craig after the Brentford game, so I'm sure you're going to have a lot to say. And you're a man full of stats, but I know that you've got a lot to say this evening. So I'm just going to let you go for it.
I will, by all means, jump in, Chris. Firstly, thanks for having me, and it's always a pleasure to be on. And I've loved everyone's points so far. Melvin, Bryce, Stu, Reza, they're all superb but different. Chris, I want to say as well, you're a legend. Not that you need my validation, but for people dishing out hate, they're sad. And there's only a few podcasts I'll watch, yours being one of them. Ali Gold's another one, because I can't do with all the vitriol. Anyway, that being said, you ask people how they're feeling. Well, I'm quite chilled actually, because with old age comes experience. That's the only benefit of old age, but it is experience.
That's why we have a calm Craig on every week. You see?
Yeah. Dear old Craig, bless him.
No, you're right. You are right, though, Si. Just to jump in, I'm a lot less reactive than I was in my youth. I would say that.
Yeah.
But even I'm losing my shit nowadays.
Yeah, I'm the same, but I just try and take a balanced view about it. And I've seen people in the green room talking about, have we hit rock bottom and blah blah blah. Well, we hit rock bottom in 1976-77 and saw us relegated, and I cried my heart out. But thank goodness back then there wasn't social media hatred to stir it all up and mix the pot. That's another matter. So for me, we're not going to go down, and I think we'll win a cup. That's my view on it. I want to just pick on one of your points, Craig, that you keep returning to about the removal of a board. Well, how a board can be removed, generally, you need 50% of the shareholders to vote in favour of it. So probably you now understand why Tottenham changed from a PLC to a private company. Because if the 50% of the shareholders were sold to other parties and ENIC didn't control them, well, they could be voted out as a board. And if 50% of the shares were owned by other shareholders, they could all align together behind a vote of no confidence and remove the board. So in fairness to Mr. Levy, he played a bright blinder when he took the club back private, because he could control the ownership of the business and the more importantly, the control of the board, because it's the board that makes all the decisions. Shareholders don't. For example, you could own shares in any company you want, but you don't make the decisions on a day-to-day basis. The directors and the board of that business do. So with him owning 87% of the shares via ENIC, they're only accountable to 13% of other shareholders. So as a private company, nobody can do anything about it. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah. Not great, though, is it? Not great.
But no, but it's that, you know, that's the you know, fact of the matter. You can't do anything about it. So, you know, we're all stuck here now. I'm going to go on one of my little wanders. Please jump in at any point if you've got anything you want to ask me. But just to start off with, I was Levy / board ambivalent, and I don't just blame Mr. Levy for this. It's the board as well. They have a formal duty as a whole, not just individuals within it. I'm not ambivalent now, as evidence against them just keeps mounting up for me. So to give a balanced view, the stadium, world class. Training facility, world class. Self-sustaining football model, very good to a point, and I'll explain why. Financially, very good to a point, but I would say that they wasted the Bale and Kane money. And one other point that keeps coming up, and it just frustrates me a little bit, is people saying about the additional events at the stadium. Well, we've got 14 more events. We make 5 million an event out of that. So that's £70 million into the pot. That is exceptional, and fair play to ENIC for that. But only if the funds go into the team, not infrastructure. And dare I say, hotel anyone? So that's the pluses. Where I'm going to start going now is not so good. I don't like mentioning this, but dear old Sir Bill Nick must be spinning in his grave at the minute. I'm going to quote him. It's better to fail aiming high than to succeed aiming low. And we of Spurs have set our sight very high, so high, in fact, that even failure will have an echo of glory. He must be horrified. Echo of glory, not for me. Daring and doing, no. And can this board honestly say they aim high? Truly, with echoes of glory, you all draw your own conclusion. Now, to daring to do is like a red rag to a bull to me at the moment, because it's absolutely laughable. Yet the club and the board love to shove it in our faces at every home game. And I find it personally insulting. I'm sick of hearing it, seeing it from a board that doesn't dare or do, in my opinion. You might as well remove it all now and replace it with something more apt. To fear is to fail. To hesitate is to refrain. To avoid is to stall. To doubt is to stop. To conform is to settle. To throw managers under the bus is to hide. Whatever. Just stop this daring and doing bullshit once and for all. And never since its 1884 inception has it been more inappropriate for our beloved football club. So, Daniel, stop embarrassing us supporters with the daring and doing bullshit, because you don't. And I challenge everyone, even the board themselves, to give me evidence of their daring and doing. And just a little example on this. If they think that the stadium and gentrification of Tottenham was daring and doing, It's not. It was a guaranteed win to make the club the 9th richest or whatever it is in the world now, and their personal wealth and estate grows all the time. That was not daring and doing. That was a considered business appreciating decision. And also, I object to we've got our Tottenham back bullshit, because you do not back up those words with your actions. So that's one point. Then team
Sorry, can I come in there? Because
of course, Chris. Always.
I have said recently, where on earth do the board go if it doesn't work under Ange Postecoglou? And they did. You know, let's be honest and frank about it. They hit the major reset button because we sold Harry Kane, and you brought in someone who was going to, you've just mentioned the term there. We want our Tottenham back, and it was important to the football club. And Daniel Levy said at the time it was important to bring the style of play back, having had Jose, Nuno, Antonio Conte, right? So when you sack a manager. Yeah. And in my opinion, was someone with so much credit in the bank, having taken us, and I know you know everyone's sick of these stats and facts that I keep coming out with, but 518 days, he didn't spend a penny in transfer windows, multiple windows, right?
Yeah.
More than enough credit in the bank, took us to a Champions League final, blah, blah, blah. He then gets sacked in November. He then gets replaced by Jose Mourinho. Most fans, I felt at the time, were like, wow, Potter's gone, but wow, we've now brought in a guy who's got ambition, who wins trophies everywhere he's gone, right? And then you think, right, okay, you then sack him 6 days before a final. Where can you go? We wait 72 days for a manager. Nuno walks in, everyone's scratching their head thinking, really? Yeah. Right? Then he wins 3 out of 3. He gets manager of the month, and everyone's like, yeah, but the football's terrible, right? And then that doesn't work out. The crowd sing, you don't know what you're doing, when he takes Lucas Moura off. You then bring in Antonio Conte, and everyone's like, oh, wow, you know, ambition, you know, fantastic. We're going to win something now with this manager, because he's like, you know, you're updated Jose Mourinho, if you like, you know, the guy on the pulse now. And then you then go and appoint Ange Postecoglou. Do you know what? I have said quite often recently, the board have nowhere to go. But do you know what? Earlier today, I was like, do you know what? They do have somewhere to go. They only have one place left to go before I feel like people are like, no, we have had enough. And do you know where that place is? To bring Mauricio Pochettino back.
I would have guessed that, but yeah. This comes back to my point.
Will that be right or wrong? Who knows? But I feel like that's their only move.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I agree with you. The board have failed manager after manager, and I would like it to asking a plumber to fix a leak with a carpenter's tools. Poch, Monio, the poisoned wolf Ange, they've all not had what they needed to do the style of play that they want to do. Poch it's disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. You know, and if you look at the cold hard facts of, you know, what is or isn't changing with the team, and I've got some stats for you. In the 2023-24 season, okay, Spurs spent 254 million on players coming in, okay, and we got 119 in from players going out. Winks, Kane, Sanchez, and this will be a problem. So if you take that, we had allegedly a net spend of 107 million, on the first team, but Kulusevski and Porro for 65 million were already in the squad. But that was an investment that was just coming whether it happened or not. And if you take those two players being in the squad, when Vicario came in, he just replaced Lloris. When Maddison came in, he just replaced Winks. When Van der Ven came in, he just replaced Sanchez. And if you want to say that Johnson coming in replaced Kane in that window, you have added nothing in terms of numbers or depth to the squad. And if you take that 107 million that I said was the net spend, then if you knock off 65 million for Kulusevski and Porro, and then knock off 15 million that they spent on Phillips and Valise, the damning stat is that we spent 28.2 million in that window. That's the cold hard facts. If you add Dragus into that for the whole year, makes it 254 million. And that means a total investment in the team of 54.9 million or a Johnson. Okay. But in terms of numbers, the only thing we went up by was Werner coming in on loan, because all the rest were like for like. Moved to 2024. So we bought in Bergvall, Gray, Solanke, Odebear, and Yang. Okay. Out of the door went Skip, Royale, Lo Celso, Parrott. And if you look at like for like, Bergvall replaces Skip, Gray replaces Royale, Solanke, Lo Celso, if you like, or Parrott, whichever one you want, Odebear, Parrott. Forster is being replaced by Kinski. Roden, Højbjerg, and Don Waster went out. So that's 3 players, 3 senior players down, you didn't replace. And if you do the maths on that, in that window, and including Kinski up to now, this season, we've spent 155 million. We've had 96.5 million in. And if you knock off the youngsters, 52.5 million, we've invested 6 million quid in senior players. It is simply not good enough. And then I'll give you the wages figure. 2023-24, 144 million was our wage bill, up by 35 million on the previous year. 2024-25, we're now down by 39 million. So nothing has changed in the wage structure over from 22-23 to 24-25. This board, quite frankly, is taking the piss. And what you have to remember as well, and I do the maths on this, which is not for now, but another thing, the club generates a cash profit of £120 million per season. So if you take these 2 seasons I'm looking at, if you say that I'm saying we've spent 6 million in the first team and 28, but we spent 34 million on the first team. And other teams, I don't need to tell you who, are going in a different direction. Yeah. So where I sit, and in or out, everybody's personal opinion, and neither right or wrong, they're just observations based on your life experience. He has to take responsibility for his failings. There's been many. Sunday, should have played Reguilon, don't play Sarr. But again, I'll just go back to the plumber and the carpenter scenario. I'm still Angin because I've seen enough good football and all he needs is a balanced squad. I'll just give you a few examples. Man City, 4-0 away. First game with Radu and Ben at centre-half. Fresh minds, fresh bodies, we win 4-0. Villa, 4-0 twice. His system's good enough to take good teams to the cleaners. He's not had enough time. And let's go back to our dear old friend Zenit again. 24 years of ownership, anniversary on Saturday, 1st of February, 1st of February. Shall we bake them a cake? So in that period, they've had 16 managers, as the sign said the other day. Poch and Harry did 8.5 years between them, which means that 15.5 years have been done by the other 14 managers, or 1 year, 1 month per manager. How in God's name are you going to get or build anything with people there for such a short period of time? And also, I want to echo what Reza said, that old phrase, fish rot from the head first. Old Turkish phrase, and it basically means problems in an organisation often originate from its leadership. At Spurs, there is no board leadership. There is no communication, aside from that end of season, pithy, meaningless letter, which a 2-year-old could do. And Mr. Levy is mute. And if he wants to stay mute, that's fine. You have a chief football officer, whatever the hell that is, who should be speaking on behalf of the board. And nobody has been able to tell me yet what Scott Munn does. And I've just read tonight, Levy's on a personal mission to side Gomez. Why the effing hell do you have a CFO or technical director in place and then you're going to do the deals? And we all know what a brilliant relationship builder he is with other teams. And also, one final point for me just on this is, how can anyone with any sort of human decency hang their manager out to face the music alone? It's not humane. There's no accountability. Yeah. And taking that banner down was pathetic.
I've said that a lot, Sire, over the years. You know, during all these managers, the board and board members do need to come out and give updates. And I've even had conversations with club staff about this as well. And then they started to do it. Fabio Paratici started to do it. Johan Langer done one in the last transfer window. I've no doubt that, well, they've got to put one out at the end of this window. It's going to be interesting to see how he explains that. But so, you know, you're another one we could talk to all night, but we've got so many people.
Can I just make one final point, Chris? All I want to say is this board must go because it's a dereliction of duty. You have not signed a left back for 4 windows, no centre forward for 2 windows. January is a shambles. I've given you the manager's statistics. And just like it's time for players, whoever managers to go, it's their time to go. And like I said, I've finished off where I started. I saw the relegation back in 76, 77. And, you know, like Stu said, maybe that's the only thing that will get rid of this underperforming, uncommunicative and disgraceful board. And that's all I wanted to say, Chris. So thank you for listening to me and letting me go on my little ramble.
No problem. So, Craig hasn't got much of a word in edgeways with you or even a lot of the guests tonight, but he will talk to you at length on Sunday after hopefully we've beaten Brentford. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed.
Cheers,
Sunday,
chaps. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Bye.
We're now going to go to Paul. Paul, thank you so much for being patient. Great to have you here. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good. It's a pleasure to be on, Chris. I've watched this for many years now, so to actually be on is good. So I just want to start with some food for thought.
Yeah.
So Deloitte published a report last week on the top 20 clubs in the world, of which we are one. And we spend the least on wages compared to anybody. 42% of our turnover is spent on wages. Arsenal is second behind us with 53%, and Villa are currently spending 96% on wages. That says a lot. We are also the most profitable club in Premier League history. Well done, Mr. Levy. That says a lot. He's also the longest serving chairman in the Premier League. So there's also a report last year where we've got so much money with everything else in the stadium, and it is a game changer. We should be competing with City and Arsenal in the transfer market. Why aren't we? What's going on? We could make so much money by qualifying for the Champions League. Why isn't Levy doing that? Why isn't he building a squad for us to challenge for the Champions League? Makes sense. Anyone with any slightest business acumen, and Levy's a good businessman, would know that. But we're not. We're nowhere near it. We're not competing. The squad isn't good enough. The players we're buying isn't good enough. We're not going out to buy that Van Dijk that's going to change us the way Liverpool did. What they spend, 75 million? I'd never see us doing that. But we can. We've got the ability to do it. So why aren't we doing it? As for Ange, I thought last year, with the run into the season, I didn't think he was a manager for us. We were too predictable. We lost so many games, Arsenal, Newcastle, and it sussed us out. We were too open at the back. He's not the manager for us. I don't know if he should go now, but I don't want to see him in charge at the start of next season. So who do we go? I would like to see Poch back. I don't see that happening because Donna Cullen doesn't like him. It was her that blocked Levy's move for him before because he's good friends with Levy. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at the moment. But this is the darkest moment for us in my life, but we'll still be here next year. Will we be saying the same thing? Probably. We can't touch Levy. We can't get rid of him. We can protest. We can do what we like. He owns the club.
Paul, Paul, there's some great points there. I don't think, having heard a lot of people's opinions on it and about getting the board out or Levy to step down. It isn't going to happen. So if that's not going to happen, how do we as a fan base get the board, get Daniel Levy to change? Is that even possible, or are we just lumbered?
That's a good point, actually. Paul, can I ask you, do you think that there's going to be a change? Because I felt that when Ange Postecoglou, and I know you've been listening to the show so far, and I've mentioned or touched on this already, when we've gone through all of those different managers and you think, where on earth can we go next? And you think, okay, we're going to go and play attacking style football. You bring Ange Postecoglou in, it's got to be different. And then when I think it's very fair to say, people in hindsight sometimes, act like know-it-alls and say, oh, I told you. But in that first transfer window under Postecoglou, a lot of Spurs fans, including myself, were quite excited, thinking, well, we're getting business done early. We don't normally do this. And, signing players for the future. I know it was disappointing in the fact that, when James Maddison come in, everyone was excited. In the last transfer window, I felt like a lot of people, including myself, were saying we need more experienced players. But when you look at that first transfer window under Ange, and especially when we were unbeaten in those first 10 games, people were happy. And like on Craig's point, do you see, or are you confident in any way, or do you think it can happen that we can operate differently to what we have done under various other managers under Postecoglou?
It's down to Levy, isn't it? It's Levy's ambition. If Levy wants us to do that, then he'll go out and he'll spend 100 million on a game-changing player for us and pay the wages. It's the wages that's the key. That's why players don't want to come to us. That's why we lost out on Willian and the guy that went to Liverpool, Diaz, was it? Because he knew we wouldn't pay the wages. And that's the difference. It's down to Levy. If Levy's got the ambition to take us there, yeah, I can see that. But at the moment, no, he won't change. He won't change, and we can't do anything. The interesting thing is, with Sugar got pissed off with the fans abusing him, and that's it. What in the end, what forced him to sell to Ennick back in 2000. But I don't think anything we can do as fans is going to change that. But it's down to Levy. But he's not a stupid man. He should realise he's got to do something. I mean, surely he wants success at the club, doesn't he? Does he?
Well, how do you feel as a Spurs fan, Paul, about Daniel Levy? Because when he bought the club or invested in the club in 2001, £22 million. £22 million is now worth an estimated £4 billion.
I think he's done a good job we're a different club to where we were, because back then, 2002, 2004, we were relegation fodder each year, weren't we? We weren't playing well. We were buying players like Bunjevic, and we weren't doing anything. So he's bought us, and we got the stadium, and we've got this, kudos. We're a big six club. We aren't really, are we? Because we haven't won anything since 2008. So it's down to Levy. It's all up to Levy. If he wants to push that boat out. There's a story, I don't know if it's true, but Luis Suarez, before the transfer window, before he went to Liverpool, we were trying to buy him. Levy offered 12 million. Ajax said, no, we want 15. Give us 15 and he's yours. We didn't bother. Liverpool then paid 18 million for him in the following transfer window, and look at the player he turned out to be. Bruno Fernandes, there's so many. Until Levy does that, I don't know. He took a gamble with Ndombele, so he can do it, and that didn't work out. So maybe he's got his fingers back. I don't know, but it's down to Levy to part with the cash, and he's not doing that. It's disappointing.
I think you're right, Paul. In that, I mean, you've only got to read either quotes or quotes from books that people have written, like Glenn Hoddle, Harry Redknapp, Pochettino, Jose Mourinho, Conte. They've all said the same thing. There's too much to even go into, but I'm sure everybody knows what I mean. They've all said the same thing about how the club deals with certain situations, transfers, how they won't pay over the odds, how they will always look for the deal. We all know about Jack Grealish when he was supposed to be coming. He was waving goodbye to the Villa fans, for God's sake. 5 million or whatever it was for Jack Grealish, and tried to tried to change the deal at the last minute, lost the deal. Villa investors come in and Grealish stays. It's things like that. It's just a constant. And I wrongly, and I've said on here I was wrong, I thought it was going to be different this time with Ange, but it's not. It's the same. It's the same thing we've had for the last 24 years, isn't it? And
don't call me a fool here, but I have to play devil's advocate sometimes on this podcast. We do still have days left of the window.
We do. We've got 6 days left.
And this will probably be clipped and going, oh, Chris fell for it again.
What I would say though, Chris, you are right. You are right. But we all know that come, when the fireworks were going off at the Wheel in London, I checked my phone and thought, right, have Spurs signed anyone yet? Because we know that's not quite, we were going to sign anyone New Year's Day, but we all knew how desperate we were for players. So I was expecting in that week, there was going to be 2 or 3 players come through the door because they've had 4 months to sort this out and they've done nothing other than one goalkeeper.
No. Yeah. But if you compare Levy with Irving Scholar, Irving Scholar was just going out buying everybody and he paid exorbitant wages and everything. He was the complete opposite, but he was a Spurs fan. He loved Tottenham through and through. All right, he led us to bankruptcy, but he wasn't afraid to splash the cash.
Paul, last question for you. Stu writes here. Stu was just on. He said we will sign a superstar this window. I think he's winding me up actually. Paul, who is the last signing you got really excited about?
Mickey van der Ven. Van der Ven. I'd heard lots about him, and I thought, he was the one I wanted over Tapsoba, and I'm so glad we got him. And what a signing he's been. He's the last one. I wasn't that excited about Solanke, I've got to be honest, but I think he's done a good job. But on paper, we've got a team that will give anybody a game, but we're not.
Paul, thank you so much for joining us.
We will be here next summer and we'll start it all again come August and hopefully we'll have a new manager.
We can't keep doing this every 18 months, keep changing managers, Paul, keep going around the same cycles.
No,
I can't take it. I can't take it.
Do you think, though, if we approach Poch, he'd come back? I know he's at the USA now, but do you think he'd come back?
It's a very different story, isn't it? And it's a very look, if I was Pochettino, I'd be thinking, what's going to be different? What's going to be different? You are answer me there, Paul. What's going to be different if he comes back?
Nothing. We didn't back him in 2019 after the Champions League final, so nothing is going to be different. But he loves the club.
He loves the club, and I completely get that as well. And he's so tied to the club. You can tell how much love he has for the football club. Players, they go off to various clubs during their career, and managers the same. And you're always, loving that one club. There's always that feeling, and Poch definitely has it with us. The way that he was in tears after that Ajax game. I think a lot of neutral people fell in love with Pochettino that night as well. It was just an incredible moment, and I think a moment that all of us will never ever forget. And I'd love to see Pochettino back one day at the football club, not in the next year or so. I think the timing would be wrong. But I'd love to see him back in the future. But
we cannot stick with Ange, though, Chris. We really can't.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Paul,
but thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming on, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye all.
Cheers, Paul.
Mate. Chris, I noticed, if you saw Blake in the comments, he needs to leave for work in 20 minutes, so he's asked if he can come on. Sorry. Right, let's get Blake on straight away. Blake in Australia, I think it is. Blake in Australia, yeah?
Good morning, guys. Yep, here bright and early. So thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's this is a great forum to be able to air your grievances, as Frank Costanza once said. So thank you very much.
Blake, thank you so much. When you say good morning, what time is it?
10 to 7. So yeah.
That's not bad.
On 7 o'clock. Yeah. No, it's been good. So
how are you feeling right now?
Indifferent. At the start of the season, looking at the transfer window, I thought, we went the right approach. Obviously, youth was on the cards. Obviously, getting Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall in. We did some good business. Obviously, Dominic Solanke, our new record signing too. I really like him actually. I think he's a good fit for our squad. He holds up the ball well, and he gets players involved. And he does score from time to time, but that output could be more. Obviously, when he's not injured. But also, I was saying to my mates all along that I would cop a mid-table finish if we were lifting a trophy at the end of the season. It's just been too long. We've been starved of it for far too long. And I think that that's where the cautious optimism is coming from for me. I think that if we're still in all cup competitions, I think we're a really good chance if we capitalise in Europe this week to go deep in that competition. We've obviously got the semi-final next week too with Liverpool. There's opportunities there for trophies. And I think, I heard someone, a gooner of all people, talking about it on the game last week about, Ange may well lift the trophy and drop the mic and walk out at the end of the season. It's just the way things are going at the moment. It's just too dire. And who could blame him at this stage? There's been no backing. And I think he's been good at owning his faults. I think he has had he's been really good at doing that. Probably not publicly so much, but certainly, the reports that you read from within the club is that, he takes fault and, really takes the brunt of the criticism a lot of the time. At the same time, he hasn't been supported at all. And it just, it does feel the league form has been unacceptable. I fully appreciate that. But there hasn't been a lot of backing for him, I feel.
Blake, obviously fellow countryman, and I love the way you guys stand up for your fellow countrymen. I take it from what you're saying, you're still Angin at the moment. Then, I mean, take the nationality away from it. If this was a German in charge, would you still feel the same?
Can I just add on that as well? Because someone actually came up to me in the stadium the other day, and this is when we were at half time, by the way, so we were winning. So people were in a good mood. But someone come up to me and said, all your Australian guests that come on the podcast, do any of them ever criticise Ange Postecoglou? Which I thought that was quite an unfair comment. But let me put that to you as well, Blake, following on from Craig's question.
Yeah, I think the only reason I've gone from fully Angin, obviously, being a countryman, to probably fence sitting. I think I kind of sit on the fence because it's like I have seen him work systems wherever he goes. And I know, you're going to get the barrage of, it's not the Premier League, it's not this, it's not that. But, Brisbane Roar was called Barcelona here in Australia. They were unstoppable. They have the record for the most amount of wins in any code ever in this country because they just went on an incredible run and they just kept winning. And everyone was like, this is Barcelona. Like, that's just what they were called. I've seen it work we've all seen it work elsewhere. Even at Celtic, did the treble. So
Blake, sorry, just about in there. Were Brisbane Roar, were they good before he took over? Sorry, or did he turn them into this wonderful team?
They had good players. They had former Socceroos. They had really good players for the A-League standard at the time. But he moved them on. He moved all these big names on at the time, and everyone was going, Ange, what are you doing? This is not going to work. And he went for youth. He built the team that he needed for the system that he needed, and they backed him, and they just went on this incredible run. I think that's where I have that cautious optimism with him. And that's why I'm still sitting on the fence because it's I've seen this work in so many times. He cleared Celtic out. He cleared Yokohama out. He cleared people out that didn't want to be there. And to a degree, he's done that. But then what's happened is that the board they haven't then financially backed him to bring in what he needs or more so the depth that he needs as well, because we're in Europe. We're back in Europe. That was not the case last season. So there was probably an opportunity for rotation. But yeah, he fully rebuilt that team, and they had big names in that team. Craig Moore was in there. That was a former Socceroo and played in the golden era with us in the World Cup. There were some massive names in that team, and he said, "You don't want to be part of this? See you later." And the club backed him. So, yeah.
Blake, what do you say to the doubters, the Spurs fans in England doubting Ange Postecoglou?
I say to remain optimistic. That's who I am as a person anyway. I'm a very optimistic person. And I feel that, that there is that opportunity still. But I fully appreciate that, people are in a bind at the moment where, the results aren't there. League form has been really appalling. It's it's just been, it's not, I think I've got to wear both hats here because I am on the fence a little bit. I think that, the league form has been really poor. But what I will say is I think a lot of Spurs fans would absolutely take it. And all right, we might be pushing towards the bottom of the table. And that's a really concerning thing as a fan. We all know that. But I think if we're standing at Wembley lifting a trophy and we somehow stay up in the Premier League, I think a lot of fans would be pretty happy with that. It's fair to say. Blake, you mentioned about wearing hats. Of course, you're wearing your Spurs shirt right now. You got to go to work. You're not going to work like that, are you? No, unfortunately not. It's a uniform policy. But I would love to do it, and I wear this badge of pride. I've been a supporter for 14 years down under, so this is long before Ange was here. Whether Ange is here or not, I'm still a Spurs man, and I'm very grateful for my mates that got me on board with this club, and maybe not so much at the moment. It's fair to say, but I do believe that we just what I have seen is that the club is more united than ever in pulling in the same direction. And I think change needs to happen from the head of the snake, to be honest. And I think we can all be in agreement with that one. And just wanted to say thanks for having me on.
Blake, very quickly before you go.
Sure.
What is the general feeling in Australia, not just from Tottenham fans, but from Australians as regards Ange? Do they think us as a fan base are being too harsh on him? Are you kind of cuddling your fellow countrymen and thinking we're treating him harshly? Or
good question.
No, that's great question, Craig. I actually think the media coverage here has been that they really want it to work. And I think that's the feeling within Tottenham fans, generally speaking, too. If you sort of have some empathy towards him, I would actually say it's a very similar approach here in Australia. I think it's like, Ange, we really want this to work. He's like he is the greatest ever football manager to come out of this country, for sure. But it's, everyone is cautiously optimistic. I think we're all kind of in that same boat where it's like, we want this to work. We really, there's the heart on the sleeve. Come on, Ange, prove the doubters wrong. But I think it's very similar. I think it's a very similar approach to what Spurs fans feel, and that we want it to work. But it's something miraculously needs to happen over the next little while, and I hope that's in the form of lifting a trophy for sure.
Blake, I've come to the conclusion that I think you are the Australian Ricky Norwood.
That's the biggest praise ever. I love that guy. I love listening to Ricky. I love listening to you guys chat. That is amazing, and he is so positive. I tell you what, I just want to say before I go as well, this show keeps me going as a Spurs fan. The different views and opinions, everybody's so level-headed. And, we have times where we're not happy, and that's understandable as football fans. We're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to have our differing opinions on things. But, this show keeps me going. And, I just want to say a big shout-out to you guys. And I'm sorry, Chris, that some fans have really been getting stuck into you. It's not fair. I hope that changes soon. And, keep doing what you're doing, mate. It's great content.
Blake, so great to talk to you. Thank you so much, and we'd love to have you on as a guest on the Spurs Chat podcast. So I'll definitely be in touch.
I'd love that. Thank you so much, guys.
Brilliant.
Cheers. Have a good day at work,
Blake.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Ta-da.
Right, let's go to Lee over in New York. I tell you what, we're talking to people all around the world. I love this. Lee, great to have you here again. How are you?
Good. I thought I'd cheer you up. I'd show you the New York skyline, if you can see that. That's the top of the Empire State over there.
Oh, wow.
It's a sunny day here. Do you know what? I live in Chelsea. You can't make it up, can you?
Well, I'll tell you, talking about New York, Lee, you're only going to be, getting a hint from Craig that he'll want to come over and stay with you.
Oh yeah. I just need to negotiate with my wife a little bit, but we've
got about 3 contacts now in New York and New Jersey. So it's good. I do like this, Chris. When you say, right, let's go to it's like the Eurovision Song Contest when the votes come.
Amazing.
In, right, let's go to Poland.
Lee, you don't sing, do you?
I'm from Devon originally, but I've been here for like 18 years. But I'm just hanging on to my accent as best I can.
Well, do you sing though, Lee? That's the thing.
No.
If we're talking about Eurovision. Now let's talk about Spurs, Lee.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't get there.
Brushes and stuff.
No, we won't go there again. Lee, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Probably a silly question, but I feel like that is the most important question sometimes on these shows, about how people are feeling, because we've had our ups, we've had our downs, but I tell you what, after Sunday's defeat, yeah, a lot of people are feeling it again.
Yeah, well, and I just want to say, you know, you're a class act. It's a great channel. Craig's great. Like, just keep doing what you're doing. I want to say that. Do you guys know about the 5 stages of grief? Right, I wrote them down because I looked it up. Number 1 is denial. Number 2 is anger. Number 3 is bargaining. Number 4 is depression. And number 5 is acceptance. So I think Mr. Daigle is at bargaining, right? We're all going to get together and we're going to march down the road. Like, I'm a big fan of Brian's, but who knows? Unfortunately, I'm somewhere between depression and acceptance. Just because, you know, the board's not going to change anytime soon, whether we like it or not. And, you know, we're just in this hope world of get players back. So I think it's probably a function of age, but no, I'm in somewhere between depression and acceptance. And I don't know if that's healthy or just reality, you know.
Do you get like that? I've said that, Lee, like, you know, you kind of get numb to it, don't you? And I remember getting like feeling like this, well, many times since Poch left, to be honest with you. You get your hopes up, they draw you back in and then let you down, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that's good is, you know, that's for as long as any of us have been Spurs fans, been pretty much the case. You know, we'll lose to the team we should beat and we'll beat the team we should lose to. But yeah, I think this feels like a moment, doesn't it? And who knows if it's a tipping point, but it does feel like this is a new, you know, each week everyone says it's a new low and then it isn't, right? There's another one. But this does feel like a moment. And certainly if we think about a critical week, 10 days for this football club, if we think about the cup games, we think about the end of the transfer window, like this could not just define the rest of the season. This could define the next couple of years because it's that critical.
Yeah. So it is, like you say, it's a huge week, isn't it? The final day of the transfer window, those 2 cup competitions. Of course, the Europa League draw is on Friday.
Right.
It's a big week. Lee, I've said on various shows since Sunday, and including Sunday's podcast, that I've never known that level of criticism and the amount of chants against Daniel Levy and the board that I've seen on Sunday at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium since we moved in. Does that force him to perhaps sign a few players that perhaps we wouldn't have done because of that criticism, because of all those chants? And, you know, how must he feel as a chairman? You know, how must a human being feel when they get that level of, you know, chanting, abuse, etc., etc.?
Yeah, I mean, it's assuming or hoping that he has an empathy gene, as opposed to being a narcissist. We don't know that. I had a season ticket at Tottenham. What was it, 98 through to about 2004? So I got a lot at the end of the sugar, and you know, it was deafening at times. We want sugar out. Remember all of that? But I think Sugar, you know, you love him or hate him, I think deep down was like, I don't need this, you know. And I think, you know,
Lee, sorry to interrupt. There was a great documentary. I think it actually came out during the COVID times here in England, and they interviewed a number of Alan Sugar's family, and they said what a terrible time it was. They hated turning up at the stadium, they hated leaving the stadium, they hated all of the abuse. It was a real, like, their family said it was just such a horrid time. You know, anyone involved in that kind of criticism, it cannot be easy for. So do you think that will be forced because of that level of criticism with the transfers, because we don't have long left?
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can wonder is if again we're clutching at straws here, is he just returning to type? If he, for whatever reason, didn't set a big enough budget for this window, and if that's the case, then perhaps we're back to how he used to be, which was, you know, back to his sort of, you know, financial stocks and shares trading background, where he was all about the last day, right? He was about the last 24 hours. I don't have much money to spend. I'm shopping at Costco, as they'd say here. and he was all about the deal of the last 24 hours. And we got away from that. And we talked about some of the previous guests about how we got signings in early. You mentioned it, Chris, for Ange. But you know, I sort of, you know how it goes. You put that thought in your head, and you go, oh, so I'm maybe it's that, and it's the last day, and we'll all be glued to it. And yet, who knows? You know, that's the only thing that's maybe keeping me going. Of, you know, is it going to be more like it used to be, where we signed Van der Vaart on the last day of a window? We sign some loan players, but again, it's just hope, really.
Yeah, I kind of miss those days. If we'd done a bit of business, a bit more business, we weren't in such dire straits at the moment. You know, having Harry Redknapp with his arm out the car window talking to her, that was brilliant. And obviously, the plans at the moment are to do a transfer deadline day show. But me and Chris were speaking about this before. If it's quite obvious that there's nothing going on, I think it was last January, or certainly the summer window, all the lights were off at the training ground. Nobody was even there, so nothing was going on. I mean, as Chris says, we got 6 days left, and the transfer window is still open. But Lee, you must think the same as us. We needed players in, didn't we? But why have they not? I mean, I'm going to probably ask a lot of guests the same question. Why have they not bought in any outfield players yet, in your opinion?
I mean, it feels like it was all their eggs in one basket situation. Like the guy, the PSG guy who's gone to Juventus. It felt like, sadly, you know, when Paratici was there was always this talk of, you know, he's always got 8 players for every position. He goes down the list, and Lang, he works in the shadows, but like I mean, look, based on evidence, it feels like we had that guy. We must have been led to believe that he was interested in coming. You'd have to think that it didn't happen. I think most of us thought, well, there'll be an immediate, you know, a bit like what happened with Van der Ven, right? We were in for, I can't remember the other player that we were looking at, but anyway, he couldn't.
Sober.
Yeah, that's right.
Sober, yeah.
And thank goodness, right? But I think it's actually criminal. I really think it's criminal. And I get when Postecoglou talks about, we don't just want to add numbers, we've got to add quality. I don't think that's right anymore. I think we just need, you know, I remember a boss used to say to me, someone who's a 6 out of 10 person with a warm pulse is better than a 10 out of 10 with a cold pulse. Sometimes you just need bodies, and we need bodies right now. We just do. We're running on empty. So I hope at least there'll be some loans, but this, you know, based as of right now, I mean, I just looked while I was waiting to come on. You know, again, it's the hope that kills you. You start looking and there's nothing. It's just a bunch of hot air and speculation.
Lee, last question for you. Where's our next Premier League win coming from? I know it's a very difficult week next week in the Cups, but our Premier League win, because 15th in the table, none of us want to be seeing that league table right now, 8 points away from the relegation zone. I know it's been joked a lot, and I know that it was widely reported in the newspapers about, you know, the jokes about being relegated. Personally, I don't feel like we're going to get relegated because of the teams below us are so poor and they can't seem to pick up that number of points. But when you look at our form and you look how many points that we've picked up in the last 10 games, it's just simply not good enough. So, you know, where's our next Premier League win coming from, in your opinion?
It's not Saturday.
No, we're playing Sunday.
There you go. It's not Sunday. I'll take a draw at Brentford right now. My goodness. I don't know, mate. And that's so sad. It's more likely that it's going to come from when we play City. You know, this is the irony of our football team, right? It's more likely that we'll do something there than we will of what's happened in the last few weeks. So goodness only knows. But I think we've got to, you know, I wrote down, like, I think we need a circuit break, not a comfort blanket. Something's got to change. And I, you know, I'm loath to say fire the manager, but something's got to change. If it's not going to be Levy, we've either got to sign players. That feels like the most obvious thing to change, or we've got to get players back and they just hit the ground running in a way that just takes us on. But something's got to change. I just don't quite know what it is, but it might have to be Ange, unfortunately.
Lee, you're always such a great guest. Thank you so much. And we've got to get you on the main podcast very soon as well.
Love to.
Brilliant. Have a great day. We'll speak to you soon.
Take care.
Cheers, Lee.
Cheers. I tell you what, we've had so many great guests on this evening, and we've got 3,000 people watching live at the moment. And if you'd like to get involved in a future show, please do send me an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. You're very welcome to come on, have your say. You can ask us questions, and we will ask you questions. And but the most important thing is that you get your say on our football club, Tottenham Hotspur. Now, we have got so many guests in the green room still, and lots of people trying to get in. So if you are still trying to get in, please do stay patient, and please do come on. We're going to go to Simon. Simon in Australia. Simon, what time is it there?
Hey, mate. So, can I
I've done
ask
it to him
a
again.
favour?
I've put him on the spot again. Shall I come back to you?
I've got like one of my clients is just at me this morning. Can I go on next? Is that okay?
Absolutely. We'll see you in a minute.
All right.
I put people on the spot, you see. We're going to go to Orki over in Turkey. I tell you what, we go everywhere around Europe, everywhere around the world. How are you?
Brilliant. Well, obviously not happy with what's happening with Spurs, Chris. I just want to first of all start by saying that, I've been watching you guys for a number of years. I'm a big fan of the show. I'm a big fan of yours. I heard about, obviously, some of the stuff that you mentioned about getting abuse and all that kind of stuff. There's no need for that. That's crazy and ridiculous. And I'm really, as a fan of the show, as a fan of you guys, I'm really sorry to hear that. And I just want to say thank you so much, because obviously I've been watching you for a long time. You go to all the games. You go to bloody Australia, here, there, everywhere. And the amount of effort you put into it. Mate, I've got nothing but appreciation and love to you guys. And after every game, when you got people like Ricky on and stuff, it's a really good watch, and it's kind of like therapy as well, especially in these kind of times when things are going wrong. It's really great to hear you guys. So thank you so much for everything that you guys do. Just want to start off by saying that. Wanted to get that off my chest. And as you can probably tell from my accent, I lived in London for over 30 years. I've only been back in Turkey the last 4 or 5 years. My mum has been really sick, so I kind of had to come back. But I've been a Spurs fan since the 80s. I moved to London in 88. I'm 46 years old, so I've seen us, through the whole Premier League era. And what I'll say, I'll begin by, kind of coming in on Ange first and foremost. It's a difficult one, because I personally think he needs to be given more time, and I think he has been really unlucky, obviously, with the injuries and things like that. I still do have faith that I think he can turn this around. And if we do sack him, what is the alternative? Most likely, I would imagine it's going to be Ryan Mason, because it's all very good people mentioning, managers like Areola or De Silva. You might be able to attract him with a big offer of a salary and things like that at the end of a season, but you're not going to get those guys now in the middle of the season, dropping the teams that they're, and why would they? Where you look at where Bournemouth are, you look at what Fulham are doing and how well they're all doing, their squads and things. Why would they leave and come to Tottenham right now? So we need to steady the ship. And obviously the news is that throughout February, more and more players are going to come back. Hopefully no more players are going to get injured, I hope, because it's been talked about. Obviously we seem to get one player back and then we'll lose another two, so that's really been frustrating. But I think hopefully if things turn around, there's still a big chunk of the season to play. I don't think we're going to get I don't think we will get relegated. I think, as you said, some of the teams below us are way too poor. I think we're better than those teams, and as I said, I think once we get even 2 free players back, like Van der Ven, if Romero comes back, Udogie comes back, and obviously Bissouma isn't fully fit. Sarr obviously apparently is injured again. Once a few of those players are back, I think we'll start to get our game back again. Because I'm a bit like you. I'm kind of if Ange was to get sacked, as long as we can get somebody really a fantastic manager, okay. But then I'm in the camp of I totally am so fed up with Levy and Enoch and what they've done. I mean, a lot of the points I was going to make have been made by a lot of the guys, the last sort of 3-4 guys that were on before me. But I mean, you look at it's Enoch and Levy, yes, people say, oh yeah, they spent money, they've spent 300 million, they've spent 500 million, etc. But they never, it's like if we need 5 or 6 now ready-made stars. They'll go and buy 1 or 2, but then they'll buy 3 or 4 kids or prospects for the future. Whereas including Poch era, what we always need, like I just want to use this summer 2024. The 2 players that are, that you can really mention that were, that could come straight into the team and improve the depth of the team were Solanke and Odebear. Well, Odebear played a couple of games and then he got injured. Story of our life. So the only player that you can mention is Solanke. Whereas I thought even with those 2 players, we still needed. I don't really rate Richarlison. I don't think he's good enough. So I think we needed another Solanke type of forward. We needed a left back, a backup to Udogie. We needed a right back because Spence wasn't getting a look in. So I would say there are certain things about Ange that I would criticize. Like he was being even when we had all the players fit, there were certain players that just weren't getting a look in. Jed Spence being a prime example. I just could not ever understand why he never really got a bit of a run in the team. And as we've seen, since all the injuries and he's had to play him, I think he's been one of our best players. I don't know about you guys, but I really rated his performances in the games that he's played since he's come back into the team. And he's actually, his official position is a right back. Although majority of those games he's played in a left back, he's actually officially a right back. So we obviously Odebear was supposed to be cover for either left wing, right wing, but like this summer, even summer 2024, I think we needed at least another 3 or 4 right now players to come in to really, give the squad a depth to be able to cope with it, because it wasn't a surprise, was it? Like we were going to be in Europe, so we knew we were going to be in Europe. We had the Premier League, like we were going to be in 4 competitions. And literally we knew that from September onwards till New Year, we were going to play 3 times a week. So, Levy knew this, the board knew this, and yet they, like how we say, like how we keep saying year after year after year, they just do not fully back managers. And what they did to Poch is a huge crime. Like you asked the question to a few of the other guests, should Poch have been sacked? I don't think so. Like in 2019 when Poch got the sack, I don't think he should have been sacked. I think, had he been given time, I'm pretty certain he would have turned it around. But again, he is another manager who never really got the full backing that he deserved. Even in his 3rd season, like in the season 2016-2017, when we played our last season at White Hart Lane, the old White Hart Lane, and we had the last game and we beat Manchester United. And even I remember that summer he was talking about, because some of our top players like Christian Eriksen, some of the players were getting older, and he was saying he was talking about bringing in some fresh blood then. And probably wanted like 4 or 5 additions to bolster that squad, which he never got. So it just seems to be Levy and Enoch just failing manager after manager after manager after manager. You mentioned, if you're going to bring in someone like Conte or Jose Mourinho, those managers, wherever they've gone, usually their board have gone and spent 100 or 200 million in one transfer window. And Enoch and Levy have never done that. And I think in recent years where we have been more successful, is probably in our most successful period, that's the sort of money that they needed to spend, but they never do. They just go and buy 1 or 2. Yeah.
Can I jump in there? You say you're dead right about Mourinho and Conte, right? And obviously Mourinho manages in your country now, obviously. Yeah. So how do you think that initial conversation went when both of those guys were recruited? Because surely both those managers experienced enough, they would be saying to Daniel Levy, right, you know how I do things, you know what I need. This is how much we need to spend. I know I've seen the squad. I don't have to actually work with them. I know where the gaps are, but this is the money I need. Yeah. Am I going to get it? And Levy would have presumably turned around and said, yes, or they wouldn't have come, these managers. Do you think they would both feel extremely let down by the board? And surely those conversations would have happened, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I think Probably, yeah, to attract them. He probably said, right, come in, have a look at the squad. Obviously, you know, it's one thing looking at players from outside. Obviously, you know, these managers are more experienced than you and I and, you know, every other fan, you know, but there's only so much you can see from the outside. So obviously when you get in there, you're in the, you know, training ground and you're seeing them day in, day out, and seeing, you know, their attitudes. You talk to them, because I'm sure he, you know, probably someone like Mourinho, someone like Conte, or actually most managers, they probably, once they go into a new team, they probably have one-to-ones with most of the, at least the so-called senior or bigger players, or probably maybe majority of the squad. I don't know. So he probably said, look, come in, do your assessment, and then whatever, you know, you and, you know, the rest of the recruitment team, you know, whatever you are going to need, we will support you. I'm pretty sure he would have said that. Otherwise, you know, why would those sort of managers arrive? I doubt, like, because, you know, just from a business sense, I don't think he would have said, right, you got 100 million. Like, I don't think he would have given him any kind of limits from the off. He probably said, right, come assess the squad, assess the players, you know, see them over the next couple of weeks, you know, base your opinions on, you know, who's good or who's not. I mean, we kind of got a bit of a look in at I'm sure you guys will watch the Prime, you know, All or Nothing. And so we got a little bit of a look in, but I think a lot of the times they play up to the camera. And I think a lot of those kind of meetings that he had were probably, you know, set up a little bit like those reality shows. But you do see like the conversations that Levy and Jose Mourinho were having, and some of the players and Jose were having as well. So I think, you know, so he probably did say, you know, review the squad, and whatever, you know, whoever you're not happy with, we'll get rid of, and we'll bring in new, you know, fresh blood. You know, it's just, you know, come up with a list for me, or come up with a list for, you know, whoever was the head of recruitment at the time. And then, you know, we'll discuss it up, you know, within ourselves. And, you know, but then probably soon they found it, because, you know, we didn't exactly go and, you know, blow the bank for Jose or Conte, did we? Both of those managers. We brought one or two players. Again, we probably needed 4 or 5, you know, right now players, but we go and buy 1 or 2. And then, you know, we, as Conte mentioned, you know, we bought club players, you know, like he clearly didn't want Jed Spence there, did he? Conte, you know, Conte called him, what was it? A club signing.
Yeah.
Club signing,
yeah.
Club signing or something like that.
Audrey, you're always a great guest. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Right, we're now going to go back to Simon. After Simon, we're going to go to Darren. I'm just going to give someone a little bit of a warning now, just you know, in case of just pouncing on them, so they're ready. Simon, how are you?
Good, mate. Good. How are you?
All good. What time is it in Australia, and where are you?
I'm in Sydney. It's coming on to 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay, not that bad. Yeah. How are you feeling?
But I'm still in my Spurs PJs. You know, despite the form, maybe I can dream, you know, some good.
Simon, dare I ask? You said you had a client at 8 o'clock, and you're in your pajamas. I just wonder what sort of business you're running.
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
I have to ask.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah. No, I'm a.
You didn't have to ask.
Yeah. So it's I deliver stuff in the morning.
Sorry, you don't have to explain yourself. Whatever you get up to in your own time, Simon, is
okay.
Totally
it's
your
all right.
business.
This will only go out to thousands of people. Don't worry.
There's nobody watching.
That hole. Yeah. After all the comments last time about this guy's a drunk, you know, who cares? Like,
you were tired.
You
were talking to us at about 3 a.m., weren't you?
Oh, I was because I hadn't been on before, and I was like, "What's the process? How do I think I was up at like 4:30, because that's when the time where the green room opened or the studio opened for this." And I was just like, yeah. Anyway, I'll try.
Commitment.
I got my coffee. I'll try and do better this time. I'll try to be a bit more legible. But it was good that you could see my sincerity and my heart about everything that I was trying to say. Yeah. So how are you guys?
A bit deflated. A bit deflated, as you probably heard. It's Simon, let's start by talking about the Leicester game, because it's fair to say a lot of us went into that game. Yes, we got a lot of injuries, but I said on the podcast after the game, I felt like we had more than enough quality in that team to go and beat Leicester City, a team that had gone in to this game 7 defeats on the spin. These terms that I absolutely hate, Spursy, Dr. Tottenham. Well, it's happened again. That's another chant that the opposition fans normally sing to us. It's happened again. Could you believe what you witnessed on Sunday? And what do you make? Because, of course, you're in Australia, big Ange Postecoglou fan, and you probably heard that I said earlier that a lot of English people think that not a lot of Australian people criticise Ange Postecoglou. Do you think that's fair?
Sorry, not a lot of people criticise him in Australia, do you mean?
Yeah, it seems that a lot of English people think that because you're Australian, that you don't really criticise what Ange Postecoglou does or what he gets wrong. Is that a fair comment?
No, every question that's been asked today, every question that keeps getting thrown around in the pundits and all this kind of stuff, for me, it's all very surface level. Like, did Ange make a mistake? Yes. Okay. Why did that mistake occur? All right. Was it to do with squad depth, injuries, pressure from I've got to get this guy game time and limit this guy's game time and then put all this. So all this kind of stuff that feeds into this mistake that Ange made, and every manager that makes a mistake needs to be held accountable by the fans and the powers that employ them. But I just challenge people to think about why these mistakes are happening. Okay. And I'm not saying it so people can then give Ange some slack. And as we've seen in all these interviews, he's the last person to ever shy away from getting slack or wanting slack or whatever. He should be held accountable for all this. But it should be looked more through, a fine-tooth comb before we let our emotions and our feelings and all that happens, because that just leads to a narrow-minded look on how we view something. And it's like, okay, I'm all my emotions, because they've been so fickle and negative because of the results that we're getting. And we're not trying to understand the nuances of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. No, it kind of does.
Chris is looking at me funny. I was just
I feel like I've taken over on this show, so I was going to let Craig get a word in finally.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, go, Craig.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I was just sitting there thinking about, you comment. I totally get what you're saying. I mean, on the whole, so you still think Ange needs time, presumably, and you think that he hasn't been backed. I mean, we've had a lot of opinions on the board tonight from people coming here. I think almost unanimously people have come on here tonight. Not one person has said anything good about the board and Daniel Levy. Are you in that camp as well?
Yeah. So when I was on last time, I said Daniel Levy's done some exceptional things for this club, right? Building the stadium, the training grounds, the base, which you need to, have a big club and moving forward. And I think identifying that an individual like Ange is for what he brings. And my other fellow countrymen talked about how he's very much after people that want to play, that want to give everything, that, it doesn't matter who you are, a superstar or a junior or whatever. If you're going to play a system and do it in the way that is with integrity and heart and passion and all that kind of stuff, they're the players he wants. And it's seen him get success. So with the board, I can say something good about the board and still have every negative and frustrated feeling, and this isn't not good enough. And for me, they're held accountable by the fans and everything. like our situation is dire, and all that we get to see is we have no incomings. That's all we get to see. Okay, we need to see someone come in. We don't get to see behind the wall, so to speak, or the doors about, you know, how hard it is or what's going on or whatever. So I'd love to see a bit of transparency in regards to all that stuff, you know, whether that's never going to happen, it feels like, because it's all so tight-knit, and it's just the way football is in a lot of businesses and sports and franchises and all that kind of stuff, that we don't show you anything. You just see incomings and outgoings and all that kind of stuff. So all we're seeing is no one's coming in, and that is unacceptable. You know, I don't understand why. Maybe there's some pretty good reasons, but it's not good enough, not even close to being good enough considering our situation. But I would love to understand why. I would love.
Simon, lastly, do you think that Ange Postecoglou will last until the end of the season?
So I hope he gets his team back, and I hope he can do what I know he can do, and have a strong finish in the Cups and the season. So that's my hope, as long as he gets his team back. If Premier League results start not improving, even with players back, then I can't see it, because it feels like, well, there's nothing else to do. But my heart will go out to him, because all this form and lack of players and ability to train with players and time on the training pitch and all that kind of stuff has a flow-on effect to the rest of the season. Like, it's like, you know, Romero, Van der Ven, Udogie, all these people that come in that we need back, they need time to get back up to pace and all that kind of stuff. So it's, yeah. So it's a fickle one. I hope, as a fan, that he gets his players back and we start seeing some form. And yes, I would love to see him go to the end of the season, have a summer transfer window, and we go again with maybe a cup run or something. But if it doesn't change, then I can't see it, no.
Simon, you're always such a great guest, and I haven't forgotten you to come on the Spurs Chat podcast.
Yeah, I didn't want to harass you, because I know you're getting in flooded and all this kind of stuff. I just didn't know the process, mate. That's
do you know what I've loved the last week or so? The amount of emails, the amount of people that want to come on this show to talk about Spurs. Honestly, it has blown my mind. It used to just be me doing the Spurs updates, 60-second updates, etc., and now to talk to people like you all around the world, and so many of you want to come on. I tell you what, it's the biggest compliment, and it is fantastic that all of you want to come on and talk to us. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll definitely be in touch.
No problem. All the best.
Cheers, Simon.
And see you on the other side of the next game.
Get back to work. See you soon.
See you later.
See you guys.
Ta-da.
Right, we're now going to go to Darren. Darren, thank you so much for waiting. How are you?
Good. How are you, gentlemen?
Very well.
Good.
Where are we talking to you from?
I'm in from San Diego, California.
Oh, wow. You see, we go all over the place.
We haven't had anybody from the West Coast, have we, so far? So that's another place we got to visit. We got another, that's good.
Oh, the fires are out presently, so...
I was going to say, is there any wildfires down where you are?
Not today. Not today.
That's good news. Good news.
Yeah.
Darren, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Because as I mentioned throughout the show so far, lots of ups and downs. It feels like another down at the moment. How are you feeling ahead of the Elfsborg game in the Europa League and the Brentford game on Sunday?
Well, I mean, these are dark times. These are dark times. I've been following Spurs for probably a decade now. I got into football, what we call soccer, through the World Cup, and then found the Premier League and happened to have a colleague that supported Spurs. So that was my entry point. And I want to thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate all that you do. You asked me how I'm feeling about the games. I think it was Ricky who says I'm a fan. I'm a true fan, and I will always support the team.
Yeah,
especially the players. And I am still rooting for Ange. So cautiously optimistic. We got to take care of business at home against Elfsborg, and we need a result in the Premier League. So cautiously optimistic for Brentford for at least a draw.
Do you know what's amazing in football, Darren? I was thinking about this earlier and almost had to kick myself and tell don't be so stupid, because I don't think it will go like this. But I think we'll beat Elfsborg. And then, 3 tough games coming up. Brentford away, Liverpool away in the Cup, and Villa away, obviously, in the FA Cup. Could you imagine, just take those final 3 games, if we got wins in all 3 of those? I know it's very, very hard to even fathom at the moment, and I can't imagine us winning those 3 games. But can you imagine if we did, how much of a boost? God, do we need that boost, don't we?
Yeah. And I think in my email to you, Chris, I was on about the negativity. I mean, coming at you guys in the comments, the abuse, the players who are, I believe Ange when he says they're giving everything. I mean, I think that would just do wonders for the mindset of everyone, especially the fan base. But I mean, the players need it. Ange needs it. Yeah. Even if we got 2 wins out of those 3, I mean, with the thin squad right now, I think I don't want to be out of any of these competitions, but we definitely need to get some results in the league. And if we can cut down on some of the fixtures list, because we just don't have the squad to rotate right now. But yeah, any 2 wins, 3, all the better would be awesome.
Darren, how confident are you that the club will actually get signings over the line before the 3rd of Feb deadline?
I think same old story. I think we got to get somebody, at least one. But I mean, history tells us that history tampers my optimism in that area. So I would say that we got to get at least some reinforcement, but it's not. History tells me it's probably not going to be more than one, and we'll be lucky if it's one more.
Yeah,
we'll see. And we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
You're not confident.
Yeah. Hopeful, not confident would be a fair way to summarize my feelings on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think we're all we all got our own ideas about who we need. We've discussed it on here a million times, the players we need, and I would go as far. I think Brian used it, and I've used it. It's a dereliction of duty, as far as I'm concerned, by the club not getting these players in, and it does make you question what Scott Money's doing, what Johan Langer is doing. Is it just them, or does it go higher than that? Do you think, Darren?
I've been asking my question that because Levy handled, all the player management until he appointed Pradici. But how much autonomy, how much authority do they have? I mean, if it were me, and I don't make these sorts of decisions, I would say, here's your budget, go off as you see fit. But how involved is he? And just the patterns, holding out until the end of the transfer windows, trying to get the best absolute deal, prioritizing the younger players versus the ready to go into the squad, those ready to go in the squad. It tells me that they don't have the autonomy that they should have.
I'll tell you what, Darren, I've actually spoken to Fabio Pradici a number of times recently. He's still involved. He's doing bits, as he calls it. But his ban is up in July, so I'm sure that he'll be at the football club a lot more. Last question for you. Mickey van der Ven is in contention, hopefully, to play against Elfsborg on Thursday. But James Maddison, we're hearing now that Papa Matasar are injured for the next couple of weeks. How have you felt about the injury crisis at Spurs this season?
In some ways, it's bad luck, snake bitten. It's happened 2 seasons in a row, so we have to look at the training. I know they're bringing in new positions to assess that. We also have a thin squad that we have not, and we didn't rotate early. So some of this is on Ange. So I think the parts that fall on Ange are on the squad rotation early in the season, and perhaps his part in the training. So ideally, we survive these dark times. Ange survives these dark times, learn the lessons, and get what we can from this season and do better next season.
Darren, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we can talk to you again very soon when we're a bit more happier.
Yes, sir. Take care, gentlemen.
Cheers,
Thanks, Darren.
Have a great day.
Cheers.
We're now going to go to Marcus. Marcus, so sorry for keeping you waiting. There are a lot of people wanting to have their say on Tottenham, as you can imagine. But thanks for staying with us. How are you and how are you feeling right now?
I've been following Spurs since late 70s. This is probably as bad as it's been. I felt like coming on with the camera off and using a false name, but I don't know. It's a difficult one at the moment. I just I said after the Arsenal game, you just wonder where the next win's going to come from. And since then, I said 4 points minimum Everton Leicester. We've come away with 0, and I think we've only lost one game by more than a goal. It's Liverpool when the tennis score 6-3. They've all been 2-1s, 3-2s, but so you do go into the last couple of minutes with the hope of nicking an equaliser. So we're always getting nicked by the odd goal, but you just wonder where the change is going to come from.
Is that the defence's issue, Marcus? Do you think, or is it? Because I think the midfield is just as culpable, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think the players are down to bare bones. Players are tired. I know they blame the training, but I'd be very surprised at the moment, given that we're playing largely Thursday, Sunday. The players are doing anything more than tippy-tappy, a few warm-up exercises in between matches just to keep them ticking over. So I don't quite understand where these latest raft of injuries have come from, unless that's during the game. I mean, Maddison said he was sore before the Leicester game, and I thought that was a bit odd. I can't remember a player missing a game through soreness. And I wondered whether that was appetite, but fair play to him. He's since come out and he's going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. But I've said to Chris the other week, since the Ipswich game, I've felt a couple of months now, I feel like we've just been in a possible relegation battle. And I was fed up hearing, we're 5 points off top 4, but we were 10 points off relegation. And it's almost like we're sleepwalking each week into we're losing a position here and there, and there's just a complete lack of action and inertia on the part of the board. They're sort of leaving Ange out to dry, and I do wonder if that's because come the end of the season he won't be the manager, and are they going to invest in players in January that are going to maybe fit his style of football and adapt to his approach, that ultimately he ain't going to be the manager come the end of the season. So we're in this, it feels like we're in this holding position, to be perfectly frank, but I do think he'll bring 1 or 2 in.
Marcus, I'm going to give you a number of short questions here. Where do you think Spurs will finish at the end of the season?
13th.
What about the FA Cup? Will Spurs win the FA Cup?
No.
We'll win the Europa League.
We'll go far, but I don't think we'll win it. So we'll be trophyless and we'll finish 13th.
What about the Liverpool game next Thursday? Can we get a draw at Anfield?
I'd like to think so. You look at our record this season, we've done well against the big clubs. We've had very good results, and we've been good in the cups. And I said the other day that the rough and tumble and rigour of a 38-game league season, I wonder whether the players have got the appetite for that, and they tend to raise their game in the cup game. So possibly, but I think Liverpool will come out with a strong squad.
I'll give you a final quick 2. Will Daniel Levy still be Tottenham chairman at the start of next season? And will Ange Postecoglou still be the Spurs manager at the start of next season?
Levy will outlive Postecoglou, no doubt about that. I just think it's been really interesting tonight. A lot of the subject matter hasn't really been about the playing squad, the results. It's really focused on the ownership. And Levy's a very, it feels like we are a business that happens to have a football club attached to it. And Levy will outlive Postecoglou, and I feel for him. I think he's been left to hang out to dry. Silence is deafening from the board. There's been no public statement. I think their media management is terrible, absolutely terrible. Fan engagement's really poor. So I feel for Ange under different circumstances. I'd like to have seen him succeed, but I think some of this has been out of his control. But I think his approach and style and his obstinance hasn't helped him. He hasn't adapted his philosophy to suit these unprecedented times. So I don't think he's helped himself. I'd love him to do well. I think he's got a club back much better than the last two ego trophy managers that Levy employed. I think his ego. I think he quite liked that from an ego perspective to have those two in. So
do you know what, Marcus? I've always said that Spurs need to communicate a lot more with the fans, and I feel like it's a shame the fact that the last two fan forums have been when we have done well. Now is the time you need a fans forum, and you know, with a lot of the fans going in there that haven't gone to the fans forums before, and giving genuine questions. You know, it doesn't need to be any abuse or anything like that, but genuine questions and say, where are we going? What is the ambition? What's this? What's that? Do you know what? I've invited a lot of people on this podcast. You know, I've opened it up to everybody all around the world, but before I've opened it up to a lot of people that work for the football club. I'd love to have someone like Daniel Levy or Scott Munn or Johan Langer on here, asking them, you know, simple questions from a fan's point of view. I'd absolutely love it, and I think that the fans would absolutely love to hear from them, you know, talking to fan channels like this and actually answering questions that we want to know. It's going to be an interesting announcement after the window.
It's a great opportunity for them, but I just think they're very risk averse, highly polished organisation that won't the optics for them. I just don't see an upside for them putting themselves in that position. Sorry you're getting abused, because I think it's appalling. You do a terrific job. I love the show, keep people connected, got a lot of fans, a lot of positive support. So
thank you.
Take that. I know it's hard. I can imagine it's hard, but just, you know, focus on the people that enjoy your show and support you and Craig and want you to do well. So thank you. I know there's loads of people waiting to get off, so I'm going to jump.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks so much for your support, and thanks for coming on again. And we look forward to talking to you again soon. I'll get you on quicker next time.
No problem. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Take care.
Right, we're now going to go to Charlie. I know there's still a lot of people waiting, and I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting, and I'm so grateful that you're staying on to talk to us. We're going to go to Charlie now, then we will go to Alex, then John, and then I will try and put in an order number. Charlie, hello, how are you?
Oh, you're on mute, Charlie.
Charlie, we can't hear you at the moment. Craig, just while Charlie's sorting out his sound, I tell you, I love these fan shows. I tell you, the raw emotion and the subjects that we have covered on this show so far, incredible. And I tell you what, I know we always joke about talking about people around the world, but we have gone everywhere.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Charlie. Great to have you here.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello, is it working now?
Yeah,
it's working.
Hello, thank you so much for having me on here, Chris and Craig. I'm a massive fan of the channel. I saw you at the Brentford game.
Charlie, what we'll do is we can't hear you very well, so we'll try and get you back in.
Right. Charlie, sorry, we can't hear you. You're into your connection's quite bad. I think if you could move somewhere else, and then we'll get you back in.
I think what Charlie was trying to say, I do actually remember Charlie. I met him and his dad at the stadium, and he said, "Chris, can I do a quick interview with you?" And I spoke a little bit on his YouTube channel, and people like him are the future. The future Tottenham Hotspur YouTubers. They'll be doing the Tottenham news, and they'll be doing the 60-second updates in like 10, 20 years' time. So look forward to that. We're now going to go to Alex. Alex, sorry for keeping you waiting. How are you?
It's okay. No, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah. Well, you've probably heard a lot of the conversation, how it's gone tonight. A lot of people are talking about a lot of subjects. A lot of people are quite down at the moment. Can I ask you, where is our next win coming from? Where are you at with it at the moment?
Well, to be honest, Chris, looking at the fixture schedule coming up, I can't really pick out a win in the league. If I had to put my finger on where our next win immediately will come, I'd say probably on Thursday night against Augsburg in the Europa League. But even with that, they're actually not a bad side. I look at the table and they're not like rock bottom of it, so they're doing all right. And I think with our squad at the moment, the amount of players who've got injured, I still won't be 100% sure on that game either. And then we've got to go to Brentford at the weekend, and Brentford is so good at home. And I just think, with the Clement and Bournemouth and Wisser, those types of players, I just can't see us getting a result there either. So I'm not sure, to be honest.
Alex, why do you think, going back to what Chris was talking about before, why do you think that somebody like Daniel Levy, and I'll use Daniel Levy as an example, won't come on a fan channel and just talk to somebody like Chris, who's professional? He's not going to shout and swear. Well, he might shout and swear at him, but I'm sure he won't, and ask him some tough questions. I mean, it's the world's changed, hasn't it, since Enoch took over in 2001 or whatever it was. The internet is king. You got fan channels popping up everywhere.
Do you know what, Craig? I don't think they need to be tough. I think they just need to be simple, direct questions. Absolutely,
but you're dead right, Chris, what you said. The fans, not just the fans of your channel, but fans would love that, wouldn't they? Just to hear an unedited, unredacted conversation with honest answers, as honest as you can be. Why do you think he won't do that, Alex?
Well, simply put, Craig, I think he's scared, I would say. I think in the last 20 years, he's done a really good job of hiding. You very, very rarely see him come out and do an interview on any sort of platform. He does the letter at the end of the season, doesn't he? And that's about it. And even that, it comes across quite insincere. So I think what it comes down to, Craig, is that he's quite scared to come out because he knows the backlash that he'll receive. And I think when it comes down to it, without wanting to sound too harsh on the guy, because he's a human being, he's a scared man because he knows, like I said before, that the amount of hate he will get. So that's why he won't come on and do a podcast. I think if things were going really well and, the hate wasn't on him so much, I think he'd be more receptive maybe to doing it. But I think at the moment, there's just no chance of him doing anything like that. He's just not that type of guy, not that type of chairman. And I think we've seen that over the last few years. He's had plenty of opportunities to come out when things have been going badly under Conte, under Mourinho, under Nuno, and make a statement or talk to the fans and explain the decision making, explain the processes that we go through in terms of transfers and things. And he's not taken that opportunity, so I don't see why now would be any different. In fact, I think it's probably worse. He's probably in a worse position. He's probably in the worst position he's probably ever been as chairman of the club. I think there's always been scrutiny and hate on him. I use the word hate. Obviously, that's quite strong, but there has been hate on him. But I think, like I said, this is probably the worst position he's been as chairman. I think you heard it on Sunday after the Leicester game. The amount of noise that the crowd made. And the chant was so loud. I've never heard the chants that loud before. And I think he knows that if he dare come out and say anything now, especially with not backing the manager in the window, I think he just knows he'll probably end up getting run out of the club. So I think he prefers to stay quiet.
Yeah.
Alex, how are you feeling about next week, the cup games? Because, like I said to a couple of the guests already, I feel like next week is absolutely massive because, the Elfsborg game, I think Spurs are expected to win that game on Thursday.
Yeah.
Then Brentford, I think that's going to be a very difficult game. We've then got the line. We then face Liverpool away in that second leg. Then we've got Aston Villa in the FA Cup. Haven't won an FA Cup since '91. I tell you, that's a massive week next week, isn't it?
It is a massive week, Chris. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm not confident at all. I think going to Anfield, that's a ground where we've traditionally struggled really badly, even with some of the teams that we've had in the past sort of 6-7 seasons. The Poch team, the peak Poch team, we still couldn't really get a win at Anfield. Villa away, that's been quite a fruitful ground for us over the last few years, but the form there at the moment and the form we're in, particularly with our squad compared to theirs, I can't see us getting a result there either. I think it's a really big ask. I think the only thing we've got to do if we go to Anfield is play for I know Andrew won't play for a draw under any circumstances, but I think try and maybe keep it as tight as you can at the back. If we've got the two centre-backs available, I think that'll be a massive boost for us. I think you've just got to go to Anfield and try and play, just basically give your absolute maximum and just try and get anything out of that game. You can take it to penalties or something because that's a lottery. You know, who's to say we won't win on penalties? The Villa game, I'm a bit more confident for because I think they play a bit more of a high line like we do, and I think we've had success against that in the last couple of seasons. We've won, is it 4-0 or 4-1, respectively, in 2 seasons we've had under hand. We won 4-0 there last year, didn't we, at Villa Park? So I think that is definitely an avenue for us. But I think with the amount of injuries we've got, you know, especially with Maddison and Sarr today have been revealed as injured for the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's a large part of them. Midfield gone. Kulusevski looks absolutely exhausted, as does Son. So, yeah, I'm not optimistic, to be honest. But you never know. It's the Cups, so anything can happen.
Alex, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
No worries, guys. Thanks for coming on. See you later.
Cheers,
Alex.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to John, and after John, I'm going to come to you, George. I know you've been waiting for a very long time, as a lot of people in the green room have. John, great to have you here. How are you? Just on mute, John.
Sorry.
We all do it. We all do it.
Yeah. Some people would say that having me on mute is probably better, but
well, the people say that about us, and a lot worse.
First of all, thanks for having me on, and echo some of the things that have been said before in terms of, you know, sorry to hear about the abuse and personal abuse to you. I think it's just not a great reflection of a society or a fan base when those things happen. So it's just disappointing to hear, really. In terms of sort of, you know, talking about the club, there's so many things at the moment to talk about and to be a bit distressed about. But I think, like everybody, it's I'm reflecting a lot about the board. What can they do differently more than anything else? You know, why we are where we are. And then I kind of look at the Ange and the team situation, so almost like a separate thing, a moment in time, really, because it just feels like we've been in this sort of situation before and made mistakes. You know, sacking Pochettino was a moment. Yeah, it was a moment that you could almost understand it in the moment. Because the form had been poor, the Champions League final run had masked that in a way. In terms of I'm not telling you even the results, the performances hadn't been great, but I think he would have turned it around for sure. And then you go and see what's going to happen next. And I think we've had 3 full-time managers since, is it? Like Mourinho and Conte, who thought that they were doing us a favour being here. And then you have Nuno, who, you know, I didn't think it was the right appointment, but, you know, he didn't really get much of a chance to sort of impose.
John, is that a fair term? They thought they were doing us a favour, because I see it as they come to win. They wanted to win. They are born winners. They've won everywhere they've gone. They wanted to come to the club, change the club, and they wanted to win. Is that such a bad thing? The way that they spoke, they wanted the very best.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing to be direct and call out the club, but I think that there's a way of doing things. I think that so I do think that I don't think that, for instance, be it Ange or Pochettino would not be saying some of the things that Conte or Mourinho might have been saying, but they had a different manner and a different approach to it. So I think, and to be honest, Conte's a very emotional person, so I respect that he's a winner.
Yeah.
But also he showed a lack of respect towards the club in the way that, you know, and what I say, it's not just about the board. You got to remember with Conte, yeah, I don't really want to talk about Conte. That's old history, and I think it wasn't quite right. But
The one thing I will say is I remember him saying very early on what a fantastic group of players he had. And only 9 months later, he was slagging them all off. So you kind of go, well, you were the one that was saying that this is a great group to coach. And 9 months later, you're telling everybody that it's everybody's fault but yours. So I didn't feel that. I felt sometimes that when they could have taken responsibility, they didn't. Is all I say about a Conte and Mourinho. But I think the situation with the board is quite an interesting one because, and there's been a lot of the stats that have been said. I know these things like the Deloitte report and 42% paid on wages. I think it's a bit more complex than some of the revenues. You have to look at what our operating profits are and things like that. And I look at it every so often and I go, okay, we're doing quite well. Revenue is one thing, but it's also how much you're having to spend. And, but I think an interesting stat is because I was actually thinking until last year that the stadium debt was a reason why we might still not be investing as much. But actually, it's in the way that we've restructured the debt since COVID over 30 years, whilst we pay 20, the figure isn't quite clear because it's private accounts or whatever, but from what I gather, it's 20 to 30 million that we're paying out in servicing the interest and the main part of the loan every year. But that's only 6% of our revenues. And Daniel Levy himself says that, debt is not an issue in terms of structuring spend. So my question for the board really would be, well, I get that you want to be financially prudent and fiscally sensible and not risk the well-being of the club. And I don't want to be like Villa, 93% of turnover going on salaries, which won't be sustainable over a period of time. And they'll get in trouble at some point, you would have thought. But if your model hasn't worked, how are you going to adapt? What are you going to do to tweak it? And it's that, I think you've said it on this podcast, and I've heard you say it a few times. And Craig, you've said it just 20 minutes ago. Communication. Where's the communication? I don't mind if, nobody's perfect. I don't mind if you get it wrong, but at least tell me that you've got it wrong and tell me how you're going to sort it out. Tell me why, what was the rationale behind it, what you're going to try and do differently now. Don't make me feel that I'm going to witness the same thing again and again. I think that's the main thing that I'd like from the board. It's the example is a fan forum where right now it'd probably be a bit too vitriolic, if truth be told, for it to have some common sense. But just give me a sense that you want to connect with the fan base and explain. I saw there's a clip of Daniel Levy saying about Conte and Mourinho, saying that they were great managers, but they weren't right for us, right? And then he says, because we want to sort of play it in a certain way and, and all of this sort of stuff. And he said, and we want to sort of go and be entertained and win. And you kind of go and see hopefully a winning team. And I thought, I'm not hearing anything there that I don't disagree with any of that, but I didn't hear anything that said, my ambition is to get Tottenham to win trophies. So it's again, where's the bar being set? Where do you want to, do you want to go for excellence on the football pitch as you've gone for excellence off the football pitch? And I don't think that there's enough evidence put forward kind of transparently that that's the case. That's my biggest problem with the board at the moment.
John, can I just talk? I mean, we must go to the same barber. So lovely, great haircut, by the way.
Yeah. You two look like brothers.
I was just thinking that. I thought I've got to get some just for men on this beard. Where do we go? We've asked this before. Where do we go if Ange gets a sack? Where do we go? Who comes in?
Well, I think results dictate that Ange is. Yeah, and results and history dictate this. Sadly, more likely than not, that Ange is going to go.Maybe not tomorrow, but over the next few months or maybe it limps to the end of the season. It's difficult to tell because I do agree with some of the comments that I think he's almost being used as a little bit of a scapegoat and a foil to between the board and the fans a little bit at the moment. if we were to get rid of Ange, and I'm more still of let's wait and see, but if we were, my only kind of ask about that is we'll go and get a manager that has the same sort of identity, the same sort of DNA, that wants to play attacking football, that wants to say. The one thing I would say that Ange and Pochettino have in common is that they want to create an identity and they want it to be progressive football. Okay, Ange's has not worked out so far, or it's seemingly unraveled. But I also don't agree. You know, I played football kind of semi-pro before somebody rearranged my knee when I was 16, 17. So when I watch Tottenham play, I see some really horrendous things going on, mistakes-wise, that is not down to a manager. Like, for instance, the Chelsea game. When Bissouma and Sarr give away those 2 penalties, what can you do about that? It's just ridiculous schoolboy stuff, you know. So there's things that you kind of go, the players need to kind of act differently. But I also think that sometimes on the system, it's just a matter of positional kind of nous, and I don't know whether it's because we've had so many injuries that we're not getting the time to coach it in and correct things or whatever. But it doesn't feel like it's necessarily miles and miles away. But if it goes wrong, it's so high risk that then you just look appalling. I agree with Craig, by the way, Craig, in terms of, you know, I mean, I played midfield, so maybe just like you played forward. But I played midfield, so I think it's the midfield issue.
Oh, you've heard him talking about his career, have you? Just once or
Everybody
twice?
knows. Everybody.
But I think I do think that I really love Bissouma when he's on it, because I think we look so much better when he's on it. But he's on it. He reminds me of someone like Yunus Kabul. One brilliant game, 4 games off. You know, it's sort of, you don't have the consistency and concentration from him. And so I do think that position is as crucial as a Van der Ven for us to transition the ball out, you know, and get it playing. So I do, when I see that we're interested in Angel Gomez, I kind of go, great. I think he's probably an upgrade on what we've got. But I also think he's a player that's a little bit beyond potential, but not yet the finished article. So you've got to kind of understand, as fans, we've got to understand, well, if that's all we can go for, because at the moment we can't guarantee Champions League football because we won't pay wages, you are asking a manager to take that group and make them better and grow quickly, you know. So it's a set of, you know, I think there's lots of different things, and you need lots of little incremental wins to actually get to a point where we can say, and I thought we were there with Poch, like in terms of we're sustainably in the top 4, and the trophy winning. I think I said it to you, Chris, in my email to you when I sort of requested coming on, and thank you for agreeing. Maybe you're regretting it now, but what we've got to realize as Tottenham fans is we've never been serial trophy winners. We've been serial contenders. In the 80s, we won quite a few trophies and came very close to winning a league. In the 60s, we won quite a few trophies and won a league, right? So we haven't got a God-given right to win lots of trophies, and we haven't got a history of doing it all of the time. What we have got a history of doing, in my experience, supporting Tottenham since I was 7 in the late 70s and beyond, is to normally have teams that will be on the front foot, will attack, and will have a go, and we'll be in the conversation. And you kind of think, well, maybe we won't be consistent enough to win a league, but surely we'll be there or thereabouts to win a cup, you know. And funnily enough, I think that we are there. And by the way, I mean, I'm quite a realist, and my brother's a Liverpool fan, so I'm really looking forward to next week. I think that we'll probably go out to Liverpool. I think we'll probably go out to Villa. I sadly am 2 of my best mates are Brentford fans. I sadly think that we probably won't get anything out of the Brentford game. I'm not. I think the most crucial game. I think Tottenham we have to all accept that might happen. 3 defeats there. That might be the worst case scenario. We have to win on Thursday because we have to avoid the playoff. Because
absolutely,
we go out in the playoff, And the Europa League is a competition that starts again, the last 16, if we avoid the playoffs, starts in March.
March, yeah.
And in March, we might actually have a squad to compete. So if we get to the final of the Carabao Cup, fantastic. If we win it, fantastic. I'll be delighted. But if I'm realistic, I don't think that we should make a judgment on Ange, the board, or anything about what's going to happen over the next week and a half. I just hope that we play with a sense of pride and do okay in those games. But what we can't afford to do, and I think that could cost Ange's job, if we go and lose to Elfsborg on Thursday, I think it's quite difficult for that. Yeah, and we end up kind of that will almost be like a point of no return. And it'll be I would find it really horrendous because I've not been excited about watching us play until from the Pochettino time until Ange. That gap in between, even though there's been some good results, was not fun, was not interested, was not entertaining. Ange has given a glimpse that he might be able to do something, right? I don't even think that the board is not. It's not exactly that they're not backing him with spent money, but we're almost like kind of, but be real about it. Tell me that you're buying Archie Gray because you know that he's an amazing player, but it might take us 2 years. Yeah, tell us straight. Don't tell me that you're challenging today and then sign Archie and tell me that we're relying on Archie Gray.
Do you know what, John? I agree, and I've said this many times, especially recently. I'm all for the future, signing players like Gray and Bergvall. And let's face it, if we hadn't have had all of these injury problems, them two would never have got the amount of opportunities they have had this season, and they have certainly shone for us. But you also need the experienced players to come in and help Ange and drive us forward.
And Solanke, there's the example. There's the best example. A player who's obviously he's not in the class of Harry Kane because Harry Kane was just ridiculous in terms of his goal scoring. But for Ange's system, absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Established player. You still have doubts because you go, wow, he's been at big clubs before. Will he actually kind of do it? One thing is in this, big fish in a small pond, and another thing is when you go to a bigger club.
Yeah.
But fair play to him, right? There's Tottenham fans, and everybody's entitled to their opinions, but up until this season, at the start of this season, I was hearing people say that Kulusevski, we should sell him. I'm kind of going, like even last year, I'm going, he's our best player. He's our best player by a mile.
Yeah,
by a mile.
As you've probably seen, John, there's lots of different opinions, especially online.
But I think that, can I just say that my only constructive critique of Ange, and the only difference that I really see, because I think he's dealing with a really difficult set of circumstances. Even if the board went and bought 3 players in, right? So what? It's still going to be difficult. They've got to adapt. They've got to mold in. All of that. So, but just because of the injuries, it's difficult. The one change that I have seen that is disappointing is I thought in his first, particularly in his first 3-4 months, when things weren't going right, he was ruthless. Half time, change immediately. Early substitutions for the second half. I think that seems to have changed gradually over time. He's almost like lost a bit of his. And I just want him to get his mojo back. Just do those sort of things that you were doing early on.
Yeah.
But anyway, I hope I hope for my sake, because I'll have to put up with all sorts of abuse. But I'm a Tottenham fan, and I've been coming away. I'll be in Spain tomorrow. I'm flying back in on the 15th to watch the Tottenham Manchester United game. So I'm hoping that that's a win. I'm hoping, but because they're just as incompetent as us in a different way, So I'm hoping that might be a win, but it's difficult to know. I mean, there's a part of me that thinks that maybe I should bring my football boots over because I might get a game. Really, the way we're going with injuries,
John, you've been such a great guest. First time on. Love talking to you, and I feel like you've got
having me.
I feel like you've got so much more to say. So if you'd ever like to come on the main podcast, or certainly come back on one of these fan shows, please do.
Whenever you want, be delighted to. Thanks very much for having me.
Have a great trip, and we'll speak to you soon.
Cheers, John.
Bye.
Cheers, John. Right, George, I know I said I'd come back to you, but we've got Charlie back, so we're just going to go to Charlie and we will come to you, George, okay? I won't be long, I promise. Charlie, have we got you back?
Yep. Hello, is my mic working?
All good, all good. How are you? Great to have you here.
Good, thank you. You guys?
All good, all good.
All good.
Really good show. Great to listen to. I just wanted to come on here tonight and say my piece on And. You know, loads of pressure on him at the moment. I personally think I've heard lots of people saying, you know, we can't get a manager at this stage of the season, but I really actually think we can. You know, I look at our options. You know, the top two names that are in it are Andoni Iraola, the Bournemouth manager, and the one I really want us to get, Edin Terzic. Just obviously with Borussia Dortmund, took them to the final. Then he decided to leave. He said he wants a job in England. I think Tottenham would be the perfect place for him, you know. And it's not only that, but I look at how much money we've spent under And. We have spent quite a lot for Levy's standards, who I think is a complete moron. We'll come on to that later. But yeah, I think we need a manager who can come in and deal with the players that we have. And yeah, I mean, I look at, you know, the striker he had at Borussia Dortmund, who's now at West Ham, Nicholas Füllkrug. I think Solanke is a much better player than him, and he can do exactly what Edin Terzic wants.
Yeah, well, your knowledge is brilliant, Charlie. I have to say. Yeah, absolutely. Good round of applause there.
Actually, let's give Charlie the chance to plug his YouTube channel, because there's over 3,000 people watching. This is going to get viewed by a lot of people around the world. Charlie, give your YouTube details out, because I met you and your dad at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, didn't I, a couple of months ago, and you asked me for a short interview. How's your YouTube channel going? What can people expect? What are you up to at the minute?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've done quite well. I'm on 136 subscribers. For everyone in the chat, everyone watching, it would really help me out if you could just go subscribe. I've left my name just there. It's Charlie Pisani, as it's spelt here. You know, I do match day vlogs. I go to all the home games. And yeah, I love Tottenham. And yeah, please go subscribe. It helped me out so much. I'm really, you know, trying to win on this platform, looking for something I can do when I'm older. And this is my passion, you know, talking, you know, really like to say my piece. So Chris, thank you so much for having me on. Craig, thank you so much. That's my YouTube. And before I go, I'd just like to say, in the email I sent to you, Chris, I wanted to mention the cups. A lot of people think our season's over because we're 15th, and if Everton win their game, and we're probably gonna lose to Brentford, we're gonna be 16th. But I still don't think our season's over. Look, we've got to focus on staying up. As crazy as that sounds to any Spurs fan watching this, it's just got to be the focus in the league. But we are still in all three competitions. Let's sack And, let's get a manager, and let's go win a trophy. Let's not give up. Let's get behind the players, because I think we have a really good squad on paper, but games aren't won on paper. All right, we've got to look at the issue. Levy's going nowhere. I've said earlier, he's an idiot. He's an absolute moron. All right, we need to get rid of him. He needs to sell the club, but he's not doing that. He's going to be here for the next 10, 20 years, and we've just got to accept that as Tottenham fans. All right, let's sack And, get Terzic, fight in these cups, and just, you know, try to get 10th. We're not going to do well in the league. If we win a competition like a cup, we're going to be in Europe next season, and that's just got to be the focus for the season. And you can stop all these stupid Arsenal fans and Chelsea fans saying 17 years without a trophy. You know, that really, you know, isn't good, and that'd be so great if that stopped. Even if it was something like the Carabao Cup, which obviously the game is next week. We'll have Van der Ven back, hopefully Solanke back, and Romero back. They're three crucial players, and I think with them we can definitely beat them. You know, the first leg, I was watching that, and I thought we're going to lose this. This is going to be like the 6-3, and we won. These players are going to show. If we have And, I still think we're going to win. They're going to show up for him. They're going to want to win for Ange, but I still think we should sack him. And yeah, but thank you.
Charlie, your passion is infectious, and you've got me thinking we're going to do the treble now. I've gone from being down here to up here since speaking to you. I haven't actually got any questions for you, because you seem to have covered everything you wanted to speak about. But I will ask you one: if you could buy one player in the world, if you was Daniel Levy, you've taken over Tottenham. Who are you going to buy as your first player?
Well, I'm not going to say like you know, Lamine Yamal. I want to be realistic. Let's keep it realistic. I want us to sign, you know, I want to sign a few players. I really want to sign a left back. I think Udogie is brilliant, but we need someone to challenge him. I don't think Reguilon can do that. You know, he's been at the club long enough. He's on £80,000 a week. I watched your wage video, Chris, and I thought that was, you know, really good to see. You know, really helped me with my understanding of Tottenham. And yeah, so let's get rid of him. We've signed Kinski, brilliant sign. I really like him. I don't think he's as good as Vicario, but he's going to challenge him, and hopefully, you know, when Vicario decides to eventually leave, he can replace him. I think Austin's good, so hopefully goalies now we're sorted for the next couple of years. I'd like us to sell Dragusin. I think he is awful. I do not rate him at all. I think he was a waste of money. I'd just get rid of him. You know, every time he's on the ball, he scares me. I just prefer Davis. I'd go for 2 centre-backs. I'd like us to sign a player called Koulibaly. Not the one was at Chelsea, but he was at Dortmund. And I think we were interested in the summer, but we failed to get him. But he's a quick left-sided centre-back. And I thought if Van der Ven gets injured, which he's going to be out for 3 months every season, if we could sign someone like him just to replace him for only short money, that would be brilliant. Another right centre-back, let's sell Dragusin. That's Skriniar. I like the look of him. I like us to sign Nate. I think Sarri's really good, don't get me wrong. But I think, you know, we can definitely have better in that position. Johnson, send him back to Nottingham Forest. I think he is awful. Waste of money. He does not do anything. He scores a tap-in against Tamworth. He was the worst player on the pitch. After the game, no one commented on it. Why? Because he scored a goal. He is useless. Fans have to start accepting that. Solanke's good. And Sonny, we've just got to, you know, he brings so much to the club, you know. And I don't know what the club would do without him. But, yeah, look, let's go for this Koulibaly. Let's sign a centre-back like Skriniar. And I want to see someone like a Sabitzer, especially if you've got someone like Edin Terzic. Sabitzer's done so well under Edin Terzic at Borussia Dortmund. I'd just love to see someone like him at Tottenham. I think he brings so much to the team.
Charlie, you make my life so much easier because I don't even need to ask you a question. You're off. And Neil G writes here, Craig out, Charlie in.
Been subbed. I've been subbed.
You've been sacked, not subbed. Charlie, lastly, tell everyone where they can find you and what they can expect.
You can find me on YouTube. I occasionally do Twitch streams, but forget that. I don't really do it anymore. But yeah, Charlie Pisani, please go subscribe. It would help me out so much. Chris, Craig, thank you so much for having me. Really sorry about earlier, but I've got my connection better on my phone now. And yeah, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to come on here. And yeah, I mean, I've got a science test tomorrow, but you know, what a better way to spend the night than being on the Spurs Fan Show podcast. So thank you so much.
Well, best of luck with your exams.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Charlie, let me just ask you quickly before you do go, who's your favourite panellist on the Spurs Chat podcast? Is it Craig?
Yeah, I like Craig. I like Ricky. I think he's, you know, he's very, you know, good at speaking. You know, he's very common sense. Craig, you're brilliant. You know, whenever I tune into the live, you're always there, very reliable, and you've always, you know, tonight you haven't really got much of a say, but you've done your job.
I'm like Ben Davis, Charlie, and I'm just 7 out of 10, Ben.
Charlie, you've done one thing tonight. You've made me laugh for the first time in nearly 3 hours. So thank you.
Well, look, we got to be optimistic for the rest of the season. We're still in all 3 cups. I don't think we'll win the FA Cup. Let's just push that to the side. But the Carabao Cup and Europa League, we're the favourites in the Europa League. People forget that. We must not give up. And in not giving up, we must sack Ange, because that Edin Terzic is a brilliant manager. He plays the same formation, but I've said this on so many times on my channel in interviews. He plays a stupid system. The players are injured because of him, because of Ange. All right, Van der Ven running back, pulling his hamstring. It's going to happen. So is Romero. So is Udogie and Porro. They're playing like strikers. I think it's stupid, and this is why I get Edin Terzic. Plays good football, very similar to Pochettino. There is a video on YouTube I'd like to recommend to all of you watching. Edin Terzic masterclass. Paris Saint-Germain, and yeah, go watch that. He explained exactly how he got through it. Like, he adapts in matches. Something Anne just said, I don't do that, mate. No. Get someone who can adapt. Get someone who has game management, common sense when he's on that touchline.
I think you're going to have more subscribers on this channel after this stream. Charlie, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
See you, Charlie.
Cheers, soon again.
Take care.
Wow. We have had some fantastic guests on this evening. Have we got George with us? Yes, we do. Yep. George, thank you so much. Thank you so much for waiting, and so sorry for the wait. Great to have you here. How are you? You're from LA. I tell you what, we go all around the world. We're back in America. How are you?
Well, I am currently in LA, but sorry to disappoint you. I'm originally from Tottenham.
That's all right.
So I am fine, and thanks for having us on. You guys do a fantastic job. And I am sorry to hear about the kind of unrest amongst the fans and that being directed in you guys' direction.
George, do you do social media very much or not?
I do a little bit of social media, not a ton. I actually am founder and president of We Are Live Entertainment, which is a live streaming app. I'm a managing director of 2020 Visions LLC Business Consulting, and I also have a handle in the construction industry as well. So I am a serial entrepreneur. I'm originally from Tottenham, as I said, a lifelong fan since the 70s. My first game was Tottenham versus Bristol City in 1979. And Big Daddy was #1 with We Shall Not Be Moved. And it was, as you can imagine, a 0-0 draw. And I was hooked ever since, right?
Love it.
I spent the early 80s. I saw us, my eyes have seen the glory of the Cups at White Hart Lane in the early 80s. 84, I was listening in Nigeria on BBC World Service to us lifting the UEFA Cup. So that was fantastic as well. Returned to England in the late 80s. One of the first cup finals was unfortunately that loss against Coventry in 87. Since then, I moved to Australia. I spent 12 years in Australia, so I was part of Spurs as well. Big shout out to Horse, Mark Samuel, Justin Long, and all the founders of Spurs down there at the Triple Aces. We used to be there early hours of the morning at the DYRSL, watching Tottenham till all hours of the morning. So a big shout out to those guys.
Yeah.
And a big shout out to the Greyhound LA Spurs. So, in terms of just, the team at the moment and the performances, a lot to be desired. It takes me back to the old days, shall we say. I think we were very much spoilt under Pochettino, where we finished quite high up in the league. But traditionally, personally, I've always felt that we were reputed as a cup team. So if you look over the decades, every 10 years, we would win a trophy or 2 or perhaps 3 in the 80s. However, that 10-year stint was broken under Pochettino, unfortunately. I do believe that if Poch had focused a little bit more on the domestic trophies and we had have won a trophy under Poch with one of the best teams we've seen at Tottenham, he would probably still be the manager now. As far as managers go, I do believe Poch came to the end of his tenure. There's the accusation that he wasn't backed. I do hear also that perhaps he didn't want players. However, after the Champions League Cup final, he was given money to spend. And unfortunately, we secured Lo Celso and Ndombele and Gazzaniga, which was over 100 million. So that myth that he wasn't given money after Champions League to rebuild needs to be debunked, I do feel. Were they the right players? Was it enough? That remains to be kind of, that's debatable. However, I think he never really recovered from the Champions League final. And I don't think getting knocked out of the cup on penalties by Colchester was acceptable. I think he could, you can't come back from that. So then we moved on to Mourinho. Mourinho, the chosen one. Unfortunately for him, I think it was during COVID, so he didn't get that chance to really bond with the fans. I think if we had had fans in the stadium, I think he would have won them over a little bit more. But the challenge we have as Spurs fans is every manager we've brought in, we're divided. Half the fan base wanted Mourinho, half of them didn't. So he went on, again, not acceptable to be 2-0 up in the UEFA Cup or Europa League, and then get knocked out 3-2. So had he gotten us to another cup final, not just the League Cup final, then that would have been acceptable. But I don't think putting all our eggs in that Carabao Cup basket was fair. So he obviously had to go. So then we moved on, right? I think in terms of, it was Nuno next, right? I'm losing track. So I think
72 days after.
With the Nuno appointment, I think Daniel Levy went back to the original remit and how we got Pochettino. Pochettino was the best manager outside of the top 4 or 5 clubs, right? So we got him from Southampton. He came in. They did a similar thing with Nuno, although Wolves were starting to wane a little bit. But he was, if you like, one of the more successful managers in the Premier League, and he was proven in the Premier League. But again, top of the league, manager of the month. The fans were always divided. We felt like we wanted a big name, and the fans didn't really give Nuno a chance. And because he wasn't maybe forward facing and his communication skills were a little bit different, I think, again, fans divided, manager had to go. And we moved on to Conte. Very passionate man, very passionate man. The guy's Italian. You can't forgive him for being so passionate. With Conte, I do feel that there were a lot of personal things going on in his life that impacted his ability to manage it. And I think he actually just wanted to go back to Italy. So he pushed the self-destruct button. A lot of the things he said, you know, may have been true and they were very confrontational. But if you're working within an organization, and anyone who understands, you know, business and organization, you can't turn around and you know, start to point the finger in such a direct way and cause that amount of unrest. Like I think it was John who said, you know, originally he said he had the best crop of players, then he switched to, you know, they're all, you know, not pulling their weight, they're not getting stuck in enough. I think that was a personal driver for him to get out of the club and get back to Italy to be with his family, and now he's found his comfort zone. So fast forward to Ange. As I said, you know, I spent 12 years in Australia, so technically I'm an Australian citizen. I think people do need to understand the Australian psyche. So we're very kind of fair dinkum, if you like, and we say it how it is and heart on the sleeve. So he will confront the fans if they want to kind of, you know, have a personal attack on him. And he's going to do it the way he's going to do it. I was there, and my eyes were fortunate enough to be there with my son at the Asian Cup final. So I was actually there when we beat South Korea. Well, Australia beat South Korea on penalties. So Ange, when people talk about Ange not having won anything, I find it a little bit disrespectful. I think
I agree.
even if you're in Scotland, 50-50, you got a 50% chance. And let's not forget, the guy did the treble. The guy is a winner. He's a born winner. And to win at international level, I mean, as an England fan as well, when was the last time we won a major trophy? You know, and we're applauding Gareth Southgate for coming second twice, you know, so it's doable and it is comparable. And I do believe that he is trying to enact change within the organization. I don't expect him to start throwing mud at Daniel Levy and ENIC with regard to the transfer window. The challenge I think we have is the new format for the Champions League. I think that format after this week, we're going to find out who's in and who's out. And I think there's a lot of players that we might be able to get on loan that are not going to sign or make any decisions until they're clear as to where they stand from a club perspective. And clubs are clear as to where they stand in terms of personnel moving forward into the Champions League.
That's a great point, George, and that hasn't been spoken about so far on the show tonight, because after Thursday, you know, all of the European clubs, Champions League, Europa Conference League, they will know whether they're going to progress in European competition, and then a lot of players will suddenly become available. The transfer deadline day is Monday night, so then you've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to get deals done. I'm not sitting here, by all means, being a happy clapper saying we're going to get all these deals over the line, but it does create a lot more opportunity.
Exactly. And I mean, that is a big conversation, transfers. Now let's move on to, you know, ENIC and the powers that be. Now, coming from Tottenham, you know, that game, ironically, that first game I mentioned against Bristol City, the front page of the program was actually one of those little kind of model pictures of the new proposed West Stand. So that was when they proposed to rebuild the West Stand. So let's not forget, we've rebuilt the West Stand, the East Stand, Paxton, North and South. We've joined it all together. We've knocked it down and we've rebuilt £1 billion stadium. That's not to be balked at. And I know everybody, you know, points the finger at Levy and Enoch, but when I was here in LA, it broke my heart after the Mark Duggan shooting, the riots in Tottenham, to see Tottenham in flames. It broke my heart. And for Enoch to have come in as an organization and to have regenerated the area, they've brought business, not just for the football matches, but for all the concert and everything they're bringing into Tottenham as an area. And they've put Tottenham on the map. And credit to them for not selling the stadium rights and using the term Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and pushing the brand of the club out. Yes, they're building apartments. Yes, they're building lots of other things to go with it. And I think people need to realize this is Levy's life's work, right? I don't think they're going anywhere just yet. You know, they have invested. There's been a lot of talk recently of the family, the trust. So in my mind, he's there with his son. Maybe he's going to pass on the torch. We need to expect this. However, do we need to do better? Of course we do. So example, the Gareth Bale money. We sold Gareth Bale. They pumped all that money back into 7 or 8 players. We went and got AVB. My point being that it's not for want of trying, right? It's not that they haven't tried. Perhaps Levy making those decisions is not best positioned to do that. And that's why he brought in the Paraticis and started to hand over the reins of the selection of players. And Paratici's still around because he bought us Kulu, he bought us Romero, he bought us Bentancur, and he's going to bring us more players. So I do believe that Levy has stepped back. I think we're in a situation where we need to work with the board, and it needs to be a situation where make them stay, but make them pay, because I don't think they're going anywhere. And I think it's a lot easier as Spurs fans if we figure out a way. All the building blocks are in place. Everything is there for us to take the country, the club into the next level. When they first arrived at this club, you got to remember we were languishing, finishing the bottom half of the table. The first 5 years, they steadied the ship, they invested in the infrastructure, and since then, we've only not qualified for Europe once. I think we've had 6 Champions League sautés, if you like. Now, the question I ask Tottenham fans is this: would you trade those 6 visits to the Champions League for 6 trophies? That's the question you got to ask, because, you know, what do you think?
George, you talk about the board there, and you think they're not going anywhere. Do you think, though? I mean, I genuinely think this. I think the club will be for sale at a price. I think if somebody comes in, don't you think that if somebody offered them whatever that price is, whether it's 3 billion, whatever, I think they would sell, wouldn't they? Surely.
There's a potential. But as I said to my further point, this is Levy's life's work. Daniel Levy is a supporter of this club. He's at every single game. I don't think he comes to these games wanting to lose. I believe that deep down inside, he wants us to be. Where's he going to go on a Saturday? Where's he going to go if he sells the club? Do you know what I mean? He's there. Like, we talk about owners and chairman not being present. He's there every single game. Like, so he's very poker faced. I do believe, and that's why when we heard the rumor that they might sell a portion or they might look for investors, that he wanted to stay in place. I'm more than happy for him to stay in place and just pass on the reins to other people. What they're trying to do at the moment is get investors to get that injection of cash to be able to splash the cash and not put the club into a dangerous financial position. Because when you think about it, that same stand that we built, the same architects built Forest Ground, and that City Ground is exactly the same stand, and it hasn't changed since. And they've been out of the league for 25 years. Leeds, Villa, even City have gone down to the depths of the 3rd division and back. So would we trade that for what we have now? Personally, I wouldn't. But yes, I do believe that they do have to do better. And to your point, I don't think Levy himself personally will go. He'll keep his share, and potentially maybe we'll have another consortium or another, buyer or another organization come in to take over the share that is not part of his family trust.
George, you've been a great guest. We've got to have you on again soon because I feel like you can talk for Los Angeles and for England.
I could most definitely. And I would love the opportunity to come on and to be able to bounce a few more ideas and have some more conversations. But you guys are doing great work. Really do appreciate it. And glad I was able to get on.
Thank you so much, George. We look forward to talking to you again soon.
Cheers. Thanks, Chris.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Craig.
Have a great day.
Cheers.
Cheers.
See you later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay.
We're now going to go to Rupert, then we will go to Lewis. Rupert, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. As you can probably tell, there are a lot of opinions this evening. How are you feeling about things?
Not good. First of all, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Craig, for all the shows. I watch them a lot. Watch a lot of the YouTube stuff, and your stuff is very fair, very good. I heard a lot of the happy clapping, as you might call it, tonight. A lot of positive people. But I am absolutely certain if we stay with Ange, we're going to be in a relegation fight and we're going to go down the pan, whether it's down to 17th and survive there or go a little bit up, whatever. Ange is a fraud. People need to see this. If you look at a lot of the other channels, they're saying the exact truth. The only credit Ange has got in the bank is the first 10 games. Since then, he has been horrendous. Can you name me a player who's improved under Ange? You won't find one. Any of you, can you name a single player who's got better since Ange has come? I can point name you 10 who came in who were better when Poch was in. Can you name any?
Kulusevski?
Maybe. How about the ones who've gone like off the cliff? You doggies, who looked such a great player when he came in. He's now a shadow of his former self. Madsen. All right, we haven't seen that much of him, but the first 10 games last year, he was superb. There are so many players who have gone downhill under him. Another point I want to make as well important, tactics. Every single time we play a team, we are so easy to play against. Everyone said it till they're blue in the face. They just play a ball over the top, over our high line, and they are in. I was there, Leicester, on Sunday, as I know you were, Chris, to that debacle. If you look at that second goal for Leicester, have a look where that midfield is. It is an embarrassment. They are all up the pitch. They haven't got a clue where to be. There's no number 6. There's no number 8. They are like a bunch of school kids all over the place. Porro's out of position. They don't know where to be. They are not being coached by a top-level coach. His inverted fullbacks, they might have worked in Japan. They might have worked in Celtic. And they might work in certain places, but they're not Premier League ready. That guy on the tunnel, Chris, near you, who shouted, "We're going down under you, Ange," he's spot on. If we stick with Ange, we are going to be in trouble. We've just played Leicester. Wolves put 3 past Leicester. Newcastle put 4 past them. Brentford put 4 past them. Man U put 3 past them. Arsenal put 4 past them. And we surrender a 1-0 lead to them against one of the worst Leicester teams I've ever seen. No Mahrez, none of these great players. They're an average team, and they bust us second half. Absolutely bust us. If we stick with this guy, we are in deep, deep trouble. I can't see, and I'm sure you can't, where the next points are going to come from. You've seen our fixtures. They are strong. They're good fixtures. Brentford, can you see us beating them when we can't even beat Leicester at home? I can't see it. Another point, sorry to keep ranting, but I know there's loads coming on, so I'll keep going. The way he's treating some of the players, you know as well as I do. Lancashire, how is he not starting against Tamworth, for example? He doesn't start him. Regulon, how was he not playing on Sunday when you've got... I know he's not the best player in the world, but he's a left-back. He's half-decent, Chris. He could have started on Sunday, and Archie Gray could have moved into his favoured position in midfield. Typical examples. The game, it's entertaining to watch. It's not. Leicester was drub. It's one of the worst games I've seen on Sunday. I know he's depleted, and I know a lot of the injuries have happened, etc. But it's not great to watch. It is some of the worst football I've seen for a while. A lot of the Ange-ins, I think, I was a bit humming and hawing a few weeks ago. But why am I humming and hawing? Not because I love Ange, but because who else are we going to get? And yes, it's a tricky time. Iriola, I can never get his name right. Why is he going to come to Spurs? They're 15th place. Why is he going to come and be another manager sacked? Marco Silva, why is he going to come to us? They're not coming. Not maybe in the summer, but they ain't coming now. If it was me, I'd be getting Ange out ASAP. I know you'll laugh at this, but I'd be doing someone like Redknapp, Harry Redknapp. I know he's old, but he would get us playing with a little backroom staff of maybe Keane, Defoe, the people who really care about Spurs, who are really going to give us a few months and get us out of jail, and most importantly, make us hard to play against. Effenborg, who are coming tomorrow night, they must be licking their lips, but they can't wait to play us. It's so easy to play against Spurs at the moment. And just lastly, the injuries, I'm sure you've had this 1,000 times tonight. Firstly, I don't believe in coincidence. I think it's a lot of it caused by Ange, but also some of our losses, as has been said, I'm sure, tens of thousands of times. Palace, Brighton, Ipswich, we had pretty much full strength teams out when we lost to them. So injuries cannot be a factor. Therefore, the Angians, or the people on the fence, I think, need to reconsider and realise that this guy is going to take us down the pan. He's a fraud. He's not as good as you guys think he is. He's a nice, big, bubbly Australian. And yeah, like the way he speaks. But just have a look at the stats, guys, and see where we are going.
Do you know what, Rupert? A good friend of mine and top YouTuber, Expressions, totally agrees with you. He says, thank you, Rupert, legend. Expressions and I have just been exchanging a few messages on WhatsApp as well. And even Craig then just said, get Expressions on. I've just asked him on. He's driving at the moment, so he can't get on. But
send him a pull over Expressions. Pull over. Pull over and come on. Come on.
He's a geezer.
We've definitely got to get him on because
he's fantastic.
People call him the the entertaining one. They probably call me the boring one. And when me and him do meet, we have some great conversations. So it will definitely be great to get him back.
You are very positive, Chris. I agree. It's a positive channel, and I like that. But I've even noticed you turn away from the positivity especially after Sunday, because you can see as well where we're going, and it's not pretty.
Rupert, a lot of what you've just said, I said on Sunday on the podcast. You can't gloss things up sometimes. You've got to say it how it is.
I totally agree.
I don't think you'd have a successful YouTube channel if you just sat here and said about all the positives. Sometimes these shows are very, very difficult to record. Like you ask Craig, like in the green room, like the four of us sit there sometimes when we've just lost a game like Leicester. And I'll tell you what, none of us want to be there. None of us want to be talking about a 2-1 defeat at home to Leicester. Them going into the game, 7 defeats on the spin. We don't want to be sitting there and each of us go, do you know what? Should we make it a 20 or 30 minute podcast? And we're like, yeah, we all agree. And then we sit there for 2.5 hours because we all go off on one.
I know. But most importantly, we all care about the club. And I think all the stuff you get from these absolute buffoons and idiots, you should ignore that. They're complete idiots, whoever sends that rubbish to you. Anyone who's a man or a woman will come and speak to you face to face. Don't believe that rubbish. Ignore them all. Listen to your normal people like your Craigs and your Rickies, all the good people. But please, I haven't even started on the owners yet. I'm not going to start on the owners because I've got a list of 10 things here. I'm not going to say it because I know Lewis wants to get on. But please, let's get someone in who cares about the club, who will make us hard to beat again. Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble. People keep thinking we're too good to go down, too good to go down.
Yeah.
Maybe we might survive. Don't get me wrong. And there's a good chance we could survive, but it's not looking good. And if people can't see that, then I'm afraid they're either sitting on the fence or they're just afraid to change. And Ange, as the guy said above that tunnel, he's taking us down. If we stick with this, people are clueless in that team at the moment. There's good players. They should not be 15th with that team there. It should be a lot higher. I picked them to be 8th this year because I think our team is average. Even our first team, I think, is an average team compared to what we've had in the past. But I said 8th. We should not be down in 15th. And the players look lost. They look like they've down tools. For me, especially on Sunday. And if we don't act quickly, we're going to all of a sudden be 16th. And then who knows what will happen. I don't want to see this great club. All the downsides, all the problems we have, all the ownership stuff, which we need to touch on. It's a fantastic club. And we need to stick together as a fan base, not tear each other apart, and help get these idiots out of the club who own it, but also try and get Ange out as soon as we can. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble, guys.
Rupert, thanks so much for joining us this evening, and thanks so much for being patient to talk to us. I'm glad you did because
thanks, Craig, and thanks, Chris, for all your hard work. Great channel as always.
I feel like you feel a little bit better by having that off your chest.
I feel much better now. I'm going to go and have a nice pint now, and probably not think about Spurs for 48 hours.
We'll speak to you soon.
Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks, Chris.
Cheers, Rupert.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
I tell you what, one guy I've got to apologise to, Lewis. Lewis, I think you've sat there from the start, nearly 3.5 hours of listening to all of this. You nearly left at one point, but you've stayed with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're one of our regulars. How are you feeling right now? And you're on mute.
I'll tell you where I start. I start with my mic not on mute. That's a good start. You've had
3 hours to get it right, Lewis.
You've had three and a half hours.
I was all ready earlier. I was all ready. I think I need to be subbed off. Yes, yeah, Chris. Well, it's just not getting any better really at the moment, is it? I think I was making a few notes while everyone was chatting. Some great points that were made tonight.
How many pages of A4 have you got?
Well, there could be books. It could be like an encyclopedia going on down here. I think the first point I like to go right back to when I think things started, when they were going wrong for Tottenham. When they were going right, when things were going right for Tottenham, I would say 2016, 2017 season, when we were at our absolute peak and we finished second. And do you remember we just thought, right, that's it now. We've got to kick on now. We finished second. We need to invest in the team and let's go again. And we didn't. And it just declined ever since then. I think the Champions League run sort of papered over the cracks because we were awful that season in the league. Let's not forget, we were absolutely awful. And the Champions League run was as amazing what it was. It, like I say, it papered over all them cracks. And I think that's been the sign ever since that the ownership hasn't backed up the support that the club needs. At the times that we've needed it, they've just backed out. They just, Levy sees like having the lowest wage bill in the Premier League as some sort of trophy. He runs it like a business, and he doesn't. You've got to speculate to accumulate. He doesn't take risks. He doesn't want to take. And in football, you have to. You have to strike when the iron's hot, and we don't seem to do that. I mean, it's so frustrating. And this transfer window is just a joke. There's just nothing going on. I mean, what's Scott Munn doing? I mean, they should call him Scott Nunn because he does nothing. Like, does a bloke even exist? Is he actually real? Has anyone actually searched this guy up? Is he just a cardboard cutout? Because I don't see what he does. And I've seen many people come on this channel and say the same thing. I mean, yeah. How are you feeling about Thursday?
I think if you're asking me, I think we'll win Thursday. It's the next. It's the next 14 or 15 games that I'm worried about at the moment. I honestly think, like I said before, I think we'll win Thursday, but 3 massive games: Brentford, Liverpool, Villa. It could shape our season in many ways, couldn't it? And I don't think, although people say we're in a relegation battle, I think that's being a bit over the top. I don't think we are, but we're not in a great place, certainly. No. And people say that there's 3 worse teams than us in the division. We've lost to 2 of them.
Yes, so, say that. People kept saying that. Yeah. So we haven't got results against them. So it is worrying. It's really worrying. I mean, I think I was going to bring up this point earlier. Do you think in previous seasons, when we've gone weak in these Europa League games, that it's kind of played into sort of the ownership sort of hand sign of sort of thing, saying, well, they go weak, we go out early. That means the squad isn't stretched so much. We don't have to have a bigger squad.
I don't believe that, Lewis. I don't believe that at all. I think that the football club, one of their main priorities is always league position, which
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Is why it's so surprising us being 15th. But I also think that the Europa League is extremely important to the football club, and
it's got to be.
I think that everyone, fans, board, manager, etc., everyone linked to the football club, I feel like everyone is on the same page in terms of European competition. Because, yes, you probably listen to a lot of the podcasts where whenever Spurs, and it's not just under Postecoglou, it's been under various different managers, including the guy that I love the most, Pochettino.
Frustrating.
We all put weakened teams out in all of these cup competitions. It frustrates the hell out of me when we do that. but I'm always told from people, this is the modern game. This is what we do. So I've tried to come to terms with it. But when I see 7-8 changes in a team for a European competition, and one thing that really gets to me as well is whenever we do a preview of any European game, whenever I have a fan on or a podcast or whatever, I always ask the question, what's your expected 11? Because we normally make 7 or 8 changes. They always seem really surprised by that question. And they go, what? Weakened teams in European competition. European competition means the world to us. We will be going the strongest as possible. So everyone else around Europe does that. I think it's just an English thing.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's that's. I mean, I've watched your channel, since the early days, since you were doing the stadium updates. That's how I got involved. The panels, yes, the classic panels. So I've listened to it all, and I remember you getting really annoyed with us going with these weakened teams, and you're thinking, well, come on, it's our chance of a trophy, and we're putting, yes, make a few changes, but it was literally like sweeping the whole team off.
Yeah.
And then wondering why they're not playing well together, because they don't play together on a regular basis. They don't, it's you're putting all these people, they just don't know what they're doing, half the time, and wonder why we lose and get knocked out. It's frustrating. Really, without sounding like you, Craig, it's very frustrating.
There's a comment here. Have Chris Cowlin and Pochettino ever been in the same room? I did actually say to him once, because a lot of people said that I look like him. So I said to him, everyone thinks I look like you. What do you think? And Pochettino replied with, "You're a very lucky man." So we take that. We take that.
Modest.
Fine.
Well, I shared the video that I was on the other night with you, and someone said I had to look twice because I thought you'd been interviewed by Pochettino.
Didn't they say you look like Chris Martin from Coldplay?
No, they didn't.
I think someone did. I think someone did, Lewis. Yeah.
Someone definitely said that, and I know I'm not singing.
Yeah,
you
wish you had his money. They did say that. Yeah.
I do wish I had his money. Yes, I put it in the football club for a start. Yeah.
Lewis, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting 3.5 hours to talk to us, but thank you so much for your input, and you're a great regular on here, and we always love to have you back. So please come back on the next one.
Cheers. Will do. All right. Thank you, guys. Cheers. Take care.
Cheers, mate. Speak to you soon.
Bye. If Expressions is still watching, he's got to come on last. He's got to be the last guest. I reckon about 11 o'clock. Come on, X. Come on. We need you to close the show. So pull over, whatever you do.
He did promise me that he was going to come on a long podcast when I met him in South Korea 2 years ago. So come on, mate. Do it for me. Yeah, come on. I know he's got a lot to say. I'm going to go to Ashley now because Ashley, you have waited 3.5 hours.
I like this. Look, Richard Gere. I've been called that before. Somebody said it's not Richard Gere. Not sure about
Richard
that.
Gere, good shot.
He's paid him to say that. Ashley, how are you feeling right now? And great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Big fan of the show. And yes, the first time I saw it come across you, Chris, I did think the same. I was like, is that Poch? And then I played the audio, and then your voice came out. So I was
the fat Pochettino. I've heard it many times before.
Yeah.
You didn't say yeah. You don't need to agree.
Late. I'm tired.
I love that. It's just,
yeah. I know. Nice. Actually, how you feeling?
It's late. Tired, frustrated. I think is the word that Rich. I think Craig, you've said quite a lot on a lot of the shows recently. When I was walking out that game against Leicester, walking down the high road, and I had about 30 Leicester fans behind me, followed me the whole way. Not follow me, but they're walking in my direction.
Yeah.
Just singing constant. It's happened again. Tottenham, it's happened again. It's just frustrating that we're having to put up with that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're going week in, week out, and I think something needs to change. I haven't been Ange out necessarily. I haven't been there until recently. I'm starting to think if this was any other manager in this position, it reminds me of the first season that I remember as a young teenager, 93, 94, Aussie Ardiles.
Yeah.
And we finished, 15th in between a poor Chelsea and Man City. It reminds me of that. And I think if we're not careful, we could end up there again at the end of this season. 15th. It's not looking good. Like, something needs to change.
Yeah, I was a teenager in 94 as well. So I remember those times. Well, I wasn't really, by the way.
Ashley, hold on. Ashley, what did you think of the 94-95 season with Klinsmann and Sheringham up front? That was a good season with them two as a partnership was amazing.
Unbelievable entertainment. Yeah, I've got the Klinsmann shirt in there from that year. I fell in love with Spurs then. Parents put a Spurs bib on me 1987. Since then, I've been Spurs. You don't choose Spurs. Spurs chooses you. And we go through a lot, us Spurs fans. And when you're working with West Ham, Arsenal fans on a daily basis, they're loving it right now. And like you mentioned earlier in the show, I went into work on Monday after the Leicester game. Yeah. You don't want to talk about football. Usually I'm there for the banter. It's got to a point now where it's just something has to change. Do you know what I mean?
Why do you think, Ashley? Why do you think? And I don't think I'm being. I don't think I'm wrong saying this. Why do you think Spurs fans get bantered by every single team in the league? Why do we get? I think we seem to get even Paddy Power, Dominoes, Specsavers. Yeah. It's always Tottenham, isn't it?
Always Tottenham, always, and it comes from all angles. Even the Southern Manx, the Southern Scousers, the people around the south of England that support the up north teams, always bantering Spurs. West Ham, understandable. Chelsea, Arsenal. I mean, obviously we look at Arsenal as our biggest rivals, but I feel Chelsea and West Ham look at us the same way Arsenal do as well.
Yeah.
And we live rent-free in everyone's heads. And everyone is loving it right now because of the situation we're in. One of my West Ham mates said to me recently, do you know what? I actually feel sorry for you right now. West Ham, a West Ham fan. He said, because obviously you're a passionate fan. We all talk about football every day. We just want to see our clubs do well. And it gets to a point where the banter's been so, like lately, it's been so aimed towards the Spurs fans that it's like they're even getting bored of it now. They're like, oh, it's what it is.
Yeah.
But then looking at the picture, it's like, who is to blame? I think everyone needs to take some sort of responsibility. And that's from the manager, the board, players themselves. If you look at, I think someone said it on the show earlier, look at that midfield for that second Leicester goal. It was the space they had. Yeah. That has to come down to tactics.
Does that bother you, Ashley? Because all of the pundits and all of the ex-players, people, not just people like us coming on YouTube channels talking as fans. I mean, people who have actually been there, done it, got the T-shirt, won trophies at the highest level. They are all saying the way that Ange Postecoglou sets up defensively, you cannot play like this and be successful. How does that make you feel as a Spurs fan? Because when you keep hearing it from ex-professionals, as I say, who have been there, done it, got the T-shirt, when they're saying it, how do you feel about it?
I kind of agree with him. Like I said, I wasn't Ange out until recently. I'm still not necessarily 100% there because you have to take everything into consideration. The injury list is ridiculous. I can't remember anything like it. I'm sure you can't.
But what I mean though is defensively. I know when Andrew said before about we just have this attitude of we'll score more than you. But when you've got a defence that that can very easily concede goals, and we don't change the way that we play, if you haven't got that sharpness in that final third, and let's be honest and frank about it, we were very, very wasteful in Angie's first season. He kept saying that again and again and again, and I forget how many times I've said it on the podcast as well after each game. And even this season, you go back to that Newcastle game earlier on in the season. Brennan Johnson putting the ball in, right at the end. No one there. We were very, and Richarlison has wasted so many chances when he's been fit and available. So we have wasted a lot of opportunities. But do you feel at the moment? I know we've got injuries, but do you feel in the moment in that final third that we are always going to score more goals than we're actually shipping?
Oh, don't feel like it right now. Not right now. And it comes to the point where he has to adapt. Like, you can't be seeing the same stuff week in, week out and think we'll just keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
We'll outscore them. We'll play attacking football, because it's not entertaining. It's not attacking. The players look drained. The last few games that I've been to, I've been looking at the players and thinking, he looks shattered. He looks shattered. He looks shattered. But then you have to think, and you have had chances where you could have put Jed Spence in, give Porro a few games rest. On the weekend, why not play Reguilon, put Gray in the middle? So I think Ange has to take a lot of responsibility for those decisions. even coming out and saying, you know, Sarr shouldn't have really played. You had the option to put Reguilon left back and put Gray in the middle. Why not do it?
Yeah. I think you could see as well for that second goal. As you were talking about, Sarr was nowhere. He was trying to get back. He just couldn't run. And we did have options, but it just goes to show how light we've been left, because we had 8 players on the bench when, of course, you can name 9 substitutes. We didn't have enough to even fill the bench.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And then if we look at the board and Levy, right? So under any circumstances like this in the past, they're quick to pull the trigger. Every manager who has been sacked for a lot less. But if you're coming out and saying, we're going to back him, we need to give him the tools, you're accepting negligence, right? Surely you're accepting, right, we haven't backed him, we haven't given him the tools he needs. Why are you still not backing him? It's nearly the end of January now. We've had a goalkeeper come in. But you're adamant that you're sticking by him. We're going to give him until Liverpool, whatever it is that's come out today. But you've still not given him the tools. So there's responsibility to be taken all round. But I do feel Ange really needs to, you have to adapt. You have to change something. Be a bit more pragmatic. Sit back if you have to. Don't just this high line and attacking football, because it's not entertaining. We're not entertained. That on the weekend is the loudest I've heard. And you said it earlier in the show, the chants of, we want Levy out. I sit in the North Stand upper right above the away fans. So the last few games I've been to, all I've heard is them lot singing.
Yeah.
It seemed good on paper, didn't it? When Ange come in, it's attack, we don't stop. And do you know what? I think with the right players, it would work. If we had a whole squad, a solid squad of all those players, it would probably give anyone a run for their money. We proved that. We've beaten cities, we've beaten United, we've beaten Liverpool once, but you know, it's not sustainable with this current squad.
I was going to say, actually, I feel like for Ange Ball to work, and Craig's right, when it has worked, it has looked really good. And I just feel like he needs that depth all the time of playing that high-intensity football in the way that he wants to play. He needs that depth. He needs a quality bench all the time. And we need top-quality players. And that's why I don't think it's going to work out for him, sadly. I want it to work out because, honestly, I'm sick of talking about different managers, new managers every 18 months. Last question for you. How confident are you that Spurs are actually going to get some business done before the 3rd of Feb deadline at 11 p.m?
Not confident at all. I think we might get one in. But from what I've seen, they're still looking at, was it Angel Gomez on loan or in the summer?
For the summer,
free.
Yeah.
And there was another one, Tyler Dibbling, but we're going to send him back to Southampton. So that doesn't help now. So I'm not that confident if you're already talking about the summer.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel like I could talk to you all night about Spurs. So if ever you're up for coming on the podcast, please do let us know.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll drop you a line. Appreciate it, guys.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, guys.
Love it. Nice talking to you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Right, we're now going to go to Noel. Then we're going to go to Terry. Then William. Noel.
Hiya, Chris. How you doing?
No, great to have you on. I know we've been recording now for nearly 4 hours, and I know you've come in a few times. You've gone out again, and you've tried us again. Thank you so much for coming on. Of course, I normally see you in the pub before matches. You know, when you're travelling over from Ireland. How are you feeling about everything right now?
I was only talking to you. Hi, Craig. How you doing?
Hello, mate.
Yeah, I was only talking to you 2 weeks ago, and I was deflated then, and I think I'm even worse now. I think the mood has definitely not improved over the last 2 weeks. I was confidently expecting 4 points from Everton and Leicester. You know, what did we get? Nothing from those 2 games. You know, I mean, diabolical to say the least. Like some of the defending in the Everton match, you know, I think it was Dragusin was actually coming towards the ball. And then he suddenly, for some reason in midstream, he decides to reverse. And then he starts running back with the player. And suddenly, you know, the guys in the penalty area scores the easiest goal he's ever going to score. I mean, Leicester got a winner on Sunday. You guys have talked about it all night. You know, the defending, some of the defending is absolutely diabolical. I really don't know. I've such mixed views. You've had fantastic guests on tonight, and every one of them have done a great job. That guy from America, made some very, very fantastic points, about Enoch and Levy, and that's a long time project. But this is now, and if people, a lot of people say, we're too good to be relegated. The reality is we are in a relegation battle. We've got 24 points, and until you've got mathematically enough points that you're not going to be relegated, you are in a relegation battle, and that's the reality, and that's the way I feel at the moment. And I feel if we lose to Brentford, I think we will win on Thursday night. I think we lose to Brentford on Sunday, and another couple of defeats, and suddenly these teams, they're not great teams, but they get a couple of points, and suddenly the gap, narrows again. I think it's a dire situation, and I really don't know what the answer is. And can we go to Liverpool and Villa? At the moment, I can't see it.
No. Why?
Greg, I'm usually, I know, Chris, I'm usually, very much, up the Spurs. Things are good, but one guys actually, I think one of your guests before, I think it was the last guy. This reminds me of 93, 94. I know Greg and yourself are too young for all that, but this reminds me from 93, 94. Very, very close to going down. Very, very close. It was only a few wins at the end, really saved. So that's the way. I'm really not great. And 3 weeks ago, I would have said, we'd have got 4 points. We'd been up to 28 points now. And I think the league position, the cups are fantastic. But if the unthinkable happens and we were suddenly playing Millwall next year as opposed to Arsenal, there'll be an awful serious questions having to be asked all round. So I really don't know where we're going. And, and I'm very on the fence. A couple of weeks ago, you asked me where would Spurs finish, and I said 9th. And you asked me, would Ange be there next season? If I was asked that question, I said yes. You pushed me down the fence, and you pushed me, and I said yes. At the moment, I would probably say no. And I think the next 4 games are crucial to what's going to happen for the rest of the season. So not a very good prognosis at the moment, Chris.
No, I know you touched there on the 93, 94 sort of season around that time. And I remember being in a pub around that time because the club was not only, in dire straits for relegation, it was almost to a point where it was going to go under until Alan Sugar obviously took over. I'm sure you remember that. I remember. Yeah, I remember talking to my friend in a pub, and he's saying, "Do you know what? Tottenham fan he was," and he said, "Do you know what? No matter how bad it is, whatever's going on in your life, I've always had Tottenham." And he said the thought of Tottenham not being there is absolutely frightening. And I remember that conversation to this day. And those were dark times, and a lot of the 90s were dark times. But I think Chris asked me the other day, when have you felt this low about it? And I thought it's probably now, as opposed to, we've had some rough times. But would you say it's that you're feeling as low as you probably have done since that time?
Yeah. I've been a Spurs supporter since 1967, so I've seen some great days. I've also seen relegation, and we bounced back the next season. And then, Keith Burkinshaw come along with some glory days in the 90s, or sorry, the 80s. We had dire times in the 90s, that 93, 94 season. One of the guys touched on it earlier on. He talked about Urban Scholar, that he nearly took the club to bankruptcy. And then, the way that Enoch have obviously been very, very careful, with their money. So, there has to be a balance in between. And I don't think that Tottenham have got that balance because they are a wealthy club now. It's no point in being the richest man in the graveyard. You have to spend the money, while you're alive, and I think, I think the Spurs, don't have that balance right. And somewhere in between, I think somebody else made a point that Villa were 97%, spent their money on wages, and Tottenham was only 42. Surely somewhere in between would be the perfect situation. But 93, 94 was, a dire situation. I looked it up today. I remember it well. We lost 5 league games in a row from about Christmas to February, and they won and drew a few games, and then they lost another 3. And I think they only actually beat Southampton in the last couple of weeks and Oldham or something like that to actually secure like they're only 1 or 2 points away from relegation that season, and it's not impossible that we could be dragged down even further. So I think league points at the minute are sadly more important. And Chris, I would love to see a cup. We haven't won an FA Cup since 1991. I don't know what it is for 1991, but I know what it was, and I know what age I am now. And by God, I want to see another trophy. But we can't afford to start, ship down, the league any further. Surely, we have to now start the springboard. But maybe in a couple of weeks' time, when we get more these players back. But I hope that Ange doesn't, rush them all back together, and suddenly we have another batch of injuries. And I think possibly that there will be a signing or two before next week. But I think maybe in typical Enoch, Daniel Levy fashion, it'll be, a wishy-washy type of I don't think they're going to put massive money in January. And I think they're going to hedge their bets on that one. So I don't know, Chris. I'd love you to give me a bit of because I was giving this to you 2 weeks ago, and I don't want you to build me up and tell me where we are going.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I really don't, because I genuinely thought that we were going to go into that Leicester game and win that game on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I suppose a part of me was a bit shell-shocked by that performance and by that result. I know I get all of the injuries. I know we've spoken about the injuries, for the past couple of months, and there have been a lot, and there continue to be a lot. But I still felt there's more than enough quality in that team and that squad to win the game. No, when are you next over in England again watching Tottenham?
Yeah, but I was just thinking about that actually. Myself and my son Gary, we hope to get over this year. And I remember well, it's only May 2022 that I met you in the Gilpin, and you actually interviewed me before it. And we beat Arsenal 3-0 that night. Conte was jumping up and down on the sideline. I thought this was the start of a brave new world for Tottenham. And now 3.5 years later, less than 3 years later, we're back. We've slid further down. So hopefully, we'll get over before the end of the season. We will get over before the end of the season. I hope that you still imbibe in that establishment, and could meet up with you there again,
I'll always meet you for a drink. No problem at all. Yeah.
And Chris, you're doing a fantastic job. And I know you sometimes you've stepped in for Chris. And I'm very impressed with your performance here. You're really coming good. And it's good to see Chris laugh, because
Thanks, mate.
I told him he was more handsome when he laughed, and he even laughed more then,
Thanks, Noel.
No, actually, on Craig's performance, you know how we critique every single player every week. So I want you to go through Craig's performance last time. What did he do well on? Where does he need to improve?
So my appraisal.
Too hard, too difficult at this time of night. But
come on, Noel, give it to him. He deserves it. Come on.
He's good. I remember that actually when myself and the other guy from Ireland were on. I think it was at the time we lost to Milan, and he did the show. You couldn't get out of the stadium or something.
Yeah.
And I think it was maybe one of your first times, Craig.
Isn't it funny? He can't get out of the stadium every time we bloody lose. Isn't that weird?
No, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm just going to tell you one more thing before I go. I've been going to see Spurs since about 1978. I've seen them plenty of times in White Hart Lane and the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I've actually never seen the Blues in that stadium.
Good stuff. You need to come all the time.
What?
Yeah. You need to get there all the time then, Noel.
I obviously don't go enough, but we'll get over.
No, great to have you on. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Chris.
Noel.
Nice, Craig.
Thank you.
See you, mate.
I'm absolutely delighted to say that I've got a very special guest on, a good friend of mine. He hasn't been on this channel for a very, very long time. It is Expressions. Hello, mate.
Is.
How are you?
You telling me C squared, bro? My guy, you good, yeah?
I didn't expect you to be turning up on this stream today, so I'm very good. How are you doing?
Brother, I was watching the stream like 2 hours behind, and then I phoned you, thinking that it must be done. Because like when I left my yard, I think I saw you went live, and it must have clicked on my phone. So that I was in the spa, blood. You get me? So I said, I was cheesing. I said, let me just listen to what he's saying. I saw you, Bagel, and my man talking. So then after I heard that bit of the conversation is when I went to phone you. Do you get me? But then obviously you were like 4 hours deep, bruv. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe it, fam. Like 4 hour stream, you know, this is taking me back to the time when we had fossil football at Tottenham Hotspur, bruv. And 90 minutes was like, yo, it was a Lord of the Rings film. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy, bro.
That's the way it is at the moment. How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? I know
no, brother. Forget about how I'm feeling. I want to know how you're feeling, brother. You know why? Because you go home, away, you do friendlies, you do unfriendlies, blood. You do the women's game, you do pre-season, you do after season, off season, in season, out season, blood. Anytime them man doing short socks and a shirt, blood, you're there, fam. Do you know what I mean? You do 1,000 miles like Vanessa Carlton, innit? So it's all well and good, me having an opinion. And I'm not saying that your opinion is more valid than mine, but for a man, because I've done Tottenham home and away for a whole season before COVID and that, and I know the toll it takes on you. I know how much of your time you have to dedicate to that. And on top of going to the games and then making content, internet issue, all of these different things. I don't know if you got a team behind you or whatever, but I see the miles you put in, blood. South Korea, North Korea, East Korea, West Korea, you're everywhere, blood. You know them way there, fam. So I want to know, and I messaged a guy, Tottenham Dan. He's another one that goes home and away and goes everywhere, because I've got my opinion and I don't talk for any all Tottenham fans, bro. My channel's called Expressions Oozing Blood. I have my opinion. Do you know what I mean? And my channel's not for me to hear what all the Tottenham fans are saying and then turn it into a video. I've never been like that. I've always been me. I've always spoken like I've spoken. People hated me for it. I got abused for it. I got all of that. And I never changed, blood. You know them way there? Now I'm on the way to 400,000 subscribers. And I love everyone that has subscribed to my channel, innit? But what I want to know is, bro, how do you feel? And when you tell me how you feel, then I'll tell you how I feel, bro.
I've spoken about this for the last couple of hours. I feel pretty deflated right now. I feel like we've gone around in circles for many years. We've had this conversation before. And, you know, the club need to do better. You know, if you're going to hit that major reset button with Postecoglou, then you need to back him. You need to do things in a different way to what we've done under all these different managers that we have had. It feels like we're going around in circles again. Do you know what, Expressions? I did an interview on TalkSport the other day. And a friend of mine, Paul, a very good friend of mine, he phoned me up and he said, "When was that interview from, Chris?" And I said, "Today." And he said, "Well, if you'd have said 5 years ago, it was exactly the same. If you'd have said 4 years ago, it was exactly the same." And perhaps I just talk about the same old stuff or give the same old lines, but we are in the same situation again, which is very, very frustrating. But you used to be there home and away, and now you've turned into such a celebrity. You are absolutely everywhere. You're on TikTok, you're on Instagram, you're working for this company, you're on TalkSport interviewing all these legends. I'll tell you what, I'm very proud to have seen the start of your progress, starting YouTube to where you are now, because you are living the dream. It's amazing.
No, thank you, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm so proud and I'm so thankful for how, like, do you know what I mean? Because I started this, like, you know me, I had a full-time job. You get me? I was working with looked after kids in care homes and stuff like that. I was doing good work, you know, them way there. Like, this was a hobby for me, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? And it turned into more than that. It turned into something that changed my life, and I'll never stop thanking. And I'll never ever think that I'm too big for anyone. Like, brother, like even today at the spa, I went Enfield. I've never gone to that one before in my life here. You know the amount of Tottenham fans that were there. Brother, it was crazy. I was in such a bad mood, which is why I went to the spa, to be left alone, innit? Everyone wanted to talk to me. Brother, I had to speak to every single one of them with the same energy, because if I showed them, if I just said, "I'll leave me alone," that one time that they met me, they'll think I'm an asshole, and I'm not an asshole. I love all my fans and I appreciate everything that they've done for me. So obviously I'm human. So, you know what I mean? I'll be upset. you get me? I could have bare things going on, blood. Anything that can happen to you can happen to me. Like, I'm no better than anyone. Do you know what I mean? So when you're pissed off and you don't want to chat to anyone, like, that happens to me as well. But I feel like I can't show them that, because that might be the one time that they meet me, blood. Do you know what I'm saying, fam?
Yeah.
I've got to just go through the motions, yeah. And the thing is, yeah, like with this, like how I feel is like Daniel Levy is the problem, blood. I'm not going to start here and just be like, I want Postecoglou gone, bro. Daniel Levy is the problem, yeah, but Postecoglou is not the answer, fam. Like I said it in my video, it's like mixing pills and alcohol, bro. Let me tell you this. It's one of them ones where, yeah, these owners, yeah, may be the reason why we don't make top 4, we don't win a trophy, but they are not the reason why we're in a relegation battle. I don't remember seeing us in a relegation battle in their tenure. And correct me if I'm wrong. Have we been in one? Have we? I'm waiting. Have we?
Yeah.
I'm asking. Because, bro, I remember the times when Tottenham were finishing 12th and all of that. Don't get me wrong. Like, I know these times, but no, like, even though we ain't won nothing since then, yeah, the expectations were different them times. Do you know what I mean? Like, Pochettino overachieved 100%, 1,000%. And I'm just getting the time that Pochettino should have had. I'm telling you, he's getting the time. It's like we made that massive mistake sacking Poch. Champions League final. Who did we think we were? A Champions League final, mate. That wasn't even. Remember the season we came second and that, yeah? And then we went undefeated at the Lane, the last thing of the season and that, yeah? Bro, I didn't dream we'd be in a Champions League final that season because we weren't doing that well. When did we finish that season?
Do you remember you used to say to me you were scared of flying, you didn't like to get on a plane, right? You went to the Champions League final, you were having the day of your life, so was I. My dad was there, my son was there, 3 generations of Spurs fans. It felt amazing to get up that morning and feel like you're going to a Champions League final with Spurs. And you were even joking around with Michael McIntyre, weren't you?
Yeah, bro, he came up to me, blood, and goes, I'm a big fan. I said, what? You know me, blood? Blood, I'm a fan of you, blood. Do you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't believe it. It was crazy.
When you get on the wheel? You'll be on the wheel next.
Bro, this Tottenham, you see this journey, this YouTube journey, like I said to me, like I told you, I'm afraid of flying. I had to beat that. You get me? I had to do that. You get me? I went South Korea. I was out there, bro. You know them way there. So, like, I've had to adapt my life to things that I don't usually like doing because of what I'm doing. Like, if I said to you right now, I don't really like being around a lot of people, like, you get me? I wouldn't say claustrophobic, but I just don't like being around a lot of people. Like, outside of the football, you're not going to see me around. Wait, let me land. You're not going to see me around like a lot of people and that, yeah? But when I'm celebrating the goals and everyone's jumping on me and all of that talks I'm getting used to for me. Like, now I could do it like that.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, like, when I first started, if you actually watch my content, you'll see, like, there's times I couldn't breathe. Go look at the Man City when we went through. But I couldn't breathe. I was like this. I was like, I thought I was going to die. Do you know what I mean? Now, obviously, when I look back at that, I love it because them moments are like, bro, I haven't spoken to any of these people. Like, I haven't even said hi to them. But one thing, one common goal, blood. And that's Tottenham Hotspur, the passion, the win. Do you know what I mean? I remember one brother, when I walked in, expressions, you bloody see you next Tuesday, fighting hate the vlogging. Bro, I can point you out to the moment that we scored and he jumped, he ran down 3 rows and he jumped on me. I was like, hold on, that's the same guy that called me a see you next Tuesday. Bro, football changes everything. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. So I'm just so thankful for everything. But bro, I'm telling you, with this situation, yeah, I believe Postecoglou is the reason why we're 15th. I believe his philosophies and his style of play are the reason why we're getting all of these injuries. What I'm upset about is the first season we had all of these injuries. We had 1 game a week, you know. So what do you think's going to happen when we got 2 or 3 games a week? So I do blame the board for not bringing in a lot of these players. But what annoys me is the fact that he was happy. He was like, I'm happy with the players we brought in. I don't think we need it. Do you remember what he was saying? Ange didn't complain. He didn't say we were light before the window closed. Do you get me? Yeah. January only just opened. Where were we at the end of December before the window opened? Where were we in the table?
About 12th, probably.
12th,
11th,
yeah?
12th? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. So we've dropped down 3 places, yeah? January, it's unforgivable, the fact that they haven't bought an outfield player. Unforgivable, bro. Do you get me? Look at the amount of man we got out, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy. So it's unforgivable that they haven't brought in any players, innit? But let me tell you this. We were 12th before the window even opened, so Levy couldn't have done nothing about that. Do you get me? That was down to, obviously, Postecoglou. And I'm telling you, these injuries, the way we train, the way our high line, every player that's got to do recovery runs, yeah. Like the Udogi, I'm so surprised Poro's not injured. Udogi, Van de Ven, Ramiro, all these people that will go up and do recovery runs, running back every 5 minutes. Do you know the amount of running Solanke did in the last game before he got injured? I beg you go and check the stats. No striker should have to run that much.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's not. And then he got injured in training on something that had nothing to do with that. He just jarred his knee. So like, and on top of all of this, remember Ange. I swear Ange don't even bring staff when he didn't come with staff, did he? No. We got Mason, Jedinak, we got George and Lenny from Of Mice and Men, blood. We got some scrubs on that bench. No, think about it. So if Ange, say Ange has a brain fart or he's ill or whatever, look at who we've got to run the club. It's unforgivable. When Poch came in, he had his whole big family. When Conte came in, he had the Italian job. What are we doing? Giving this job to Ange, and then we got these scrubs on the bench as well. We've got no, as much as I want Ange out, I don't want to see Mason in charge. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see Mason in charge.
You know that's what had happened though, Expressions, don't you? You just know, you know it's going to be Mason if they sack him.
So for me, I'm not going to lie, like with Ange, like just, and the thing is what annoys me is like the one thing you can say about Tottenham fans, like, we're patient, bro. You can't be a Tottenham fan and be impatient. Like, you can't. Like, it makes no sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many trophies you lot have seen in your life, but I've seen 2, blood. So it's one of them ones where, like, come on, bro. One thing we've got is patience, yeah? Like, Ange, he gave us the 10 games at the start of the season, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. Then we got found out like Jussie Smollett, blood. We got found out, fam. That's what it was. And then he refused to change it. He was just ignorant. You get me? Ignorant. He just does the same things, bruv. Like, we're open, blood. We got no back like a plasma TV, fam. A kitchen apron, bro. We've got good players, but we're just hella open, fam. I'm telling you, like, the amount of space we leave, I'm surprised astronauts don't just come in and be like, oh, let me get involved with this. Hella space, blood. Like, what are we doing, fam? Like, it makes no sense. It's like the man's playing FIFA. Constant pressure, all attack. Do you know what I mean? And even when we win, I'm not one of them fans. Like, even when we slap, who did we slap someone 4-0? No, 5-0 Southampton. My video, I was like, well done for doing it. I wasn't getting gas saying we're back. Ange Ball, worst team in the league. Even when we slapped Everton, bro, you get me? Another team in the mud. You get me? That's what it was. The only victories that have impressed me this year are Man United and Man City, yeah? And look at what happened to both of them clubs since then. So as much as we can take credit for having a good performance, them lot are falling off miserably. You get me? We've been slapped by Newcastle twice, bruv. Do you know them with the Ipswich, Crystal Palace, Leicester, Everton, Fulham draw, Wolves draw, drawing with Wolves. Brother, a draw with Wolves? Brother, I thought there would have been more chance of me smoking a spliff with a Wolf than that happening. But let's be honest. I'm not talking about Wolves as a club. I'm talking about Wolves in a mess that they're in this season. You know what I mean? Couldn't buy a win. Ruud van Nistelrooy saved his new manager bounce for us. Leicester, Leicester City, these men are getting touched up every week. Like, no wins in 7. Like, they waited for us. We're victims. Like, I can't believe it. You can't look at that team and say that I know we have injuries. I know we do. But even the team that we fielded, yeah, I know we had no bench, memorial bench, blood. You know them way there. But the team we fielded couldn't be losing to Leicester. Couldn't be losing to Everton. Yeah. I'm sorry. The Arsenal loss, go and watch my fan cam. I was upset because of bragging rights. But I didn't, there was nothing to do with me moaning about this, the manager, the play, nothing to do with that. Just bragging rights. Look where Arsenal are. Look where we are with the depleted team. But when we had our full squad, they still beat us. So it is what it is. Let's not look at the Arsenal. Let's look at the, like, I don't want to disrespect any of the teams we've lost to, yeah? But I don't want to turn into a club where you look at the next fixture and you can't guarantee a win. I don't want to be that. That would be the Crystal Palace, the Ipswiches. Like, you get me? Like, I don't want to, the Evertons. Like, there isn't, bro, the Wolves game, yeah, the Wolves game and the Ipswich game, yeah?
Yeah.
At the start of the season, I looked at those 2 fixtures. So the Ipswich game, I brought my pedicure lady. She's always wanted to come to the Tottenham game. She does my feet, blood, every 2 weeks. You know them way there. She's always wanted to come and see Tottenham, yeah. So I brought her, yeah. And I said, because she wants to see us win. I said, Ipswich, come on. We had Ramiro and that, blood. Ipswich. Brought her, lost, blood. And then Wolves. I had family fly from Australia. You know them way there. Australia, riding kangaroos from Heathrow, fam. Yeah? Brought them to the game. You saw me, blood. It was VIP, blood. You know them way there. I said, VIP.
I don't expect any different.
Do you get me? Man said, yo, let me put some, get me. Let's go in the box. Let's get the heated seats and that. Why did I do that, blood? Yeah. Why did I do that? Went there and Wolves put us in a blunt. Do you know what I mean? Like the 2 games that I looked at the start, this was the start of the season, because I said I weren't going back time ago, but I had to go back to them games, innit? Because
don't you miss it? Don't you miss going?
I do. I'm not gonna lie. I do miss going. I've got a season ticket, as you know, and when I don't go, I don't sell my ticket. Either it's not in use, or my little brother will go, or do you know what I mean? That's what it is, innit? Like at first, I was like obviously, I think this season I went to the first few games. I did. I think I went all the way up to the Ipswich one, then we lost, and then I don't know who we had after. But it's one of them ones where, like, the only time I said I weren't going, what game was it that I said I was done? What was it? It was before the Chelsea, because I didn't go to that one. Something happened, blood. Something happened. I can't even remember what game it was. And I said, oh, you know what? Whatever. Gonna wait till January. And look at January, bro. Look at January.
Yeah, I know.
Just look at it.
Where do you see us in the short term and the long term? So if I was to ask you for a prediction, where will we be in a month's time? Where will we be in a year's time? And where will we be in 5 years' time? What's your
come on, bro. Let's not even to ask them questions, because the trouble we're in now, let's just stay on point. Let's stay on focus. Forget about years. Forget about that. Let's talk about here and now, bro. Less of that, bro. Less of the future. It's in the sci-fi film, fam. We need to talk about what's going on.
This is why people want you on this podcast, you see, because I ask these questions to everyone else.
No one cares about that. We care about now, bro. You can ask questions, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to disrespect you and take over your channel, but that's a waste of time, blood. People are here because they want to know what's going on now. Yeah, they want to know your views, my views, Craig Dearman's views, blood, all of that, bruv. You know what I mean? That's what they want to know, innit? And for me, I'm not gonna lie. We all know the thing is with the owners, yeah. This is my thing with the owners. Like, they could sell, and then they could sell to someone that will do the exact same thing. We have no control on what's going on with the owners, innit? As businessmen, they're magnificent, fam. You get me? When it comes to revenue, turnovers and that, they're great. But on the pitch, when we're getting turned over, they're useless because they don't want to be helping man out, innit? And the wickedest thing is, yeah, when you actually look since their tenure, and I know people are going to be like, oh, they're going to say that I love the owners, but I'm still going to say this because I don't. You need to know what time it is. They've actually improved. Not greatly, but we weren't spending those 60 million on those 60, Madison 60, Solanke 60, Johnson 40. We spent money. We have spent a lot of money, bro. Don't get me wrong. The wages are criminal. They are. So we have to spend 60 million for a player like Solanke because we're going to put him on 80 grand a week or something. I don't know what he's on, but do you get me? We're going to put him on something like that. Our wage structure is ridiculous. We could never go for the Netos, the Rafael Leaos, the Nico Williams. We can afford them transfer fee wise, but the wages, this club refuses. And then you've got Timo Werner. Yeah. That Stuttgart flipping. I swear, that guy pisses me off. I swear that he should be a ball boy. All he can do is run. He should be collecting the balls when it goes off the field. We got him on 175k a week. The Stuttgart Statman Dave, bro. The Eintracht Ed Matthews, blood. I've had enough. And that's all down to the Brisbane Bielsa. Because he wanted him. Ange wanted him. He did. He did. 2 years. 2 years.
Do you know,
2 years.
Someone was talking about you the other day, and they said to me, all the stuff you say is all rehearsed. And I said, this guy is a genius. This guy, just comes out of all these sayings just like this. I want to know what is next for you because, you've moved up that ladder so quickly.
You know, when are you going to be hosting your own radio show or doing something on the TV?
I don't want to do that. I don't radio show, blood. Listen, you see the thing is with me, like I don't want to do, like if I'm doing things commercially, I want it to be different to what I'm usually doing. Do you understand? So me being on TalkSport, my show on TalkSport is different. I'm not going. I'm not. It's not that, no disrespect you, because you might see me go on TalkSport, but that's not going to be. My show isn't going on there as a caller. I'm sitting there and asking people questions. Man's show with Jim, Bellew, and football, like it's special. It's something that's different to me. You get me? Like man's met Edgar Davids, Dimitar Berbatov, Van der Vaart. And if you watch the Van der Vaart one, he told me I'm the best thing about Tottenham, and he loves this club. I couldn't believe it when he said that, bro. My heart, like these are moments that I would have never got if I didn't start on YouTube, innit? Do you know them way there? So I'm always making sure my YouTube's my bread and butter, C-squared. You're never going to see me run off. Like you see me on Channel 4 doing shows, doing this, doing that, working with brands. Do you know what I mean? Like I do loads of different things, but my YouTube's going to be my bread and butter. And the thing is, like I always need to make sure that I'm consistent with that. But with the other stuff, yeah, they come, bro. Like I've been given so many different opportunities from me starting what I'm doing in it. And yeah, predominantly I do football content. But when I actually started this, my whole thing, like my channel, like on Facebook wasn't even expression. It was expressions of a black man. And you know what I mean? And the reason why I changed it to expressions, because people were calling me black man. And I was like, hold on a minute. We got to change that. You know them way there. That's what it was. And I was making videos about being on the bus with my gal in the hood. Do you know what I mean? Meet my girl not being able to cook. I was making like comedy videos, yeah. And then we lost to Newcastle. Remember that season when we lost to Newcastle and we were supposed to make top 4. Everything was in our hands. And then Newcastle turned us over, like whatever it was. So I reacted, because obviously I react to what I'm feeling, innit? So I reacted to that game. You know what I mean? And I made a season review on Facebook and it got like 1 million views. And people were like, why don't you start making more football content in it? So I didn't know anything about the space. I didn't know what anything was. So then when I came in and I started making match reviews. So the games would happen and then I would do it in my reviews. Like if you remember, I was in my bedroom wall with the shirts hung up, and do you get me? I just used to do like match reviews. And then obviously it's one of them ones where I started going to the games more, because like I said, before this, I didn't like being in like all of that. Like even raves, you see like raves, like dances and stuff, carnival, like all of these things. I don't like being in, you understand? So I started doing, but now I'm doing all of that. I'm telling you, I got to thank this for like, bro, like the only thing that this Tottenham thing hasn't sorted for me is my fear of swimming and heights. You get me? Because when they asked me to do the skywalk, I told them to win me a trophy, blood. Am I a prick, fam? That's what I'm talking about. No, real talk. When the skywalk thing came open and that, man want to talk to me about the skywalk. I said, win me a trophy and I'll do the skywalk. Big man thing. Is man mad? I'm not putting my life on the line. What's man talking about?
I don't like heights. I did it. It's Tottenham. You got to do it.
No, I don't. Like I said, win me a trophy. And then I will do, bro. I'll do the skywalk with you, blood. If we win a trophy, actually, you know what? No, hold on. No, let me not. No, hold on. Because as bad as things are, yeah, you know them way there. We're in free competition. I'm not used to be. See, this is the thing with Angie. You know what, X?
No, you said it now. We're going to be.
No. Because you know what? As much as I'm going to come here and tell you my thoughts on Ange, yeah? As much as you can say the negatives, let's not pretend like there's no positives in it. Because I'm not used to my football team being in free competitions at this stage of the season. Yeah, that we can win. I don't think we can win it with him. Like, do you know what I mean? But he's got us there. And let's not forget, as much as they're not having great seasons, we beat Man United and Man City, blood, in the cup. No one ever had a tough run like us.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give Ange Postecoglou his flowers for this. If he's a cup manager, if he does win a cup for us, bro, because like for me, whether I want him out or not, he's not getting sacked unless they want to sack him in. It's not down to me. It's not down to you. It's not down to anything. Do you know what I mean? If he does win a cup for us, as long as we don't get relegated, he can't be sacked.
How's that Liverpool game next week going for you?
We're getting put in a spliff. We're not beating Liverpool. We're not. Like I see Van der Ven could be back, Ramiro can be back. Liverpool are dangerous. They are dangerous. I can't even believe we beat them in the first leg. Do you know them way there? That's what it is. Don't get me wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll come out and apologize. I would say give Andrews flowers, but that's a big pause. So yeah, I'll give him his adulations if he beats Liverpool. Do you know what I'm saying? Because one thing I will say is, and I did say at the start of the season, like, we're not going to win this Premier League C square, bruv. You know that, blood. You know them way there. All I want is a trophy, bruv. At the start of the season, I didn't say that. I said top 6 and I'd love maybe a trophy run. But you see the way things have gone this season, I need a trophy from Ange if I can like support this man. Do you know them way there? I need him to win something, because we're not going to finish anywhere where I want to be in the Premier League, innit? But if this man wins a trophy, he's unsackable. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. He's unsackable. And I don't dislike him as a person. I love him as a person. I wish, you know what I wish, ideally? I wish that we don't sack Ange. Like, I wish he would change. Like, he'd get help. So I'd wish, you see his coaching staff. I wish we could have, look, you see when Pep had Arteta in that, yeah? I wish we could just have the decent coaching staff, yeah? Decent coaching staff that are actually ready to be, you know, just about ready to go on to be their own manager. So he has help, because I don't think he's not experienced enough. He's not. You get me? He's not. Like, I would love to bring in Areola from Bournemouth, yeah, but would he come? Don't get me wrong. Like, the reason why he may come is because, let's be honest, Bournemouth, they're going to lose all of them players that are performing at the end of next season. You know it. You get me? They're going to get raided. That's what's going to happen, innit? Yeah. Bournemouth, they're a selling club, this, that, and the other. We're a bigger club than Bournemouth. You get me? Our facilities, whether they finish above us or not, you get me? Our ceiling's always higher than Bournemouth, innit? He will come, but I just don't believe he'll come this season. I think he's like, what, this season? So what? So I can tarnish my credibility, maybe in the summer. Do you know what I mean? But if Andrew wins us the trophy, then he ain't leaving. Do you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't sack him either. Do you get me?
You've always got a nickname for everyone. And of course, for years, you've called me C squared. What nickname would you give to Craig Dearman?
No, but I just met him in it, blood. You know them way.
That don't stop you. Huh? That never stops you.
Brother, I would call him CD, yeah, but a CD actually plays, and he hasn't even spoken once since I've been here. You know them way. So
don't get a word in expressions.
CD must be scratched, blood. You know what I mean?
Go on, give him a question. Give him a question, Craig.
I was going to say, I can't. I know what expressions he's like. I've watched him, so I know it's difficult to get a word in. But it's a pleasure to be on with you, expressions. It really is. And
big yourself up, my bro. You lot have been doing a wonderful stream, blood. You know what I mean? I don't know how long it is, bro. It's like a charity stream, bro. I wonder if you can buy a player with the amount of super chats you've got. Can we buy a player, blood?
Right. 4 hours 20. Can I ask you a favour, right? Because we tried to get this to happen. When I saw you in South Korea a couple of years ago, I don't know how much of that game you actually saw, and this is serious, by the way, because the queue of people, there must have been 1,000 or more people waiting for a picture for you.
They moved me. Don't you remember?
It was incredible.
My seats were up in Jerusalem. My seats were in the sky, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
And because of the amount of people that were climbing up there to take photos with me, they were going to cause a mass disaster. So they put me down in like some celebrity spot. I didn't even have to sit down. I was running up and down, like saying hi to people, and that. It was sick, blood. I'm not gonna lie. The big up South Korea each and every time.
I was walking down the stairs and I was like, "Who's this? Who's this?
Yeah.
Who's this? Everyone's waiting for it. It was you."
Brother,
it was amazing. It was amazing.
No, yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, you say it was amazing, yeah, but brother, you know, yeah, I don't even think you know this, blood, but I'm gonna say it was so many years ago now, blood. You can report it to police now, yeah. But bro, you know what happened? So remember when we went to Korea, we had to do a COVID test before we left.
Yeah.
So you get me. So I done a COVID test before I left. Everything blessed, passed it. But remember, yeah. So when I've got there, I haven't. You see me hugging fans, all of that. Thousands of them, bro. Let me tell you this. Remember when about a third day there, you had to do another COVID test?
Yeah.
You remember?
And you were
brother, I just see bare. I went to do the test. I got a message on my phone, bare Korean alphabet, blood, the hieroglyphics. I couldn't read it, bro. All I saw, only thing in English said positive with a tick, blood.
Oh, dear.
They tried to quarantine my black ass for 4 weeks, C squared, blood. And they told me the only way, that I don't have to quarantine is if I had it. It was like in my system from before. You know what I mean? And because I hadn't caught COVID before, you know what I mean? Obviously, we're not going to say what happened, but my graphic designer, Dave, you know them way there, big him up each and every time, blood. A certificate was produced for me, blood, and they let me out the country, blood. They try quarantine me, blood. I ain't got. What's the Korean currency again?
1.
Brother, I got 1. I ain't got no more than that, blood. You get me,
1.
fam?
We could do a couple of 1s at the moment.
Oh, they tried it. They tried it, bro. They tried to quarantine my black ass there. They didn't want me to go, blood. They didn't want me to go. But I love Korea. It was amazing, fam. Absolutely amazing, fam. Amazing.
Before you do go, of course, me and you have something in common because we both won a trophy at the Etihad in 2019. That was a good night, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. What is it? This thing? This thing?
2019. It feels like a long time ago. That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, I got a couple up here still. Bro, I got a couple trophies up here, you know. But I have to check the date because you know what I mean? We won a few, innit?
Yeah. Yeah.
You get me? I got this Bandulu one over here as well. Like I got a couple of these ones as well, blood. You get me?
Yep.
A couple of these. Got another one, best influencer, blood. Like, bro, we got a few, blood.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Can you promise me before you go? Please promise me that you surely can spare me an hour next month to do a podcast, just me and you, because there's a lot of things I want to ask you about. You starting YouTube, about your career, about your journey, about Tottenham. I could talk to you for hours, but it would be great because honestly, and I'm not kidding here, the amount of people that stop me and say how much they love you and do I keep in contact with you? Do I talk to you? Are you my friend? All of this. And the amount of people who go, please get him on, because a lot of people see me as Mr. Sensible or Mr. Boring at times, and they love the dynamic of having you as a live wire on.
So what? So if I got to talk to you for an hour, Mr. Boring, are you buying me a Red Bull or something like that? How am I going to stay awake?
I'll buy you a Red Bull, no problem.
Yeah, nah. You know what's funny about you, C-Square?
And a COVID test.
You know when, hey, Craig, you know like when you ask someone a favor, my G, you be like, oh, I'm going to ask you a favor, yeah? Can I talk to you? You expected a man to say like maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. This brother said an hour, you know. You got to respect his grind because you know full well that this brother's going to be trying to talk to me for 2 hours. I know him.
Absolutely.
I know him.
Absolutely.
Every time I see him, Craig, at the stadium, yeah, I see his phone before him. I see his phone recording. Bro, every time I see Steve Squared, bro, it's like this. Bro, expressions. How are you, mate? And I'd be like, I'm okay, blood. Like, what? Why are you trying to monetize our friendship, blood? What's going on, blood? What's going on, fam? You get me?
It's never as long as Chris says. He said like tonight, it'll be about 3 hours. 4 hours 25 are in there.
This guy loves to talk. I got home from the spa, blood. You get me, fam? The spa. I was living life. And I see this guy still live. I sent him a message saying, if you're still live when I get home, I'll jump on the stream, yeah? The wickedest thing is, I knew he was going to be live. I just knew it, bro. This guy, bro, this is like, yo, I can't believe it, fam. I can't believe it, bro. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy, blood. We don't need to ask you if you're going to the next game, blood. You've probably got every game, you know what I mean? You've probably got your tickets for the games in 2030 right now, blood. Do you know what I mean? We already know. We might as well ask you what's going to happen in the next few years, blood. Man, like sci-fi, blood. Go on over there. Mr. Future. You get me?
We love it. We love it. Yeah.
Now, big up yourself, my bro. You know what I'm saying? And big up everyone subscribed. You know what makes me laugh as well? You love to say, Chris Cowlin, the biggest Tottenham fan channel out there. Every time I see him post, I follow him, yeah? He loves it. He loves it. The biggest Tottenham fan channel out there. I'm the greatest. I'm the The wickedest thing is, yeah, blood, like, I'm happy for you, you know, them right there. Obviously, I got way more subscribers than you, but let me tell you this. Like I said, my channel's expressions oozing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I do comedy on there. I do anything I want to do on there. Yeah. Tottenham's an aspect of what I do, innit? You follow the club. You're Tottenham. You and Tottenham TV are, for me personally, if you get me, like the source. You know them way there. You watch me on a match day 100% because I'm always going to be live. But if you want like news, transfer links, all of that, and you don't want to watch Sky Sports, it's like you and Tottenham TV, and you lot are absolutely smashing it. Remember, like stadium updates, that was your bread and butter, fam. You know them way there. Yeah. This guy filming panels for like 20 minutes, blood, yeah, just to slap ads in. I'm like, what's the matter with him, bro? Like that panel ain't changed from the last time I seen it, bro. Huh?
Did you watch the stadium updates?
Not all of them. How ain't gonna lie? There was too many. You get me, fam? I watched a couple of them, but I'm like, did this brother just upload the same video and change the title, blood, and the date of when he went there? Because I'm thinking, yo, he's doing a mad thing. He's doing a mad thing.
I think you're too honest for this podcast, for this channel.
Bro, I'm very honest, lad. Bro, listen, I'm very honest, yeah. And since I'm here, yeah, since I am very honest, I want to know who you were talking about. See, people on this show won't ever ask you, yeah. But when I tuned into the show and you was like, oh, there's Tottenham fans that are abusing me, that are sending me this, that, say the name, blood. Say my name, say my name. Is this the same people that want to work with you? I want to know who it was. Come on, say it, Brad.
There's
who
a
was
lot.
it?
No.
If you want me to do this 2-hour stream that you're talking about, say the people you were talking about, blood.
Listen, I don't give platforms to people that don't deserve them.
Look at this guy, blood. He's dodging the question. He's like Neo from Matrix CD, blood. Look at him.
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. You should understand that as well. You should understand that.
Brother, what I do understand is, in regard to all of this, like I said, obviously, I'm not going to games. And before, I have retweeted, spread awareness about protests and stuff like that. But regarding me being there, like the next game I go to, if there's one going on, I'll be there. I will, but I'm not gonna go just to go, blood. Like I'll be honest with you, and that's no disrespect because and I don't want to link the two. Do you know them way there? I don't. But you see, when the Black Lives Matter movements were happening out there, I wasn't at the protest. No, that's not what I do. I'm sorry. I'll spread awareness. I'll give you my opinion. Do you know them way there? That's what I do. And if I go to the game, there's no way I'll go to the game and not go to the protest because that's a dickhead thing. You get me? But me leaving my yard just to do that, I don't think it's gonna happen, bro. But if I'm at a game and I choose to go back, you'll see me there, blood. And I've got no problem spreading awareness, talking to whoever. But what I don't want to do is just be sitting with flipping 15 man like it's a WWE Thunderdome stadium, yeah, talking about something on someone else's channel. That's not going to do anything, bro. I want something done. I want action. Don't get me wrong. I can't do it. I can't create it. I can't do any of that. Not my field, not my skills. I'm sorry. Yes, I have a platform. Can I help? I'll help any way I can help. But I can't create anything. Yeah? But I'm not ignoring anything. You've seen my opinions on the owners. You've seen my opinions on the manager. You've seen my opinions in general, innit? Do you know them way there? That's what it is. I'm not hiding, bro. I'm not hiding. My opinion doesn't change. You get me? I've spoken from the heart since I've started my channel. And I don't speak what other people want me to say. I speak what I want to say, innit? Either you agree with me or you don't. But either way, you're gonna laugh. You know them way there. That's what it is, innit? So that's where I'm at with it, blood.
Let me say though, and you've probably had a lot of this as well, because we run YouTube channels, successful YouTube channels. You know, a lot of views on the channel, which we're both very proud of. You know, when we started and where it is now. I know yours is a lot bigger, obviously, but
no, but you're the biggest Tottenham channel, blood.
In terms of certain fans thinking that we get perks. You know, getting free tickets to Tottenham matches and getting free this and getting free there. I don't know where people get this from.
You know what's funny, yeah? If they charge, who was that legend that came out and said Tottenham charged them tickets?
Well, lots of people have said it.
So what are they going to give it to us for?
Exactly.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro, listen, yeah. Perks are something that you get in Call of Duty, fam. I see to get a grenade, fam. You know, right there. That's what it is. Bro, I don't get perks. I get grenades. And I don't want to talk on it, yeah? But I don't get perks. Huh?
Free JD vouchers. You getting them?
Bro, JD and Tottenham are two very different things, blood. You get me?
I'm joking.
No, real talk. No, but look at that. All right. Let me ask you this, yeah?
Yeah.
If I'm in with the club, like I'm on the payroll, not that anyone said that, by the way, because come on, look at how I talk. No one could say that bro, come on. But brother, it's like if I'm in with the club on the payroll, this, that, and the other, go and look at the work that I did in the summer with JD, yeah? I was out there with Wolves and Aston Villa, blood, working directly with the players inside the club, doing all of that. Do you know what I mean? Yep, doing all of that, which I could be doing for Tottenham, bro.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I be doing that? Why? I'm the biggest. I got 400K. All the players know me. When I'm out eating in Novikov, they come up to my table, and I'm not saying it like I'm big, but they can't believe I'm there. You know them there, bro. You know who it was? Emerson Royal, bro. Emerson Royal was the last player. He came up to me, and I cooked Royal. I say a lot of different things, and I know he can speak English, so he understands what I'm saying. Bro, Royal came up to me, yeah, he's like, I know you. And I was like, brother, my right back, blood. Do you know, I ain't gonna lie, I was shameless with it. You know the way there. I was. Like, when I saw Bissouma at the kick game thing, like, when I walked in to do the kick game thing, them lot, him and his boys, I think they speak French. I don't know, they weren't speaking English. They were speaking some next language, yeah, and I thought I was in trouble. I was thinking, all right, what they recognize me. What have I said about Bissouma? But I was like, but hold on a minute. I love Bissouma. And then he turned around, Bissouma turned around, he went, Yves Saint Laurent Bissouma, my brother. That's what he said. And I was like, oh, and then ran over. Bro, listen, like, as much as, and you know what? The players, they got to respect it, innit? Because I don't malicious. Like, I'll say how I feel and I spin it into jokes, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, yeah? But I don't, like, they're humans at the end of the day, innit? So I remember one time I said something, yeah, I was so angry with Brennan Johnson, yeah, and I had to apologize. I was doing my fan cam and I apologized straight away. What did I say? I was like, oh, he's rubbish, he's this, he's a waste of oxygen. Excuse me? No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I said, go and watch after the North London derby. Go watch my fan cam. Still in there. I apologize. Because you got to know the limits, bro.
Yeah.
This guy's a young boy. You get me, fam? When I was his age, I was probably at home watching Pornhub, rubbing one out. I could have never been a Premier League footballer. Nah, come on, man. Let's just have it right. Like, I could be upset. I could say what's happened, innit? But don't call man a waste of... How dare I? Do you understand? Like, when I make mistakes, I will apologize. Do you get me? Because
just raw emotion, though, isn't it? At the time,
it's raw emotion. It is, and like sometimes I think, you know what? Don't go to the game and do the fan cam straight off after. Come home, just sit in front of your green screen or whatever, and then have a level-headed da-da-da-da-da. But bro, people want my reaction, my raw reaction. I don't want to be an actor. Do you get me? Obviously, if you see me in any films, you get me. That's fine. But I mean, I don't want to be an actor for Tottenham. Do you know what I mean?
So if you talk to like that with Emerson Royale, when you got to work with Timo Werner, you're going to go up to him and go,
no. You know what it is? No. See this. Let me tell you how I've been. No, I'm going to be honest. Because you see with Emerson Royale, yeah, I said to him, I was like, my right back, you know, but I said, I know you've seen what I said about you, though. And then he went like this, yeah. He goes, don't worry, I improve. I said, what? Bro, these man, no, I'm sick. You lot probably think I'm lying. I promise you. No, I wish I could tell you the date, blood. I was leaving. Imagine I was leaving, and then he pointed at me, and then I walked, because I was never walking over to his table, and then he pointed at me, blood. I've met bare of the players, blood. You know what I mean? Big them up each and every time, fam. Like, you get me? You've seen me pictures with players, Bissouma, Spence. I've met the players, bro. Like a lot of the players, innit? And it's one of them ones where I'm not saying, oh yeah, the players love me. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is my videos go around in the WhatsApp groups for sure, blood.
Yeah.
You get me, fam? Like, my goal celebrations, like when we packed thingy, like Solanke commented underneath the thingy, you know what I mean? Underneath my thing on Instagram and stuff like that. And like I said, I might have a couple players following me and that, but I don't change how I speak because, like, honestly, I just want to be me. Like, Bissouma's had terrible games. He has. And I've been honest. You know, them way there. I've been honest with it. I'm not, no, real talk. Go and watch my videos. I've been honest with it. You get me? But like he himself, like the guy that I spoke to, he'll know when he's had a bad game. But I'm not going to go in and abuse, man. I'm going to say, oh, what was that? What was you thinking? Nonchalant. These are things that happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
You get me? If I say that he was looking like he was running in sand, that happened. Do you know them way there? I didn't say, oh, he can't run. He runs like a man that's 52 stone, blood. Like, you know them way there. Like, man literally said what I saw. Do you know what I mean? So it's important that you just stay true to yourself, innit? That's what it is, because me staying true to myself got me this 395k subscribers. Like, I don't go and chat GPT other people's content and then just talk about there's only one expression oozing, fam. Let's be honest. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to, like, I'm unapologetically myself. Whether I go and talk sport, blood, Sky Sport, blood, you get me? Any of that, fam. Any of that, bro.
Right.
You know
I know you're a very organised guy, so I've got my phone out with my diary on it. So give me a date of what you can do. Well, let's book it in right now.
What are you talking about, bro? You love to do that, bro. Same way you're sticking the camera in man's face, bro. You're trying to stick an appointment on me like that, blood. Go and email Charlotte Lade at soccermum.uk, blood. You talk to my agent, bro. What's man talking about? About when am I free, blood? Do you get me, fam? Why do we have to do a life story express? I don't want to do that, blood. I'd rather just join with Ricky and the man them and just have a normal Tottenham chat. I don't want it to be about me, blood. Honestly.
Oh, Ricky just messaged, said much love to you, Expressions.
Who?
Ricky Norwood.
It's my guy, blood. You know them way there, fam. I used to call him Fats because I'm a big EastEnders fan. But he ain't, brother, that guy's got like, what, 5% body fat. So I don't even know why they called him Fat Boy in EastEnders. They're taking a piss. But yeah, that's my brother. Do you know what I mean, fam? Dancing on ice and that, blood. See, the only ice I deal with is when I go to Hatton Gardens, blood. Do you know what I mean, fam? It is what it is. But yeah, I'd rather come on with the man them. Yeah,
right.
And chop
let's do it.
Them lot, like even CD, blood, anyone, like whatever. I don't mind, innit? But I don't want it to just be like, an Expressions autobiography and that, because obviously I love to talk and that. But yeah, man, I want to write a book one day and that. You ask so many questions, blood. I might not be able to sell any copies.
Do you know what? Talking about blogging, Ricky and I got back to our hotel in Hoffenheim last week. It was 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And we were locked out. We couldn't get in. And I'm blogging it. And he's like, what are you doing? It's so
bro, I swear down, yeah. Like, yo, you know what? His name here shouldn't even be CC. It shouldn't even be CC, yeah. Your name's CCTV, blood. That's your new name, blood. CCTV. You're always recording, blood. You're always recording, fam. That is you, bruv. Yeah?
Brilliant.
I swear down. Change your channel to CCTV, I beg you. I beg you. CCTV. That should be your whole channel, blood. Yeah, you can say it's Chris Cowlin TV, but we all know the real thing, blood. We all know, blood. You get me?
I can't thank you enough for coming on. Thank you so much, because it's been a great talking to you. It's always you always put a smile on my face. You're such a hard worker, and I wish you all of the very success that comes your way. And please do come on the podcast next month, because a lot of our viewers would absolutely love to see you here.
What, do you film it once a month?
We film it after every game. We film preview shows. We'll do a special one-off just for you.
After the games will be a myth, because you know I'm busy with my stuff. But if it's like I'll definitely jump on one of them. So just message me, innit?
I've been doing that for the last 2 years, mate.
Brother, why are you being like that, bro? Look, I've said it here on your channel, yeah? Like, what's man talking about? Like, what's man actually talking? You know what? Bun you, C-Square, be quiet. Hey, before I go, Craig, you got anything you want to say? Because you ain't had much to say, blood.
Do you know what? It's just been a pleasure listening to Expressions. It's good because you just come on and you just talk. So, and I know Chris is your friend as well. So it's just a pleasure to be on with you and listen to what you got to say. And a pre-game show would be a good one to get you on, I think, depending on what Chris thinks. But yeah, look, absolute pleasure to finally meet you. And it's been real. It's been good.
Nah, I hear that, bro. So what I got from that was that I was falling asleep before you came onto the stream, Expressions, blood. You know them way there. So thank you. You know what I mean? I feel like I've had 5 Red Bulls. It's your segment, blood. You know them way there. So if C-Squared wants to go on for another 2 hours, I think I can make it, blood. But yeah, big up your damn self, man.
So lastly, promised February, yeah?
Feb, yeah. Let me think. Like what day? What day did you do it?
We do it anytime you want.
All right, cool. Well, let's do it on.
You give me a date. It's better off actually if you send me a date and just say, Chris, we're going to do this date, and we'll make it happen.
Okay. I'm going to look at the games. Or you send me some dates and I'll choose one, blood, because I'm going to be real in it. After I end this stream, I'm not going on calendar. I'm not looking at the dates. I'm not doing anything like that. But if you send me dates, then I could just choose one, blood. You know them way there. It's like opening a letter, blood. Like, you know what I mean? Like, real talk. You get me?
Yeah.
I swear down. You get me? But I'm here, fam. You're moving like, I'm selling you a dream. Why would I come on now, blood? I told you, send me the link. I'm driving, watching a thing, and I came in it. So I'm here, innit?
Yeah. Do you think I'm too sensible and boring on this channel?
No, you're you. Like no disrespect. But who else can you be? Who else can you be?
Yeah.
That's how you talk. You know what I mean? I talk like, I talk like this when you see me face to face. I don't speak like, oh, hi, Chris Cowling. How are you doing, my friend? Oh yes, the day was swell. Oh my god, I'm rather parched. Have you got a drink? Yes, a bottle of water. Bro, I don't speak like that. That sounds like my mom's answering machine, blood. You get me?
A video. Yeah, that would be a video.
I don't talk like that. I talk like this. So who else can you be?
Yeah.
You understand? Don't get me wrong. I've never seen a man that puts out so many videos. Who puts out a 60-second video, blood? You get me? Like, you would think that was a video of you in a bedroom, but 60 seconds, blood. I can't believe it, bro. Yeah. Who puts out 60 seconds, 60 seconds Tottenham chat. You know, they made that. I've never seen a man that puts out 60-second videos, bro. Man's gone in 60 seconds like Nicolas Cage, blood. You kill me, fam. I swear down. Man's got bare videos, bro. Bare videos.
This is the longest stream.
Yeah, no, big man thing. Man gotta get Fats on. Who else does the podcast?
Oh, we have so many now, don't we? We have so many guests. We've got Gareth, we've got Melvin, we've got James Black, who's one of our regulars, a singer at the stadium. You must see James all the time.
There's one. No, I don't. But I don't. Who's that? Is that the guy that plays? Is that Tottenham?
Yeah, guitar.
Song sheet.
The voice of Spurs, James Black.
Spurs song sheet.
Big Angie Instead song.
Spurs song sheet. Ain't that the same thing?
No.
So who's Spurs song sheet?
They're a
They're
group
separate,
on
aren't
X.
they?
Yeah. But yeah,
I know the one that plays the guitar. Him. I think I follow him. Is that James Black? His name is, yeah.
James Black, yeah.
Oh, big him up, lad. And I know you lot had some next guy, blood. He's a Tottenham fan. He follows me as well. I'm sorry, Brad. I don't remember your name, but he used to sing in a group, blood. He's on your show. What's his name? He's on Twitter. Didn't he wasn't he in a boy band or something? I'm sure he was. Well, he's in something. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
What was he in? What was he in?
In blue.
In blue, isn't he?
Yeah.
In blue.
We have all the best guests on. That's why you're here, mate.
Yeah. He was in blue. Oh shit! I swear down, blood. What songs did they have again?
All Rise.
One Love.
All right. All right. Yeah, blood. Hey, brother. Obviously, he wasn't singing the All Rise, blood, because I remember, wasn't it the black guy that sang that, blood?
Listen, when you say to me,
sure it was.
When you say to me about doing a 1 hour show, your answers, we could very easily turn it into a couple of hours, and it wouldn't be my fault.
Yeah, brother, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. But yeah, you know what? What we'll do is, I'm telling you, we got a lot more pressing concerns than Expressions oozing autobiography, innit? Yeah. Like we can all just get together and do a stream. You know, I'll just join that thing. I know I got to do one with to be fair, I think we should all even get together and do something, you know. Like all of us, I think we should all just get together and just have a stream and just talk about what's going on. Yeah. And I'm being honest in it. Like I'm not saying obviously you're the guy that's gonna be yeah we can do it. I can set it up. Let's do it on my channel. Me, I don't care what channel we do it on, blood. I just know the conversation needs to happen. You understand? I know you. You and We Are Tottenham TV can argue over the subs and all of that, blood. You know them way there, fam. That's what it is, bro. You can argue over it. I don't care where it is in it, but I'm not saying, by the way, if anyone's listening, I'm not saying just me, you, and We Are Tottenham TV. I just mean everyone. Anyone that just wants to vote. I'm a man of the people, blood. Yeah, I'm not gatekeeping anything, bro. You could do a show like you're doing now, but even have us as mains and whatever, and then bring in one guest at a time. I don't know how many people you can bring in. And if not, the amount of money you're making, upgrade your StreamYard and have it so we could have 24 people there, blood. Am I a prick, fam? What's man talking about? Yeah, but yeah, it's one of them ones where, like, honestly, I think, like, obviously the fans know that I'm accessible, do you know them way there, but I never do these things on my channel. Like I never have a fan show where I bring people on and talk to them and things like that. So I wouldn't mind doing that personally. Yeah.
Do you know, that's another very common question people ask me.
Hey, Stu Miller. Why Stu Miller saying We Are Tottenham TV? Sorry, bro, but no thanks. Why they hating on the Toucans, blood? Why they hating on my guys, Sinbad and Benji? You're a he's a mod as well. Go on, Stu. Now I want to know why don't you like them?
I was going to say, Expressions, that the amount of people who stop me and say, do I get on with the likes of you or We Are Tottenham TV? But, you know, going back to like the start of all the Tottenham channels, it was us three that were the channels that were putting everything out. But we all get on extremely well. I see Ben and Sim at most matches.
Of course. Look, listen, you know what it is, yeah? I think, and you know what, use this as an example. Like, people think me and We Are Tottenham TV have beef certain times, or me and you have beef. Yeah. But use this as an example, yeah? Ransom Bants is my brother, yeah? My blood brother, 2 years older than me. Grew up in the same house, same mom, same dad. We did no content together, bro, in this YouTube space. No one didn't know we were brothers. We were just doing our own thing.
Yeah.
And if that's my blood brother, yeah, and I could have went and got him for a Man United preview, but I went and used the likes of maybe a Saeed, or, you know what I mean? What you got to realize is, like, we're just on different things. But now me and him got a podcast we do every week. You get me? So now that everyone knows. But just because we're not always working together in that, we're not competitors, bro. Like, I come on here, I'll come on We Are Tottenham TV, and I'll come on here and I'll tell you straight. As Tottenham sources, you lot are the go-tos. Like, I'm not, you get me? I know my channel's bigger than yours, but bro, I got so many different branches, and my fan base is bro, no disrespect, yeah, but no one ain't watching you because you're funny, like Cowlin. They're watching for informative information. No, real talk. They're watching informative. Yeah. They want to know about the club. Like, they get on with, they like watching you, the way that you present your information, your 60 seconds quick, rah. They watch Sim and Ben. To be fair, they're different because they're so different, they can find an entertaining factor in that, because Sim will just be have his big nose so far up, and he's smelling surfboards, you know what I mean? And then Ben will lose it. So their little thing is entertaining, and they provide information, innit? Me now, bro, I'm half man, half amazing. I'm what it says on the tin, blood. Yeah? There's information out there that I may not know, blood, but the information that I do know, I'll tell you. I'll never talk about things that I don't know nothing about to waffle. I'll never do that, blood. Yeah? I'm not talking about, oh, we're linked to something. Bro, yeah. When I see it's happening, then I'll form an opinion on it, bro. But I'm not going searching. I'm not a journalist, blood. Yeah. I'm not a journalist. And I didn't even do journalism in uni, blood. I did game design, film, and TV, blood. Do you know them way there? Like, I don't want to be a journalist.
Expression.
When they send me to them cold-ass countries, blood, and they want me to be reporting out there, but I tell them, am I a prick, fam? What's man talking about? Do you know what I mean?
You've been absolutely superb. Thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to the 2-hour plus podcast next month.
Brother, if you carry on making it longer, I'm going to turn that to 20 minutes, blood. You know them way there. I don't know. Trust me.
You love me being a bit cheeky. That's fine. Come
brother,
on.
I swear down, fam. Yeah, yo. You know I can last 2 hours, yeah, but it's not on a podcast, blood.
Right, on that note, do we need...
I'm joking. Hey, big up everyone. Make sure you lot smash a like. Big up C Squared. Big up CD, fam. You got me? Hopefully when I leave, you can play some music, because I want to hear what you got to say, my G. It was nice meeting you, fam. You know what I mean?
I've now got a nickname I don't want. CCTV. The amount of
that's your name, blood. CCTV, blood. Yeah?
Bloody
CCTV. Hey, what did Stu say before I go, by the way? Stu said, it's just my personal opinion. No, hey. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Listen, everyone's got an opinion, bro. I asked what they did to you, because if he goes, they blocked me as a mod, or I think Sim's opinion, you know, you just like to know, innit? You get me, fam? That was it. Everyone's got their opinion. Man ain't here to be the opinion police, blood. You know what I mean? This man talking about. But yeah, big up Stu, big up everyone in the chat. Make sure you lot smash a like. If there's any new people in here, make sure you subscribe to C Squared as well. You know, and I will be back for this thing. But let me tell you this. If when this stream finishes, you make like 12 videos out of what I've been saying, then I'm not coming back, blood. Stop trying to monetize off me, bro. I'm doing this. You get me? I know when this ends, you're going to make like 12 videos, my face plastered all over it with like 15 videos. Oh, expression thinks this, expression thinks that. You better not do it, you know.
You've been on a long while. I reckon I could get 30 shorts out of you.
No! You know what, C Squared? Don't change. Don't change, man.
We know our relationship. It's great. That's why it works.
Don't change, man. Don't change. You lot take care, yeah? Have a good evening.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Come on.
See you later.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Craig, I'm going to have to change device because we've been going now for nearly 5 hours. So
Yeah,
I'm
my
gonna be back.
battery's not long for this world, I think. So I'll bring in a guest while you're on.
I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. So we're going to bring in William, and then we've got 2 Terrys to come in, and then we're done. So
Okay.
it's going to be over 5 hours. I can't believe it. I was only joking earlier. I actually said to you at the start, 5 hours.
5 hours, Christ, yeah.
Wowza.
Right, well, let's
Right, so
get William in.
William, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting all this time, and thank you so much for staying with us. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's no problem. I follow expressions, so I pretty much know what he's about. So it's totally fine.
What do you want to say to us, William? What's your thoughts on the club and everything that's going on and everything Tottenham related?
Thoughts on the club is it's not enjoyable. I've stopped going to matches, because obviously I'm with Somerset Spurs. They provide transport, get into the stadium, and get us tickets. And I've kind of stopped going because it's just not enjoyable anymore. I don't think it's all Ange. I think it's a whole load of things. Yeah, at the beginning when injuries started to happen, Ange could have rotated. That's what you have, obviously, your regular and your Jed Spence. He should have used them at his disposal, but he didn't. So those bits are kind of on him as well. But in the summer, when the transfer window, we should have bought some more players and had some experience as well. Because having, obviously, the youngsters, Archie Gray coming in, they've done brilliant, by the way, but we need experience as well. And I feel the board haven't done enough, and I think they need to do a little bit better.
How long do you think this decline has been going on? Because we talk about the Pochettino years. Do you think they just got lucky with Pochettino and probably overachieved with the squad, like Expressions was saying?
Maybe when we obviously got to the Champions League final, I remember the day I was at work and I had to turn the radio off because obviously we was losing to Ajax, and I switched the radio on and I hear that Lucas has scored. I'm going, no, that's not true. But yeah, we overachieved, but I think that was because the players believed in what Poch was doing. Like the prime Dele Alli, like the stuff, some of the stuff that you see him doing, it was just like mesmerizing. And obviously when you had Kane and Sonny linking up, them two were just out of this world. And I think Daniel Levy should have invested more for Kane to stay, maybe. Obviously Kane deserves to go and win trophies and that. Like, I wish he'd done it at Tottenham, but with the way the club is at the moment, he was right to go to a different club. And obviously he went to Bayern Munich, and he's probably going to get his trophies there. Maybe one day he comes back, maybe he doesn't. But no, for now, it's just who'd want to come to Tottenham at the moment? We're just so appalling at the moment to see.
Yeah.
William, what do you make of what you're thinking ahead of next week? Because as we mentioned on the show these past few hours, it's such a huge week for the football club, such a huge week for Ange Postecoglou. How do you see it going?
I'm hoping that we beat the team in UEFA Cup, so we can get through to the last 16 automatically. Liverpool is going to be tough. It's Anfield. We know what Anfield's all about. Once they start singing their "You Never Walk Alone" stuff, that's it. It's an intimidating place. So I can see. I'm hoping that we can get a draw there, but I can actually see Liverpool obviously turning the screws and turning up as they always do. Aston Villa, another tough one. They're doing a lot better than us. It's just hard to sort of think of positive at the moment with Tottenham with so much going on. It's just hard to enjoy it. It's like my partner, she'll be like, "They're Tottenham's fan." I'm like, I don't care. I'll be at work and I'll have Sky Sports or I'll be watching Expressions on the thing, and I'll go do something at work and I'll come back and I'll see expressions ranting and raving because we've just conceded, and it's just a disappointing.
Yeah. Who do you want to see come in? What positions do you want to see come in this window if we're even going to get those players in?
Some cover for obviously the midfield, because they've been ran riot. Like, they run ragged. There's no one there. Obviously, Sarr's out injured. Well, he shouldn't have played against Leicester. Like, obviously, yeah, and should have put Regular on left back and Archie in the midfield. That's Archie Gray's position. He should have done that. But midfield, I would say probably another defender. So obviously we got a couple of defenders coming back in the summer. I think it's Ashley Phillips and I can't remember the other dude, the other Croatian. We got them coming. So will Levy buy another defender? I don't know. But just buying the goalkeeper is just, and no outfield players, it is really ridiculous. I think a lot more needs to be done. And I don't know if it's because obviously the board are thinking about sacking Ange. That's why they're like, oh, we ain't going to buy anyone now. But it still doesn't matter. The club, like the players, need help. And the board, in my eyes, just haven't helped at all. I'm always seeing we've identified, we're interested. It's like, well, stop identifying and interested and just go and get the players that the club needs.
William, how confident are you that we're actually going to get business done in the next few days before the deadline?
I am not. I look on Twitter and Facebook and I'm like, I see the interest and I'm like, I might as well just stop looking at it because I just don't believe that it's going to happen. I just can't see it.
William, last question for you. What positives do you take from this season?
We're still in all the cups. That's a bonus, I suppose, because we've always gone out early stages with them. That's the only positive I could think of at the moment.
I see you're from Somerset Spurs. When's the next game you're coming to?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like I said at the beginning, I kind of stopped going because it's just. I enjoy, like, funny enough, I enjoy watching the women Tottenham sometimes because I don't know what to expect from them. I went to obviously the FA Cup final women's. First time I went to Wembley, and it was like with the women's. It's like I wish I could do it with the men's team, but all I see at the moment is the women's having a better success than the men's. It's just
they've signed a lot more players in this transfer window, and
I look at on Instagram, and I'm like, Daniel Levy, what's going on? Like, where's the signings for the men?
Yeah. William, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for waiting. Really appreciate your patience and your input this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and have a good evening for you guys as well.
Cheers, William. Speak to you soon.
Speak to you soon. Thank you.
Right, we're now going to go to Terry. Terry, are you there? Yeah, I think you are. Terry, thank you so much for waiting. I know you were just about to come on, and then expressions came in, and I know he must have been on for at least half an hour, mustn't he?
It was about 50 minutes, I think.
Oh wow,
he's a good lad. I'll follow him.
Terry, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I think I was on last week, and it's not much has changed, really, has it? You know, I said to you last week. I'll keep repeating. I said last week, so bear with me. I said if we lose to Leicester and Everton, he's potentially going to go. And I think obviously Hoffenheim was his saving grace. If we drew that or lost that, I can't see how he would have stayed at that point. But yeah, it's just depressing, really, isn't it? You know, you every night you think, I go to bed every night. Most games I think, what lineup? I play the lineup in my head. all right, we're going to play this person. Who are we going to play? Who are we going to play? And it's just, you get yourself up for it, and it's just the same thing every week in, week out at the moment. I don't know where we go. And I honestly think everyone's to blame. I don't think you can put it on solely on Levy. Obviously, yes, he needs to bring people in. It is obviously an absolute shambles how we ain't brought anyone in yet. Obviously, bar the Kinski. The problem is we want to bring in these youngsters that are going to make it in the future, like your Grace, like your Bergvilles. But we're in dire straits now. What we need people now, Talk about bringing in Dibley and then loaning him back out. But he's playing in the Prem now. So why wouldn't we get him? Unless obviously that's something that Southampton want him back. We need players for now. Yes, Angel Gomez, whatever. Decent little player. But again, it's for summer. What we doing now? I don't understand it. Realistically, like who are we actually being linked with properly? I know obviously you've said about Ferguson and stuff, and he's not keen or whatever. But realistically, what we being linked with, and what I don't understand is why don't we go for another loan like we did Werner? Obviously, we want someone better than Werner, but however we've done that with Werner, why can't we just get a few loans in? Because people, as soon as it gets close to the deadline, they're going to pull our pants down and charge a premium because they know how desperate we are. Do you know what I mean? So.
Terry, we did mention earlier, and I know a lot of people don't feel positive on this stream this evening, but we did mention earlier after Thursday, a lot of teams in the Champions League, Europa Conference League will realise what squads they've got, whether they're in competition in Europe going forward and not. And a whole lot of business could be done on that Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. I expect it to be a very, very busy window for lots of clubs. Whether it's going to be a busy window for Spurs is another thing. I'm going to ask the question that I've been asking for the last month at least. Surely we have to get this, this done, business done for Ange, because when a manager comes out publicly so many times in so many press conferences saying the same old line, we need players in. Surely it's got to be done.
Yeah, of course. He says it's playing with fire. We don't bring anyone in. If that's not the message to the board, I don't know what is. But obviously, you can't blame him for that side of things. Obviously, he's screaming out, "We need help." You sound about Solanke before he got injured. He needs help because he's playing so many games. It's clear and obvious we need help. Stevie Wonder can see that. I just don't know what they're playing at. But obviously, they're like I said, Levy's not to blame. Well, partially to blame, and just to blame. Like many people said tonight, he should have played regular on left back. Give us a natural dimension on the left. Sarr wasn't fit, shouldn't have played. Now it looks like he's injured. Madison's injured. Everyone's saying 1 in, 2 out. It's just a joke. Like obviously the medical thing needs to be looked at. Ange needs to be looked at for his tactics and for his training. You said the other week that he fell out, didn't he, with medical staff or someone? Someone left. Was that probably because the geezer was telling him you're pushing him too hard and you need to slow it down? And he's like, no, this is what I do. I am who I am, mate. Do you know what I mean? So it's the same way he's done at Celtic, multiple hamstring injuries. I've never seen any injury list like this in my life in Tottenham, 37 years. It's ridiculous. We had it last season. Like I think it might have been Expressions who said it. When we done it, when we was only playing 1 game a week, what's going to happen when we've got multiple games a week? It's just going to be more and more. Van der Ven's injured every season. Like without a shadow of a doubt, he needs a plan B, which is like when Arsenal was playing City away and they went down to 10 men and they just grinded it out, almost won in the last minute. Obviously, luckily City got an equaliser. But when we was down to 10 against Chelsea, he still wants to go gung ho. Like you need a plan B. You need to try and grind stuff out, especially if you know that our squad is paper thin at the moment, and. How can you play, like you said earlier, he needs his best team and squad to play Ange ball, yeah? We can't do that if you ain't got all our players fit and ready. So if you're limited with what you've got, then play within your limitations. It's quite simple, isn't it? Do you not think? Like, we we can't do that. You ain't got the players. You're playing your third choice left back or whatever. And, even he can't get a game. He plays great in every game. Everton, not saying Gray's done anything wrong, but against Everton, he changed formations, keep Gray in, at least put him in centre midfield and play. He even played a Callum Louisi, whatever his name is. He played in Common and Hoffenheim. Right now, what have you got to lose? Same as took Sonny went up top when Richie come off. Obviously, he had an injury, whatever. But why? As I said last week, I don't think Sonny can play up front. I just don't think it suits him. He's much better and productive coming in off the left. I think he didn't play too bad the other day. He was unlucky with the save from the keeper. But as soon as Richie went off, we didn't have an outlet up top. Why don't you just stick Lancashire on? Like, I don't get it. He's a big lump. He puts it about. Like, he done all right in like Galatasaray and that. Why not give him a go? Like, you know,
Terry, can we win a cup with this squad if we don't bring in any more players this transfer window?
Well, to me, the FA Cup's going to be gone, isn't it? Let's be fair. If Villa's a tough game, and you're going to have tougher games after that, so let's be fair, that's gone. You know, same as the League Cup. I don't see how we go through that. You know, Liverpool, obviously we beat them at home, but obviously we had Solanke and whatever. Then, you know, how do we? They want to get us back for that. You know what I mean? They're at their ground. I don't see how we do that. So I think that only chance is Europa. Obviously, we should win, hopefully, on Thursday. And obviously, then we skip a game, which obviously we need to get some rest. And hopefully, we get some players back. I don't think there's many great teams in the Europa League, if I'm honest. But then we're far from great right now when we're losing to teams that are absolutely shocking and poor runs like Leicester and Everton, but they still come in to our ground and do us over. So, you know, people keep saying there's 3 worse teams than us, but you mentioned earlier they've both of them beaten us. We just got to rely on other teams that beat them because our current form is absolutely shocking. It is relegation form. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. You know, Craig, I know you keep saying you think that's not realisation. We're safe. I don't think it'll come to that. I bloody hope you're right, mate. But as it stands, we continue as we are, then it's reality.
We'll be down there. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm desperate for a cup, you know, same as most people see. I've seen the 2 cups. But I said last week we needed a winger and striker, and it's still the same remains. You know, that's the priority. You know, playing Cooley on the wing, where obviously I know he started there for us, but he's much more productive in the centre mid. But we need, again, Richie. I don't even know if he's going to be all right for Thursday. I don't know what the rumours are on that. I don't know how bad his groin injury was, because otherwise, you know, it's Lancashire. But we need striker. We need a winger. And I bloody hope you're right that we do have a mad last day or something, because, you know, 28 days or whatever we are into this window, and all we're brought in is a goalkeeper, which, let's be fair, we would have survived with Austin. Do you know what I mean? Yes, he looks all right. Not knocking the signing. But it's a bit like Chelsea. Chelsea are going for Garnacho when their keeper's shocking. Like, do you know what I mean? So you prioritise what you need to prioritise. We need a striker. We need a winger. So why are you getting a goalkeeper? I mean, like I said, he's decent, but it just doesn't seem right. You know, go for what you need, in my opinion. But yeah, I hope we win a trophy, but probably more chance of pigs flying, but who knows?
Terry, last question for you. Score predictions for the next couple of games. Elfsborg in the Europa League, and you know, I've said it all night. We need to get back to winning ways, or certainly getting points on the board again in the Premier League against Brentford.
I don't know where our next points come from. Obviously, I think we should win at home. Elfsborg. Don't see us beating Villa. Don't see us beating Liverpool. I think, and I don't see us beating Brentford either. I think we'd be lucky to get a draw from any of those currently. Obviously, it does depend who's back. But then again, this is the thing. Everyone's saying, we've got a magic wand. We're going to get Romero back and Van der Ven, and everything's solved. I said to you last week, we played Leicester, Ipswich. We only missed Van der Ven. Palace, we had them both there. We've had problems for how long? Going on months with the defending. So it's not like Van der Ven's back and that's it, problem solved. So it's much deeper than that. So like Van der Ven obviously is amazing, but I just don't see that it's just him back and everything's going to be hunky-dory. But I don't know. I think maybe Man United we might get a draw at home. I think that's probably our next point I see. It's just depressing. It really is. I don't know what to say.
I expected this sort of show this evening, Terry. And all joking aside, I did say to Craig we're going to be on for 5 hours. I don't think I really meant that. that we were going to be on for 5 hours, but we spoke to so many Spurs fans. You've been a great guest again. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to having you on again very soon.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Cheers. Terry.
Craig, we did have Terry and Patrick with us, but I think Terry has gone off to have dinner, and I think Patrick has come in and gone about 5 times. And thank you so much to everybody who has contributed on this show today. 5 hours 15 in. There's nearly 4,000 people watching still live on this stream, which is incredible. It's past midnight here in the UK. I know we have a lot of international fans watching the show all around the world, which your support and your input on this channel is incredible. So thank you. Craig, before we do go, we do have a few comments here if you are not rustling your drawers yet.
My battery is about to die, so it may well just go off, so we'll have to be
no problem.
Quick as we can. Yeah.
Jerome writes here, the abuse Chris gets on Twitter is not right. Fair play, Chris. If you want to stand your ground, I totally understand you. Thank you very much. Another one here. Enoch, do not have to sell the club, but sell the portion like Manchester United did, and then let a new investor take care of the football side. I think we've spoken about that a lot today, about the ownership. From the 31st of December, Scott Munn and Johan Langer should already have had a long list of targets to work on. We've said that as well a lot in the past couple of days. Jerome with another comment here. If Van der Ven is back against Elfsborg, then I want to see Davis left back and Gray as a CDM. It'd be great to see Mickey Van der Ven back, wouldn't it?
It will. Yeah, we've missed him so much. I've said many times our system relies on Mickey Van der Ven so much, and when he doesn't play, it all falls apart.
Your voice is getting a lot softer as we're going on, Craig. I can tell your tiredness, your fatigue, like a lot of these players. I can tell.
I'm just trying not to wake the kids up because my son's bedroom's right above here. So.
Brian says here, I love Cy the Fox, top man. I tell you what, every time Cy's on, fantastic guest, and of course he will be on the Spurs Chat podcast this Sunday after the Brentford game with Craig. Jerome writes here, Jerome, thank you so much for all your comments today. No manager would come to us after the PR nightmare with Jose Mourinho interview and the Antonio Conte rant about the club. That's interesting points actually about those comments there. Jerome again, Ange was ridiculed on national TV and told to never coach Australia again. He came back and got Australia to an Asian Cup against South Korea with Son in it. We spoke a lot about Ange Postecoglou, haven't we, this evening? We have got a comment from Josh here. We've lost to most of the supposedly poor teams. Very, very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. And we've spoken about all of them this season. Paul is a new YouTube channel member. Thank you, Paul. And another comment, the last one from Jerome here. Transfer fees are like long-term liabilities paid over 10 to 14 years, except it is only a small percentage on profit and loss, unlike wages, which are direct expenses. So Spurs spending means nothing. They're spending on players that demand low wages, something that we have also spoken about a lot. Craig, after 5.25 hours, have you got anything more to add?
I think we've probably discussed everything we could possibly discuss to do with Spurs, which is incredible. 5.25 hours, that's a new record. So thanks for everybody for sticking with us. The comments have been brilliant. Brilliant to get expressions on and meet him, and the guests have been all fantastic tonight. So thank you very much, everybody.
Absolutely. Echo those words. We had some amazing guests on previous shows, amazing guests on this show. As I said before, if you'd like to get involved, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can come on this show. You can vent your frustrations. We can ask you questions. You can ask us questions. Anything is up for debate or discussion. And we look forward to hearing from you. So please do email me, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Craig's going to bed, so am I. Actually, I'm going to go and make expressions YouTube shorts. It would be absolutely delighted. And I will see you on the next one. Until then, come on, you Spurs.
See you later.